Liftoff. Yeah, are we good? Damn. Crazy how this all came together so smoothly. Welcome to Las Vegas for Super High Roller Bowl, Pot Limit Omaha. It is a $100,000 buy-in event. There is $1.3 million on the line, and today we will find out who will become the first winner of this wonderful high roller event. My name is Rinkema. Donnie Peters will be alongside me for coverage here on YouTube, Twitch, and a whole bunch more channels as David Tuckman and Alex Livingston are on the call on PokerGO.com. 4 cards for every player all day long, and we will be streaming until we crown that winner. 7 players remaining here at the final table, all guaranteed $152,000. Stephen Chidwick, recent winner of the Poker Masters Purple Jacket, one of the top contenders at this final table. Chino Rheem, he cannot miss in the last few months. He won the PGT Mixed Games #2 Series overall leaderboard, and that just wrapped up last week. And look at this man. It's all about sports cards. Bleznick, PLO legend, online poker legend, and some might say one of the most talented players in the game. But of course, it is all about this man. Final table chip leader with an astonishing 4.495 million chips. Mr. Isaac Haxton, recent winner of the Super High Roller Bowl, and he brought the lucky shirt with the roses to the PokerGO Studio yet again. Here's a look at the StormX final table chip counts. Like I said, Haxton on top. Who can catch him? It's going to be an uphill battle for most of these players. But of course, Pot Limit Omaha, a little bit of a different game compared to the usual No Limit Hold'em. Here's a look at the payouts today. $152K guaranteed for the winner. For the final 7, the winner will get $1.292 million. So let's just call it 1.3 to make it easy. And that also comes with 400 points in the race.
Where he was blindfolded and they gave him like Dasani, Fiji, and all.
Concludes real soon.
And he was like Dasani.
Oh,
I can do that.
Really?
$1 million free roll in
I might be able to do it also.
I'll bet I can do it
as well.
Wow, bro.
I can definitely tell Evian immediately. I can't stand
I need one more, please. I know these guys are good.
I like smart water.
We're dealing with a high roller
There you
event when they're talking about the flavor of the water. Evian versus Pellegrino.
I bet I could taste the difference between Bud Light and Coors Light and Lost. I was real bummed about that.
Maybe some Aquapana.
Yeah.
Let me know in the chat what's your water of choice.
Though,
I'm a big tap water fan like myself.
Because I'll feel bad when I lose the second time.
Smell the alcohol.
Yeah.
20.
Isaac Kempton. I guess Brent Hanks called him the night crawler, so I guess we'll stay with that for today's stream.
Frank came out firing today.
Donnie and I came out finally getting cards. Len and Brent, who did a wonderful job on the stream last night.
Ike folded a hand for the first time in about 25 hours of play.
That's crazy.
Same with Jared.
Aaron Katz referencing Haxton's dominance on the money
Ike's
bubble last
yesterday
night.
was 98%.
And mine was like 12.
Did you watch some of the hands back that he was playing?
No, but I automatically knew his VP.
I just saw like a 10-second clip. The board is like ace 10-9 deuce rainbow. He has like queen 7-3, no gutter.
As he should.
Queen high, absolutely no gutter even.
Oh, you're way overstating it. It was 10-9 2 flush draw, turn ace. I had the queen of the suit and 7-6 for the bad.
Not what I saw.
He played the Jack 3-6-5 good though.
I played that one perfect.
He got you off the ace, king, queen, jack. Kempy, he got you off the ace, king, queen, jack.
I feel like I was going to lose that hand anyways.
He got you off of the deuce, king too.
If I call the turn, he's just going to shove the river. It's so sick.
As the players are rehashing some of the big pots from last night. A big pot brewing here right off the bat. Crivello betting 80K with ace 8-8-7 on this king jack deuce with 2 hearts. Crivello has that ace of heart blocker, but not a whole lot else going for him. Chidwick raises it up to pot, which is 390K. Those top 2 pair.
75 for the next one.
Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Let us know if you were with us last night. Maybe you've picked up a favorite during last night's coverage of this event.
Like that,
and Chidwick takes it down here with a raise.
Aaron, you don't know. That's what Chitty does. I know.
I don't know. We played very little together. A little bit in the 50K, I think that's it. We have a mutual respect from afar, though. You have each other's specialities.
I have a mutual respect from experience.
I get one fact.
He would just take all my chips all the time. Then I had to realize what the fuck is going on.
20 and 20?
Yes.
Chino Rheem, one of the hottest players in
He wouldn't even take them.
but
Sometimes he would take them, but a lot of times I would just give it to him and he would say, check, call, check, call.
feels a bit like worlds colliding here at this final table. Chidwick also on a stellar year, as well as, of course, Haxton, who's been on an insane run.
50.
He can't do it. 2, he can't do. 1 was like, hurt him. It was painful.
Haxton coming in for the raise. Kempton waking up with aces. By the way, shout out to all our people in the chat. Much love if you are watching on Twitch and YouTube. Shout out as well to all the other channels that we are live on. So that's
Was it
quite a
raise,
few.
raise?
My math is correct. Maybe producer Aiden can send me a message of where we are, because I want to just address everyone properly as Chino Rheem finds pocket kings. All right, let's pay attention here.
How much do you have, Isaac?
Kempton makes 180K. Double suited kings here for Chino Rheem.
10 seconds.
180?
Yep.
Call.
Boom.
All right, Reem's going to call. A lot of chips to play for here in this hand. Chidwick with King Jack 10-9 throws it in the muck.
No, I don't. Reasonable question.
It's not who I expected to be playing against this hand.
Yeah,
You would take the money? No shit.
I didn't know what was
You're
going to
taking
happen until I
Steve?
looked at my card.
You covered me, right?
By little, very little.
Do you go by Steve or Steven?
Very similar stacks here between Kempton
What
and
is the
Rheem.
preferred way of being called?
6, 7, deuce, 2 diamonds. Rheem
Do what's
picking up
proper. I don't know. You
the
know
diamond draw.
what did most of your friends call you? Either one? Okay.
Look at the odds on screen here. Rheem the favorite with his
Stevie?
current hand. Kempton whiffed on the suit here,
Pot.
At 460.
but bets pot for 160K.
All in.
Wow. Look at Chino Rheem moving
have
all
aces
in
on
right
flop?
away.
No flush draw.
I had aces.
Okay.
You had what?
What do you
Did you have that, Jared?
I had ace. I had 2 pair, not diamond.
And 5 deuce.
That's not good for me, buddy.
I had an ace.
Not terrible.
15
Steve.
outs
What do you mean?
twice
Flip.
for Chino Rheem.
Your
Has
flip.
5
You have a
deuce.
deuce out also.
Yeah, the deuce makes it a
5
favorite.
or a deuce. King, 5 deuce.
Who's a
9.
favorite?
He might be a favorite.
Chino's a tiny
He's a
favorite.
slight ahead, yeah.
Chino's a title because of the deuce.
Because of the deuce, right?
Deuce, 5, king, diamond.
Home team.
Wow. The last thing I expected
I'm right.
at this
Chino's
final
big
table
one.
is to have some
I'm
early
thinking Chino's probably like 50,
clashes.
Yeah, this is the biggest spot of my life. I love this shit, man.
Leo,
I'm
no
like,
matter what
I'm like a
happens,
pig
Daddy
in
loves
shit
you.
right now. You know what I mean?
There you go. Have fun with
fucking
it.
gamble.
Enjoy the moment.
I love this guy, the Nightcrawler.
The thing with Chino is kill out.
Can his aces hold up
That's
here?
good.
7 on the
I'll
turn.
eliminate a lot of his outs right there.
Very good card for Kempton, removing a bunch of outs for Chino Rheem. Looking for
They make you wait so fucking long.
king, a diamond, or a deuce.
You should
That
have
was
seen
a-
yesterday.
That 7 was brutal.
Forever card is the
What
3
you
of
got?
clubs. Massive double up
995 minus 80 or 180.
for Isaac
is,
Kempton, leaving Chino Rheem with just 105,000 chips.
850.
I guess I could have folded 3 on
That's right to me.
Donnie, I didn't know Pot Limit Omaha was meant to be played this aggressively in the tournament format.
Yeah, let's go.
Were you
This is the
continuing?
Parliament
Were you-
Omaha
You're
we
in
know
good
and
shape.
love,
Keep it
okay?
like that.
None of this limping, small ball crap. Get that
8-10.
out of here. Let's get the money in. As Isaac Kempton said, let's
Are you
gamble.
sure that's 8-10? Yeah, let's do that again.
7, 8, 10.
What'd you start the
5.
game with?
I started with 995. I didn't play hand.
Okay. Yeah, you made it 180 something, right?
Yeah, that's right, because you pot. I go up in 150.
Yeah, but there should be a 5 on the end. I made it 180. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it 175 or 183? It was 183, so there should be a 5 on the end.
A little over 2 million, as we can see on the screen right now.
I know he has aces.
No, what's left of my stack? Oh yeah. I started with 995 and made it.
Nice hand, Isaac.
If you're certain it was 995, I mean, maybe make sure the middle is right.
Yeah, can you make sure the middle's right? I don't want to be an asshole, but
What did he count your stack as?
my stack was 995.
So what did he just count it as?
5K less than it should have been.
5K less. So either I overpaid or I just counted it wrong when I counted yesterday, which is more likely.
Counted last night is pretty.
Yeah, the middle's right.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's good then. My bad.
I'm not paying anymore, that's for sure.
You can save 5K, Chino.
Chino Rheem,
Good
short
hand.
stack right now.
Yeah.
Just 5 big blinds. Uphill battle for him. Kempton, though, he's here to gamble. Yeah, I don't have to say what he said. That is very clear for all you pro lip readers out there.
It's just single suit I would fold. I know he's got aces. If I'm not double suited, I don't see a flop. All good.
Donnie, I thought Chino Rheem couldn't lose.
I mean, he's probably going to run it back, so I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Massive spot for all these players here. You've been here every day, Donnie, during this event. Quite a unique atmosphere to have an Omaha event of this size, this buy-in. We saw some new
Largest
names.
ever.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's kind of the higher the buy-ins are kind of weird, maybe I'll say. You know, you kind of think like, oh, the bigger the buy-in, it's just going to attract all pros. But, you know, a lot of times the bigger the buy-in, the more kind of amateur enthusiasts, hobby players come out and play.
Someone like an Aaron Katz, maybe not too familiar with the crowd that is watching right now, but Donnie, he is someone that doesn't get out of bed unless the stakes are extremely high. And,
Yeah, I believe he was playing some of the 2K, 4K over in, well, I still call it Ivy's room, but
Table 1?
Table 1. I mean, quite possibly the worst name change in the history of name changes, but yeah.
Please.
Bracelet winner, though.
Yeah, bracelet
From, like, way back in the day.
Yep. Ace King, or excuse me, Ace Jack for all 3 players. Ace King for 2 of them. Katz here with the hearts. Quite a nice spot for him potentially. If you're just tuning in, please don't forget to smash that like button here if you're catching us on YouTube. I think Brent and Len hit over 2,000 likes on yesterday's stream. Our goal is to beat them because everything is a competition in my life. So let's get the ball rolling here. This is going to be a long final table. There's just shy of 1.3 million awaiting the winner, meaning that this is going to be hotly contested all the way until the end, and we will be here for you until the end. And there it is. Heart comes in for Katz. Doesn't happen often that you see 100% next to someone's name on the turn in this game.
I mean, rare, if at all.
Action being checked around to Chidwick, who is last to act here on the button.
At 190.
Katz going for some value here. No one with anything though. Bleznick does have a straight, but with all those hearts out there, not nearly as appealing. Chidwick with the same straight. One of those cases where if Katz doesn't have hearts, Chidwick is going to have the best hand. But then the question becomes, would he bet hearts on the turn? In many cases, 3-way, he might. So Chidwick potentially thinking back of prior spots they've played in which a non-nutted hand might be the right one. Does lay it down. Omaha, invites conservative play. And Chidwick lays it down. Katz chips up a little bit.
You had to make sure before the king high flush was good, right? You want to see it get checked around to make sure?
Chino Rheem might be down on chips, but will always have good table talk and banter. There it is, Aaron Katz. I mean, they're all wearing the same shirt, so I'm going to assume here that this is the wife and kid. Awesome. Seeing Dad get some support here. As kids like that, come on, let's race down the strip on this thing. Good atmosphere here today inside the PokerGO Studio. We are live from Las Vegas. If you happen to be in town, don't hesitate. Swing on by.
This is the same one I wore 2 weeks ago.
Check it out.
Sometimes I wear others.
The other times you win the super high rollers.
Yeah.
The lucky shirt is in play for Haxton, Donnie?
Of course, it has to be. It's like Tiger wearing red on Sundays.
Covered in khaki.
Exactly right.
So had to go.
By the way, Aaron Katz's wife, Helen, and son, Sam. Supporting him here in person.
Those are the first blinds I stole in 3 days. And of course, I happened to just have the goods this one time.
Easier to steal the blinds when you have all the good cards and they don't.
I tried to steal the blinds with Ike and that kid Mick and all those other guys. They never folded a big blind in 2 days.
Charger T says, hello A-Team, how's it going? PLO action, I love it. Thanks for tuning in.
I was big blind on any of your opens.
You just raised my limits a lot. I was playing beyond, so I guess.
Sure about that? Yeah.
But
That Mickey guy was fucking crazy too. I watched some of those hands back.
I had this
He was playing like you, but he wasn't the chip lead. You know?
on the last
Yeah.
time,
He got some.
Just check raise in there.
I had him.
He got some big ones through.
you got King Jack.
Crazy shit. Some of these guys got more money than sense.
God bless Isaac Kempton. So, lucky pumpkin there for Aaron Katz. Limps in here with the Queen, 5-5. Double suited. Isaac Haxton. Still a commanding chip leader, has 2 aces on the button. Pot size 3-bet coming in from Haxton. Quick call from Katz and off to the flop we go. Eight, 6, 6, 2 spades. Haxton does have ace-high spades to go along with his pair of aces. Also has a 6 there, so Haxton flopping really, really nice here.
I know he has it.
Haxton checking behind. Deuce of spades on the turn. Haxton improving to the ace-high flush.
See?
You don't pop the flush, you're with it too. So you have a deuce too. If you have a big favor, you could easily, if you have king, 9, 10, or king, jack, 10, you have a, you know.
King 4, 5.
Still
Pot.
230.
Katz checks. Haxton goes for pot, 230K. And Katz quickly folds.
2 pair double suit.
2 pair double suited? Yeah. Bound to hit one of those one day. That is true.
Queen 5-5 from heart.
Not the board you needed.
Yeah.
Appreciate the free card. Every now and then it's going to peel off.
Feeling generous.
True. True.
We wouldn't have liked it if it did.
All 4 were live.
All 4 were live. All 4 were live.
Come and get it, boys.
I guess the 5, you wouldn't have smelled.
Short stack Chino Rheem is in the big blind on this hand.
Like any of them, I would have been in pretty big trouble.
Really? You think? A little Bodie?
$80 behind.
Chino beginning this hand with 120K. Posted the 20K big blind ante. 20K is out there for the big blind, so as you heard him say, 80K behind.
60.
Raise to 60.
Haxton's going to raise it up here. Kempton behind with the King, 10, 3, 1 suit. He's going to get out of the way and let Haxton
Carefully chosen sizing.
show this one. Haxton's in a bit of a win-win here. I mean, he can put some pressure on the short stack Rheem, possibly eliminate him, which gets it down to 6 and chips him up even further. Or, you know, it's not the worst if he ends up doubling up Rheem, because Rheem will still be extremely short. Haxton can still just continue to apply pressure to the other players, given the short stack of Rheem and the money jumps. Rheem does fold here. Haxton
That's painful.
picks it up.
All right. His will.
$80,000 left now for Chino Rheem. He's in the small blind for 10K. Katz is in there with the Jack 10, 10, 8.
I'm gonna pot all in.
Here we go. Chino Rheem is putting his money in. The 6, 6, 5 deuce. Or sorry, ace, 9, 5. I read the wrong cards there. I was like, that seems like a little bit of a play there. Bleznick's got a decent one. He's going to come in.
All right, we're going to see a showdown here at the very least. Rheem at risk. Katz going to come along as well. We're going to have action on
Leo.
the side here.
Daddy loves you no matter what.
Shout out Leo,
Talking
Chino's
to the
son.
Not someone who's here.
I could tell it was his son. I thought he might be over there.
No, he's not here. He just
King 8, 7. I mean, if you've got aces and you're all in against two
One
players, this is about as good as you can ask for on a flop.
For the rest of my life, every stream I'm on, it's gonna happen.
Rainbow flop, king high, turn, 10 of clubs. It's gonna swing things in Katz's favor, hitting a set. All of a sudden, Rheem down to maybe hitting a straight or hitting an ace. Not a good spot here. Katz bets 85K. Bleznick, open-ended.
Yeah, Katz applying a little bit of protection here to his hand. There are a lot of draws out there, so he'd rather just probably knock Bleznick out of this pot right now. Get this heads up with the at-risk Chino Rheem.
That's not good.
I mean, you're not totally dead yet, Chino, so don't worry about
my
it.
cards.
Chino at risk here is going to need some help on the river. Help doesn't come in for Chino Rheem. It does come in for Bleznick, though. He hits a straight. Third flush card comes in.
Straight.
I only know three.
face up.
Boys, I only know 3 of my cards. And it's those.
Holy shit.
Oh, sweat for a club for Chino? We can obviously see he doesn't have it, but
Damn. I wish you didn't have the graphics. Would have been a good sub. Good sweat.
Oh, that's not good.
well, he's a sweat for a club or a queen, I believe.
Good luck, boys.
All right.
Good luck, boys.
Fine with it.
GG Chino Rheem. He is the first casualty from today's final table. Takes home $152,000. In case you joined just now, earlier, Rheem ran kings into the aces of Isaac Kempton, leading to a pot worth over 2 million chips. Rheem had a flush draw, couldn't hit. And now he is on the rail, finishing in 7th place.
He won a satellite to get in, he said?
He did. Chino was one of 2 winners in the 10K satellite for this event.
All right, we are down to the final 6. Aaron Katz is our short stack. Chino Rheem is on the rail. Wow, Isaac Kempton, what a start for him. Now up to over 2 million chips, 100 big blinds for him as he is in contention for that top prize of $1.3 million. Seeing all those GGs in the chat, much love for Chino Rheem.
He fucked me in the satellite,
Always good
actually.
to see.
Chino did. He fucked me
Chino's
pretty
made quite a
bad.
comeback
Like
in recent years.
No, Chino.
Oh, the guy with the braids.
Since the World Series of Poker, there's been
I got
23
Chino back.
PGT
When
events.
it mattered.
Chino Rheem has cashed in 11 of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's won more than $1.3 million. And that doesn't include the seat he won in that 10K satellite that I just mentioned, the seat into this event. So, you know, $100,000 of value there. He also was the PGT Mixed Games 2 Series champion, which gave him a $25,000 championship bonus. So
I heard you.
Chino is on absolute fire right now. He has quickly worked his way into the top 40 of the PGT leaderboard, and that is, of course, important because the top 40 at the end of the season will qualify for the season-ending PGT Championship $1 million free roll. I expect we'll see plenty of Chino at the upcoming PGT PLO series that starts tomorrow.
Haxton with one of those hands that could really bust those big pairs wide open, and case happens to be exactly that. Crivello with kings.
Yeah, and a good spot too, stack-wise, where it's up against Crivello, who's doesn't have the biggest of stacks. So
Quick check on the flop here. Crivello, of course, as you can see, 90% to win this hand.
I'm the short guy now. 575.
125.
Crivello shows it.
Keeping Haxton honest here.
Haxton nowhere near that board.
Crivello, healthcare executive from San Diego, California, founder of Crivello Capital. Won bracelet back in 2020 and had a deep run
Chino asked me
in
if
the
we
main
should have
event
folded
back in
pre-flop there.
2017.
He said to me, he goes,
He's got strong facial hair.
I knew he had aces. I said, you have kings. I mean, he said he knew you had aces.
If he hit a king, I mean, it would have could have hit a king. And he got it in good on the flop.
It's tough to fold double suited kings. I mean, one suit he would have folded for sure.
I just learned
He
from
played
Isaac
so
Kempton
great
that
this whole tournament. I played with him
if you
most
have
of it.
kings,
I mean,
you can hit a king.
I told him his edge was so
Well,
big
yeah.
post flop.
It's huge.
Especially important if
played
you know the
such
other
great
person
poker.
has aces.
I think he just wanted to loosen up a bit now that the bubble burst, and he just wants to try and build a
Dude,
stack.
I'm telling you, he's Chino. It's hard to get his chips. He'll fight.
Yeah.
Players, of course, now comfortable. Six-handed, all in the money. The
It's
bubble
probably
last
like,
night, though.
all right, well,
Isaac
now
Haxton
that I'm
just
guaranteed
completely
money,
tearing it
I
up.
want to try to play for the win. Now that he has 150 payoff.
Of course. I mean, it was a very similar spot to what we
Listen,
saw in
he
Super High
plays
Roller
for
Bowl
the-
8, where he just had all the chips and was just able to do whatever he wanted and really
He doesn't care as much about
handcuff
like,
his
whatever.
opponents while simultaneously really increasing his stack and putting himself in a great position entering the final day, which is exactly what we saw here. It's it's like deja vu. This is a really good hand here for Mr. Chidwick. I just, when I see the four color, the red and the green, I just think Christmas. And I'm like, we're already doing Christmas stuff? I went to the grocery store yesterday. They already had all this Christmas stuff out. I'm like, here we go.
Yeah, it is true.
Halloween hasn't even hit.
Yeah.
We haven't even done Thanksgiving. My daughter's posing next to a Santa telling me she wants me to buy the damn thing. I'm like,
of course.
here we go.
Yeah, here I am doing commentary dressed up as Edward Scissorhands, but I should have just gone for the old Santa Claus look. Chidwick 3-betting out of position. Crivello considering it, but tosses it into the muck. That solo suited ace.
You want to go?
By the way, 159 likes on the video so far. I will ask politely and kindly, Please hit the like button. Make sure that
Chino
we
play No Limit the same way?
spread the word on this
played
live stream as we
as
look at
much No
Steven
Limit.
Chidwick's bio sheet.
I'm
Let's
not
get up to
sure.
500 likes here right off the
I
bat.
only played him.
The more likes we get, the more the word spreads.
That's, like, very different.
The heads
on
up
this
event,
stream.
I actually watched that. He played incredible.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that's just
Doing great.
He's a read player.
He can play mixed games too, apparently.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing that light blue thing.
By the way, shout out to Jason Zambricki. He gifted 1 PokerGo membership,
Maybe later.
which was
Put it here.
redeemed by James Shaw. Shout out James Shaw. Thank you
Okay,
so
thank
much
you.
for tuning in. And just so everyone knows, if you become a
you ain't
member
gonna wear it?
of our YouTube community, I think it's $2.99 a month.
He took
You
it.
get access to Season 2 of High Stakes Poker, some throwback action, all of Season 1 of Poker After Dark, and we've also uploaded WSFP 2003 and 2004 for our members on YouTube. We're looking to expand our offering, so if you have any suggestions for what we should put onto our YouTube membership page,
Big one.
please hit us up.
The king?
88510 Padugi.
There weren't 2 spades in there.
Oh, that might have been. Might have been. I don't know if that would get the big classification.
Either way, pretty big hand.
Yeah, huge.
Do I got more than
The
you,
whole
Isaac,
middle
or
of the
no?
board just
Yeah.
He's not folded
all
into any
over.
opens. I almost opened with a hand that interacted heavily with yours.
Sitting with the
We
short
could've-
stack for
that
2
could've
straight
been
days. This is a very hard way to
For
play.
one of us.
Hey, I'm just folding.
Katz with kings, Crivello with 10s. Of course, Donnie, this game plays so differently, even though we see the big blinds, the stacks, aren't overly deep, especially if you're in the bottom 3 here. But still, not a lot of incentive to blow up these pots before the flop.
Yeah, I mean, Katz is also in a position where if he starts opening there on the button, also from the cutoff, he's going to have to deal with the chip leader Isaac Haxton to his direct left, who can
Chino's like the biggest fan.
really make life difficult for him. So,
thinks you're the best.
oftentimes you'll see
He literally thinks you're
Hollow
the
and Omaha players
We did
play
it
a
last
limping
night,
strategy, trying to keep pots a little bit smaller, not go too crazy.
50,000.
Kempton here. That's 50,000 after Haxton checked the 5-4 deuce flop. Katz makes the call. Haxton out of the way. Ace
You're like
on the
400
turn.
behind. Thanks.
Kempton now with the wheel. Also probably good for him to have 2 3s in his hand, blocking the chance that his opponent could have a wheel or the 6-3 for a higher straight.
Brent Hanks coined him the Nightcrawler.
everything.
Isaac Kempton. Isaac Kempton, definitely a character, and I love having him on these Final Table streams. He already started
Gotten
out with
kings
a
like 400
few
times
good
this
quotes.
Good. Just never hit it.
Always love to see the wide range of characters this game attracts. Let us know in the chat, who are you rooting for? I honestly, I'm on Team Kempton.
I mean, how can you not love the guy?
Yep.
Right? He's also chasing a spot in the top 40 of the leaderboard. He needs 2nd place or better here, and he will move into the top 40. No matter what happens today, Isaac Haxton is going to be the new leader atop the PGT leaderboard, overtaking Daniel Weinman.
Wow, finally, huh?
Yeah, finally. He had some recent success, of course. Super High Roller Bowl 8. He was the winner there, his 2nd Super High Roller Bowl ring. Came into this event only 3 points behind Daniel Weinman. Steven Chidwick's not that far off. He's in 4th place on the leaderboard, but the gap and the points that Haxton is going to be guaranteed so far won't allow Chidwick to overtake Haxton, but Chidwick could move up further on that leaderboard. Chidwick, of course, the PGT leaderboard winner from a year ago.
He took a different strategy today.
Daniel Wyman, by the way, loves mixed games, loves PLO. Haven't seen him yet. What's the latest you've heard?
I think I saw some stuff on Instagram that he was traveling around Europe.
Wow.
Putting that $12.1 million to use.
When do you leave?
Sunday.
I think there's maybe a good shot we see him for the PLO series, but we'll see.
You still owe me that buy-in.
Top set, yeah, good flop here for Chidwick.
I'll figure it out later.
80.6. When did we add decimals?
These chips look so small.
Like today?
I guess PLO calls for it.
Because we've been playing with
I mean,
these.
it's pretty exact, huh?
Yeah, the super rollable chips
They're
are
so
huge.
smooth.
There must be one card that
These are
decides
like
that.
Baccarat chips.
It's got to be because Crivello doesn't have 0%. You can't round it up to 1, so. I mean, he just $27,500 there for, or $7,500 there
Just
for
some cash in play
for
right now.
Bleznick.
Kempton whiffs the turn, now officially drawing dead. Pot limit Omaha, not much of a free card type game. There's always trouble lurking, but of course the fact that Chidwick has the king of clubs in his hand makes him perhaps a little bit less scared of a flush draw.
Well, he's also got a full house.
That helps too, yeah. Yeah, last I checked, full houses do beat flushes. What do I know?
Chidwick did check behind there on the turn, trying to let Kempton catch up a little bit. We can obviously see that Kempton hasn't, but, you know, depending on this bet size, maybe he does decide to call Chidwick. Whoever this sweatshirt company is that Chidwick wears, he has like one of every color.
Yep.
He said his wife basically just bought one of every color for him. They need to get on the phone and get a sponsorship deal. I mean, that's all he wears.
And also he's at every final table, so he would get plenty of exposure. Chidwick bets 140K. Kempton left with just that pair of aces. Donnie, is he, considering calling here because the flush draw did miss? He doesn't have any clubs himself.
Yeah, I mean, that could certainly be a reason to call here. Well done, Mr. Kempton. Disciplined. Maybe a little bit of a smaller bet gets called, but nonetheless, Chidwick's pulling in that pot.
Shout out to everyone in the chat with us right now. Also, much love to people on Twitch. Pluto TV, shout out Pluto. Everyone who's watching on Pluto, please hit us up. Give us a...
Can they like the video on Pluto? Is that a thing?
I was just going to say, if you're watching on Pluto TV or Sumo...
Send us a screenshot or something.
Or Freevee or Fubo TV or Sling TV or Local Now or Sports Tribal or Plex. Just send us a tweet. Twitter.com/PokerGo. Let us know that you're tuned in. By the way, we have David Tuckman and Alex Livingston. May or may not, a little bit of flatuation. I'm not sure what the latest rumors are, but they are doing live commentary on PokerGo.com. And they're also on YouTube TV and YouTube Primetime. So yeah, we are everywhere. We're spreading the good gospel of Pot Limit Omaha, Donnie. Joe Ingram will be proud.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much Pot Limit Omaha go for the next 2 weeks.
PL Go.
PLO go.
PLO Go. Yeah, I like that. We should rebrand.
Because we got this, and then coming up for the PGT PLO series, we plan to stream, I don't know, 6 events or something like that. I don't really know exactly. All I know is that we spent a whole heck of a lot of time and money renovating part of the studio. It looks incredible.
It does. It does.
And that, we're going to be having a whole bunch of additional stuff coming from that room. Can't wait.
Yeah, starting on Friday.
Yeah, let's go.
First live stream on Friday. Then we got
More PLO, baby.
I think we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Then 2 days off.
The breaking.
And then we go again for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I believe. So there you go. If you are a fan of Pot Limit Omaha,
You can't find a ship that likes sports.
you might as well just subscribe right now to our YouTube channel. By the way, I haven't even asked for it once, but subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Daily highlights, and of course, tons of live streaming. And, as Donnie said,
I was looking
lots
forward
of
to flipping through it
PLO
all
Go
again.
happening.
With all the short stacks still in.
I'm a huge fan of this music, and also a huge fan of the Stormex final table chip counts here. Isaac Haxton, seemingly not doing anything so far today. However, sitting on 214 big blinds. He might as well go out for lunch and come back a few hours later because no one can even get near him at this very moment. If you're just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. Don't forget to like this video. We'll be here with you all day until we crown a winner in this event. If you're in Las Vegas, feel free to hop on over. Aaron Katz is here with his wife and young son. Saw them walking into the studio to watch
Could use that pot.
Daddy play. Donnie, what's the action in the background that we're seeing? I'm seeing some people play.
Satellite. I think it's an $1,100 satellite for one of the PGT PLO series events. I think there's 3 or 4 tables out there running right now.
As long as you don't bust.
Yesterday there was a $560 satellite. I believe it gave away 3 or 4 seats to one of the 5Ks for the upcoming PLO series. So satellites are going strong. To this event, we had that 10K satellite gave away 2 seats. Chino Rheem, as we talked about, was one winner. AP Lou Garza was the other winner. So it's good to see us give away 2 seats in that one. So yeah, if you don't have buy-ins for the big PGT stuff, I get it. Remko and I are in the same boat, but maybe you can scrounge together a couple $100, $1,000. You know, get in one of those satellites.
After each level, you draw for the button?
No,
I remember when I was, first coming on as a player myself. We're talking like 15 years ago. There was lots of friends of mine that only played satellites. Yeah, it was a big thing. You're a satellite player.
Pot.
Bet 180.
Donovan Cole says, this is almost as cool as sports cards. Donnie, Jared Bleznick here involved in a hand against Chidwick. What are the odds we're going to get a sports cards reference today on the stream?
100%. 100%. I mean, let's make no mistake about it also. Bleznick, one of the best PLO players in the world, by far. I mean, this pot seems incredibly large for what's going on between these hands. I'm like trying to figure out what's happening. I'm like, wait, he's got a pair of 6s. The other guy has nothing. And the pot's more than $500,000.
It's just a pair of 5s.
Or a pair of 5s, sorry, yeah.
Just a pair of 5s for Bleznick here. I'm staring at the cards, trying to think, who's the idiot, me or them? Well, it's me always, but funny to see that Chidwick had basically,
Wait, he's
half
going
the
to
deck.
come with it again? Look at this.
Wow, Bleznick continues firing.
The 375.
What a whiff here by Chidwick. Look at the outs that he had on the turn.
Starting early, boys.
It's thin.
Bleznick, show that one.
Huh? That's the best hand?
Thin.
You might have had the best hand, yeah.
10 high.
Thin value bet there, of course.
The Blez is working his magic.
For 20 years, I've been making the nuts.
People keep folding. They never learn.
For 20 years, I've been making the nuts. That hand was for Ryan B. Love you, Ryan.
Is this a recent thing, Donnie, where players give shout-outs to people watching at home? I've seen it a lot more lately.
I mean, they should do it more often. They should also incorporate sponsors if they have that.
Oh my God.
You know, hey, I'm going to be on this stream. You want to pay me $5K? I'll drop your name 5 times.
I mean, that's straight out of the Phil Hellmuth book of recipes.
Or maybe he was floating. I thought he was
Could have
floating.
just been a flush draw.
He was hoping you checked the river.
We should get sponsors.
Well, we should. You sponsor me. I'll every other word. McDonald's, let me know.
Has to be a decent
I'll eat
number
Big
of
Macs,
showdowns.
chicken nuggets, whatever you want.
There.
I was thinking more like
Hold'em, man.
get my local coffee shop to
cholesterol.
sponsor.
Yeah, sure, but
get
I
you in
mean, you
trouble.
know, I'm trying to go for like the
Yeah,
$1
you
million deal.
Home run Donnie over here.
Mostly avoided having anything.
I mean,
that
we
good.
definitely should have a coffee sponsor. It seems silly that we don't.
Nice, clean.
Not only us, but literally everyone that works on this thing drinks coffee nonstop all the time. The ARIA staff drinks coffee. Everyone drinks coffee, you know? The official coffee of the PokerGO Tour, of PokerGo.
Exactly. Well, if you are a coffee brand and you're watching, hit us up. Meanwhile, Crivello with aces.
60.
Makes a full house.
Steven Chidwick was just drinking a coffee. I mean, you know.
Do you have a first event already?
Crivello faced with a bet.
It's satellite.
It's another valley.
You have 7?
No.
Okay. I have aces.
Okay. Aces are good.
It's cool that they have the satellites in there.
That was good.
Oh, what?
How like it's good that they have the satellites in there.
Yeah.
Gives
I like
people
that.
the experience of like playing in the studio, especially like around like a final tables. Like,
was good, right?
I would
That's
have
right,
thought
Stevie.
could be good.
You would have bet Miami's over.
What'd you have?
Nines.
How much did we pay for that?
Not enough. Not enough. I just
Stevie,
Good hand.
speaking of satellites, the satellite king,
right.
the OG.
The OG. Stevie 444.
Used to grind those step satellites. Was it on Poker Stars? Just
Yeah.
running up to the
Not as
WSOP
fun.
main event buy-ins all the time.
Step 7. Bust those soon. The D-Rye. A friend of mine ran into Danny
Good hand.
Ryan in Las Vegas last week.
Everybody gets aces.
Wow.
That's a name I hadn't heard in a while.
Yeah.
Looks like it's your turn to have the aces.
For those just tuning in, we are live October 18th, 2023. It's hot in Las Vegas for October, but
You haven't
Sort of
folded one big
fitting.
blind in 3 days.
when you look at the action here today,
Hold on today.
That can't be true.
1.3 million on the line. The largest pot limit Omaha high roller event in history. First of its kind, 100K buy-in.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say we see 100K at the WSOP next year.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think the timing's right, too. I mean, the pot limit Omaha events at this past World Series of Poker were gangbusters. I mean, they were out of control. So, if the Omaha players want to come out and gamble big, give them more things to gamble big on.
I mean, we saw some names today that, or this week, that I haven't seen in such a long time.
Yeah.
Florian Langman being the biggest outlier.
I have no shot.
Used to be a regular
Hello.
on the
No, 10
EPT.
big blinds. 12 big blinds. Yeah. You're playing great. I'm not even able to play.
You can't be behind it.
Well, I would have called if you bet.
4, 6, 9, 2
Aces
diamonds
check twice.
on this
I wouldn't
flop. No
check
diamonds to
twice.
go around. Small pot here after Chidwick limped the button. Donnie, interesting to look for some trends here today at this final table. Chidwick with the button limp,
Okay.
trying to perhaps keep these pots a
Trying
little
my
bit
best.
smaller. Easier to play a defensive style in pot limit Omaha than it is in no limit hold'em.
Yeah, and Chidwick, you know, he's
Easy
got
for you
the
to say, you have chips to play.
unfortunate position of his button is chip leader Isaac Haxton's big blind. So, you know, as we kind of talked about a little bit earlier, he's just not going to want to have to face that added aggression Haxton can really put on him, especially given Chidwick's stack. You know, he's in the middle territory. Katz is pretty short. Crivello is also behind him, so you know Chidwick doesn't really want to do anything too crazy just yet. So that defensive, more conservative strategy, I think, works here against Haxton specifically.
Still just 70K in the middle here. Gives me time to look at the chat. Let's see what's going on here. If you guys have any questions for us, please send them into the chat. Also, don't forget to let us know where you're watching from.
King 4.
Chidwick here is going to take down a small one with pocket kings.
Wow. Calm, Ike.
Calm.
Very calm today.
A huge hand on the turn, too.
Oh, sure.
Turn. Nut gut shot.
Wow. There you go.
Lots of talk of sports cars in the chat, Donnie. I think that Jared Bleznick brought all his friends and fans
Good.
to the stream today.
Let's go.
Again, we're seeing some limping here. And look at this, Donnie. Bleznick just gives up the bad kings. Doesn't even want to see a flop.
What's the most fun you've had playing poker?
Uh-huh.
What's the most fun you've had playing poker? I give you a good
Main event.
run it back, like a week of your career. Main event?
Main event.
You final table? What's your
I got
deepest?
16.
16th?
I got, that not even close. That was my best one. Main event, like getting like to the end of it.
Super fun, yeah.
What's your best finish in that tournament?
70th or something?
Yeah, so you know like kind of what it.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It's very tiring, but super fun.
What?
It's very tiring.
Oh, dude, I was so exhausted. But
Yeah.
it's fun when the ESP and the cameras are there and
Mm-hmm.
I got 16 that year.
16th is a good one.
Punt.
I got so screwed.
No real action until we hit the turn here. Crivello betting 50K and Katz just quickly bumping it up to 250. Katz with Broadway in the nut flush draw. Crivello knows better. Lets it go.
Based on what I had, I think
I had the low end straight and the flush draw.
Here's a look at Katz's bio sheet. High stakes cash game player. You can find him in the mixed games.
Shit close. I should have checked.
If you're new to Pot Limit Omaha, you have to use 2 cards from your hand, minimum and maximum. So always using 2. Chidwick here with the double suited ace jack 7-3. Double suited cards, of course, always something you're looking for in this game, ideally, with an ace in there.
50.
Kat's gonna come along here with a weird 3-card hand. The last card, I would assume, I would have guessed would be the ace of hearts, but Chidwick has the ace of hearts, so kind of left guessing here what that 4th card is. As we see King Deuce 7 roll off the deck. Chidwick with the nut flush draw. Pairs of 7.
Seems like a bit of an ambitious call pre-flop. I mean, I don't think it really matters what Katz's other card is, just being so short. I mean, even if you just have 2 naked queens, I mean, is that really that good?
Ace of spades, maybe. Ace of diamonds. Does let it go quickly, and Katz gets shorter, sitting on just 19 big blinds.
Was the ace of spades there?
There you go. I'm a professional, Donnie. What can I say? Here's a look at that beautiful cash and that super high roller bowl ring. First of its kind. Pot limit Omaha. Donnie, why is there not a super high roller bowl 7-card stud? Super high roller bowl deuce to 7 triple draw.
There have been some very, very brief discussions of super high roller bowl mixed games.
Oh, thank you.
Very, you know, introductory, initial.
I know.
Almost in your hand.
It's been floated.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see it. Yeah.
I don't know if it'll ever actually become a thing, but I'm just saying it's out there in the ether.
So, if we are sort of doing this hypothetically, right? The Hold'em event is a 300K buy-in. The PLO event is a 100K buy-in. Could we run individual super high roller bowl events where the buy-in's 50K, or you know, are there certain games where it needs to be 25K? How do you look at this?
I would just do one event.
Or like one 8-game
like
event.
10-game championship or something like that.
So you wouldn't do a 7-card stud 50K?
I mean,
How many players
we
would
might
that get?
struggle to get 7 players.
I mean, Jeff Lissandro,
Ivy.
Aaron Katz.
Does he play stud? I mean,
Of course,
I feel like
mixed,
he has
mixed
to,
game.
right?
I feel like Chidwick would show up for that. Alan Kessler. Sell some pieces.
No shot Alan Kessler plays.
Look at this. Bleznick flopping a flush. 10 high. Only worried about the jack and the queen here. Katz has the queen. Katz might try to use this queen in his favor. Ooh, there's the jack. Great card for Bleznick. He's now only beat by the queen. Of course, Katz does not have a flush because you need 2 diamonds in your hand, just in case you are new to this wonderful game.
But that jack of clubs also lets Katz know that if Bleznick did flop a flush, it wasn't a jack high flush, so his flush would be lower. So maybe he could leverage that queen of clubs further and really push Bleznick off of a hand. Which I'm guessing is what he's doing because he did bet the turn here for 100K. Bleznick is coming along.
Jack pairs on the river. Bleznick's hand still best. Of course, he's more than happy
We
to
don't
go
bluff
short.
it. No, I can't. Check.
You were right, Donnie. Katz was going to bluff it, but of course the board paired.
You gonna call
making it
again?
a bit harder.
Gonna be tricky. I know. That card saved river. That card ruined my entire game, probably. Now I have nothing. I set that up for another bet.
I mean, you save money.
Yeah, you're gonna call. I'm saying. Yeah. You have a second note.
Just 10 big blinds
That's
left
it.
for Aaron Katz.
I've had queens and kings like 5 times today. This is the limit on all of them.
Here's a look at GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to gtowizard.com/pokergo. Got a special offer going there on the website. This is the only way Donnie has any clue what he's talking about by constantly spending time here, studying the numbers, running the sims, and learning more about how to play certain spots. If you want to get to Donnie's level, or maybe a little bit better, check it out right now.
Won't take you that long. Maybe like a week on GTO.
How many hours a week do you spend looking at the spreadsheets? At the sims?
5 to 10. I try and do about an hour.
That's good.
Hour to 2 hours every night. It's definitely harder now with 2 kids, but you know, trying to make do.
Is your daughter subscribed to GTO Wizard yet?
No, but she thinks going on the computer is playing poker.
Yeah, poker's ready.
So like if I'm on my computer just like doing work, she'll be like, "Oh, Dad's playing poker."
Yeah.
Because she knows that sometimes I'll go into my office and I'll
done.
be playing online poker, and that's what she thinks. And then she'll come and she'll be like, "I want to play poker," or she has this little fake computer thing, toy that she like. And then she'll open it up, and my wife will be like, "What are you doing?" She'll be like, "I'm playing poker."
Start him young.
Yeah, start them young. She can stack chips though. She loves stacking chips.
Stack them
What?
to the top.
So,
so
deuce
hard
of
to do it
diamonds
here.
and
If I do it this way, it's gonna show here.
Yeah.
It's like really hard.
I actually saw it like in between your fingers.
That's crazy. Oh, in between?
Yeah, it was like that. But
The deuce of diamonds?
deuce of diamonds dead, yeah.
Deuce of diamonds exposed. Players just informing each other. Little blind battle here between Bleznick and Chidwick.
Heads up.
Second 6 hits on the turn, bringing the second flush draw out there. Bleznick with 2 clubs in his hand.
$40,000.
As you can see, Chidwick with the best of it right now. Definitely a scary looking board.
Seconds. Call.
Chidwick comes along for 40K. We're going to see a river card. 10 of clubs completes the board. Bleznick hits the nut flush. It is on a paired board, but he's going to feel pretty good about this one.
What's in the pot?
140.
$140 in the middle.
At 140.
Bleznick bets pot. Chidwick does have that queen of clubs, perhaps thinking that maybe there's a chance that Bleznick is bluffing at it. Does make the call. There it is. Bleznick throws him in his face almost. Shows off the nut flush.
Gives him a little look.
Yeah, it looks as though he wants to say something to him.
Draw for hands.
Limping. Limping worked. Limping. I'm not going to raise ever again.
Ever since Isaac Kempton doubled through Chino Rheem, haven't seen him enter a single pot. Still sitting on up or over 2 million chips. Isaac Haxton still over 4 million chips. If you're just tuning in or if you've just been hanging out, we'd much appreciate if you smash that like button. Let's get us to 500 likes here in the early goings of this final table. There's lots of money on the line today as we are down to the final 6, all guaranteed $228,000. The winner will take home just shy of $1.3 million and that super high rollerball ring. If you're new to PokerGO, please subscribe, follow, do all that good stuff. We have, I think we have 8 or 9 Pot Limit Omaha final table live streams coming up later this
90
week,
total.
starting on Friday. The PGT PLO series. Buy-ins starting at $5,000. If you want to get involved, they're open for everyone.
Call.
Call.
Aces for Katz here. All in
I love you either way.
and at risk.
I'm rooting for you.
I like your
Bleznick
hand.
with ace 10, 5-3 double suited.
What'd you have?
Queens.
Queens?
Katz at risk with the best hand. Not a care in the world for
do
Bleznick
I
here,
owe?
who has 2.6 million left behind.
195 of them.
All right, here comes the flop. Queen, 9, 8,
It's a good
2
flop for
clubs. Great flop here for Katz. He's got the clubs himself. Bleznick down here just 6%.
Should be hard to lose from here, right?
Man, I wish you hadn't said that.
What?
Good thing to say.
I said it should be.
Fucking king of hearts on the turn every time. Okay,
Deuce
now.
of spades
No,
on the
Wow,
turn.
I'm dead on the turn. Drawing
And,
dead to one pair. On
As
the turn.
Isaac Haxton
Drawn.
pointed out correctly,
That's a risky thing to say when you
Bleznick
have
dead on the
95%.
turn.
Yeah.
Katz received a double up. Much needed because he's still the short stack with only 22 big
Fair
blinds.
enough. That's it.
Thanks for the root, Isaac.
You actually saved your money there. 'Cause if you fold, he calls. He probably checks the flop. I bluff. And he wakes up with a monster.
I don't think you should have folded.
He beats you, Katz. Katz, he beat-
I said I made a good play, not fold.
Yeah, I think it would have
Typically,
been
I should
a
get
bad
it in
fold.
with that hand. You know. It's a gamble, right?
Maybe without the suit, you could think about it. But
Aces, baby.
First time I had
you
it.
flop clubs, too.
Yeah, and a gut shot.
What do you think my equity was on the flop there? I'm going to guess. I'm going to say I was 6%.
No, less.
I'm going to say 6%.
no, I mean just the backdoor flush draw alone
Oh,
is 5.
Oh, yeah, he had backdoor hearts.
Yeah, but
be like
you
eight,
have, I'm going to say I was 6% on the flop. That's my guess.
I got to be closer to 8. You've got all the running 2 pairs plus you have a straight draw.
Well, he has. Yeah, but he has clubs though.
This is above my pay grade.
Yeah, true.
It's mine too. I think I'm 6% on the flop.
Two
Mike.
pairs with the 10 no good, right? You had the.
He had
you
a 10.
Oh yeah, the 10's no good. Yeah.
I think I'm 6%,
That could be right.
and I'm.
It's nice to have them dead on the turn with one pair.
10 seconds.
That's hard to do.
Call.
I see what I did, Steven. I did this when I looked.
Yeah.
Backline, they spread the fingers.
Check.
It's really hard on this table.
Please.
Yeah, it is really hard.
You're
Not to
low
mention
the
it's high,
table.
too. It's like I'm
Yeah.
sitting on this.
Everything's low and the rail's really high, so you have to feel.
And I feel like we're very this way, and they're not using that seat. Truthfully, I don't know why they wouldn't put 2 chairs there and 2
better
here.
for camera angles.
For player standpoint, I think.
Yeah.
it'd be-
Man, fuck the players.
I mean, we'll only pay 100,000.
We're on TV here, man. Fuck the players. We're only playing for $1 million too. Who cares about us?
There's 6 of us and there's hundreds of thousands of them.
There you go. Well, hundreds of thousands. I don't know about that.
430.
Maybe if we had Daniel.
Bluff.
Huh?
Bluff.
What did I say? Golden.
Last time.
Thank you, Run Good Life, for the $10 donation. Very much appreciated.
But I keep the bet position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For just
We just stay in the same positions now. I'm pretty
tuning
sure
in,
it says final table.
please let us know where you're watching
No need
from.
to redraw or anything.
Yeah, no redraws.
Shout out to Faux Daddy on Twitch. Mixing it up in the chat.
I'm kind of glad I lost that pot to you. I'm not even kidding.
Feel free to lose a few more, buddy.
I want you to be here. And
I want to be here too. I've been the shortest stack for 2 days. Kind of sucks. Get some chips.
break. Decent queens or what?
I just said, no, they're shit queens. It was like queen like
Jack,
5-6.
9, 10. For
Not double
Chidwick, very appealing looking hand. Katz comes along with the queens. Haxton with a bunch of rubbish. Trying to decide if the price is right.
Here's 200,000.
The price is right, and Kempton, within a second, announces a pot raise. Donnie, if you announce a pot raise in this scenario, do you always have aces? Because that's what it feels like to me.
Not always. I mean, what if you have a king, queen, jack, 10 double suited, you know, something like that?
Something very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're obviously extremely strong here in this situation, but
Kempton making it 100K. Chidwick lets it go. Katz sitting on 410K. Perhaps deciding whether this is the hand to tangle with. Donnie, if that 4 was a heart, how much stronger does that make his hand?
I mean, it certainly makes it more appealing. He's still in there, though. Earlier he said, you know, one of these times I'm going to hit one of these. Is this the time?
10, 8, 6 rainbow flop. Kempton still in the lead.
At 260.
Look at this.
I had a flop one time.
Katz again pointing out, Donnie, that if only he could hit a flop one time.
You would have smashed that, Stevie?
All over it.
Oh, I love it.
All over it.
I love when that happens. You're like, oh,
I
maybe
still
he'll
would've
bust.
been really sad.
Maybe.
How long's the break?
Probably did the right thing.
He's like, oh, I guess I'll side forward. Double suited, run down, fuck it. Side forward.
All right, final table action still underway with 6 players in contention for that $1.3 million payout. Here's a look at the final table chip counts presented by StormX. Isaac Haxton still on top. No longer sitting on 200 big blinds, now only 167 big blinds. You know, things aren't going too well for Isaac Haxton. I kid, of course. Still.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
And he was like, Dasani.
Oh, I can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
I might be able to do it also.
I
yeah.
don't aces in a flush draw?
No flush draw. I had aces.
Okay.
You had what?
What do you
Did you have that, Jared?
I had ace. I had 2 pair, not diamond.
And 5
That's not good
Wow.
for me, buddy.
We are
Not terrible for you, what do you mean?
You're flip.
big pot right away. Whoever wins this is going to
five
fold.
guys?
Sorry, I was following the delay on this because it felt to me like Slip yesterday was behind. Oh. So I'm wondering if there's a time code issue somewhere. Or if the dream catcher is...
Like you mean that the break is, or the slip is shorter than...
Yesterday, it like we hit air just when I'm like ready. I'm trying to give Brent and a countdown. I was like, all right, going hot. And then it was another like 10 seconds before
Oh, really?
it dropped. And I thought it was my clock at first, but I don't think it is. So I think there's something funny going on. And I'm guessing it's with the dream catcher. Hey, Drew? Drew? Hey, sorry. Do you have a second? Yeah. I need to look into it further, but I think Dreamcatcher might be lagging by like 10 seconds. Yesterday, when I went to go live here, I was like, all right, we're going live in 5, 4, 3, going hot. And then it was another like 10, 15 seconds before program dropped.
Shit,
and
I
I
can't
thought it
change
was,
it now.
Yeah, I thought it was my clock at first, but then I don't think it was. And now, and I don't know if this was the case yesterday, I didn't look at all, but Remko pointed out that stats is like 10, 15 seconds ahead.
8, I think.
So,
Well, I mean,
we're starting at normal time over there.
Right, and I double checked that clock with the clock that I'm using here, and it looked good.
I don't understand. Like, how can Dreamcatcher be off if I'm setting it to the correct time and it's hitting Boris's log and everywhere else perfectly?
It's been throwing out little things, and this may be a new little thing. I don't know. I need to look at it, test it further, but I'm just saying it may be an issue. So I will continue to monitor. I'll try and I'll come in there.
Because yeah, like if Slip had been late by 10 seconds, Naylor, Pat, and Boris would have flipped out.
We're back in 7 minutes. I think it's Aiden's fault.
Yeah, it's probably my fault.
Well, I just don't want to say it out loud.
No, it's all implied, no matter what.
I mean, I don't have control over fucking stats.
Well, I mean, so if Stats was off by 10 seconds, then Tuckman would be complaining.
Maybe. I mean, that's enough that I wouldn't, like... No, I don't think most people would complain. But I don't know. Maybe he would.
Also, like, is the clock on Stats 33:10? Is that 43 minutes behind right now?
Well...
You got to go by the time code in the studio.
You're
so
at 40...
17, 18, 19, 20... Okay, this is right on.
Right, but I don't think I don't think there's an issue with that clock. It's 43 right now?
43 minutes.
Okay, yeah, it's maybe a second difference here, which is not bad. Maybe two. But yeah, I don't think it's that clock. That's what I'm saying. Is if it's anything, it's the Dreamcatcher, because that I did a very rough one where like I made sure this clock matched my phone, and then I went in there and looked at the phone and the clock.
I will open up Dreamcatcher in my chair, and I will compare its time code to real time code.
Well, yeah, I mean we can look at that, but that may not be a definitive answer. If it,
put ice in my drink first.
I mean, it could show us that it's definitely the answer.
Stats are definitely ahead because it said Chidwick checked and the action wasn't even on him yet.
Yeah, definitely. What time?
22. Everything sorted?
No.
No? I don't understand.
I'm supposed to have it today or tomorrow per Maury. Did you invoice stuff for Poker Masters?
Yep.
Oh, you did?
The
full streams?
The two full streams we did. Was it 2 or 3?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think those. I did those 2, and the Super High Rollerball.
We did 3 days Super High Roll, right?
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Doing that.
Yeah. And Maury already approved it. Like I sent it to him. He said,
yeah, that's Justin.
what? spend that money. This lady seems good though. Good luck. Have fun. All right. At least have.
We got your whatever save the date the other day.
Oh yeah, yeah.
September 7th.
Yep.
Dude, that other room looks sweet.
Yeah, I just saw it for the first time when I walked in.
It looks so good. Hopefully everything works.
Yeah.
Brenna's leaving?
Quitting?
Is Brenna leaving?
I don't know.
He's sending it out to gaming right now. He's going to send me and Ryan an email saying that it's good. When we get it, I'll forward it to you just so you can feel better about it. And then I just wanted to show this. Yeah. Yep, it went well. So I think it's good.
What's up, champ? Yeah. Aiden! That's close enough for me. They're already dropping this.
Yeah, Mickey got incredibly unlucky.
And I really like this limp from Aaron Katz. I don't think he should be raising into Ike, who's the big stack. When Chino Rheem's this short and there's a pay jump looming, he needs to play his hand. Very strong hand, but.
Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio. It is time for the continuation of the Super High Rollerball Pot Limit Omaha final table. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. David Tuckman and Alex Livingston are on the call on PokerGo.com. We're with you here on YouTube. We're here on Twitch. We're live on Pluto TV, on Sumo, on Freevee, on Fubo TV, on Sling TV, on Local Now, Sports Tribal, and Plex. There you go. Bringing people together all over the world. 38 entries, 6 remaining. Just shy of 1.3 million for first. Average stack just shy of 2 million. And Aaron Katz is still a short stack with right around 13 big blinds. All right, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you're enjoying the coverage as we look at final level chip leader Isaac Haxton. 4.2 million chips for him. I mean, he's going to run away with it. Of course, we all know that. This guy's seemingly unstoppable. He's wearing his lucky t-shirt. Seemingly nothing we can really do about Isaac Haxton's dominance inside this beautiful building. All right, here's a look at what we are playing for, presented by Volato. Go to www.flyvolato.com for information. Fly private. Why not? All right, level 13, 15K, 25K with a 25K big blind ante. This game is far from over, but it's going to be interesting to see if Katz is able to make a comeback here in the second hour of play here at today's final table. Donnie, what are your impressions so far, having observed these guys for the last 90 minutes?
I think everything's kind of like I expected it to play out. You know, Haxton's kind of in the driver's seat, but he's not getting too out of line. You know, he's just really nicely controlling things. You got the short stacks that are trying to find something to get some more chips. It didn't work out for Chino Rheem. Now it's really on Aaron Katz to make something happen. And then you have, you know, the selective play from Jared Bleznick, Isaac Kempton, and Steven Chidwick, because they're kind of in that weird middle ground where they're very healthy on chips, not as healthy as Isaac Haxton, but healthy enough that they don't want to put themselves into any sort of really, you know, jeopardizing spot in terms of what they can do money-wise and move up. You know, I think those players, all of them, I know there's those three and there's Haxton, but those three players, Bleznick, Chidwick, and Kempton, are really looking to make the top three.
Yeah, I'm seeing Donovan Cole in the chat saying that Blez versus Ike heads up, please. I mean, that's the most likely scenario right now, as Jared Bleznick is second in chips behind Isaac Haxton. Bleznick, so far, the only player to really get creative. Seen a few bluffs from him, seeing him get some value.
Yeah, he was talking on day 2 about how we needed to show all the hands where he's bluffing all these guys. So
it's also hard because they're stiff.
We're seeing every hand now, Bleznick, so make it happen.
Exactly. This is your time to put on a show. Isaac Haxton, ace queen jack 10.
Oh.
2 clubs. Crivello coming along with ace king 4-4.
Heads up.
King deuce 3, 2 diamonds on the flop here. Crivello, top pair, top picker. Also has the steel wheel draw, Donnie.
Oh, yeah.
You have a can of poker?
Nice flop here for Crivello.
60.
Haxton going to take a stab here. Of course, Haxton knows that it's going to be hard for Crivello to continue unless he has a specific type of holding, sort of like the one that he has, given that he is out of position and the short stack. And Crivello fights back right away with a pot size re-raise. Haxton tosses him into the muck right away.
Yeah, I think Crivello's shown, you know, not only at today's final table, but throughout the event, that he's not going to back down. You know, if he gets a hand that he likes, that he feels like he has a lot of equity with, he's just going to go for it, you know. Kind of throwing a little bit of ICM out the window in a way, but got to respect the man for that.
Crivello looking for his first live tournament win, and what a win it would be if he just pulls it off in this very event. Crivello sipping on some Diet Red Bull. Probably a smart choice, given that this final table is not a turbo.
Do you just want to point out that earlier we mentioned that Crivello has a bracelet. The bracelet was won online. That's why we then showed that graphic there for first live tournament win. So just clarifying for everyone.
Donnie, live poker does not count in my book.
Live poker doesn't count?
Sorry.
I was going to say.
Online poker. Online poker should not be on Hen and Mob.
I don't know. I mean,
there should be a separate leaderboard for online results.
I don't mind having a separate leaderboard. You know, I like being able to see the results. As somebody who plays online myself, I like being able to see my own results and, you know, kind of use a leaderboard or rankings or whatever you want to call it to kind of see how I'm stacking up, see how I'm doing over the years.
Crivello and Kempton here going head-to-head. Kempton once again finding aces. That's the third time he's had aces at this final table.
Shout out to pocket5s.com. Now pokerstake.com, but pour one out for the homie.
Crivello with all sorts of combinations here.
Yeah, I mean, given how we've seen Crivello play, what I was just mentioning, where if he sees a hand that or gets a hand that he likes, feels like he has a lot of equity, he's, you know, certainly not going to hold back going for it, which I'm going to guess he's just going to go for this one, just given what we've seen from him so far. So pot. If he comes in here, right there, look, pot. He's going for it. Here we go.
How much?
Kempton having those backdoor spades, having that 4 as well in his hand.
At least 500
I
more.
think Kempton's just going to get this money in, and we're going to be off to the races.
It can't be 620. No. Well, if he bets 125, he raises it, that means it has to be 125 in there.
625 is.
Oh, 625. That's how they say 620.
And how much do you have behind?
620 is correct. It's 245 in the middle.
She's right. You're right.
Thank you.
Who's right?
I'm not expecting Kempton to let us down. Earlier he said, let's gamble, so.
That's not what he said, Donnie. He said, let's effing gamble.
Okay, yes. After he said, I'm like a pig in shit.
That's exactly what he said. Let's see if Kempton is willing to do some gambling here. Huge spot here for both players. The backdoor spades tempting, of course.
That means you can raise. That wasn't?
Wow, here we go. We are gambling. Kempton moves all in. He is going to be the underdog.
Pair, straight draw, flush draw.
Look at. We need a wider screen to put all the outs for Crivello on there.
Yeah, percentage-wise, Kempton is behind, but has the best hand right now, which you often see in Omaha.
How many times? It's amazing, bro.
Pot limit Omaha is a wild and crazy game.
I'll take a 5 right now.
So many times.
Crivello is at risk here, and
It's just insane.
Aaron Katz, the short stack, will certainly be interested in this outcome because
Wow.
he could ladder up here.
Incredible. Yesterday, too.
20 outs twice
You are.
for
Who's favorite?
Crivello.
Definitely a favorite.
And I've seen him get it in.
Good bit.
I've seen him get it in. Not great on the flops. But
There's
he
a
got out couple times with it.
$76,000 pay jump.
Like that. That's how
Turn
it is.
is a board pair. Board pair always good for the big pair.
Yeah, flips
no,
the odds in
that's the
Kempton's
same card that
favor.
came against
He's
Chino,
now
too.
got the 67%.
Yeah.
Both players standing.
5 of hearts.
I mean, just aces 3-4 times alone today.
You can see the outs on the screen. 13 outs for Crivello. River card is the 6 of clubs.
Oh, and he didn't, Jenny. You don't have a 5.
That is not going to do it.
GG, man.
Kempton's aces hold up in a massive pot worth $1.7 million. Frank Crivello sent to the rail in 6th place, collects $228,000. And Donnie,
Do it all day yesterday, too.
so far, Isaac Kempton, the Reaper.
You've had aces so many times.
In
And
2
not only
days.
have you had them, you've won with them.
And if I had a hand that time, you shot it in
Hard to
with
win
the
with them in
10-8-6.
POO when
The
you're getting in
10-8-6
against
board, he
combo
couldn't
shit.
wait to get him in, too.
Yeah,
I had no
there it
chips,
is.
so easy.
Man, I see aces.
The card
I see
he
red,
needed,
you know,
Isaac Kempton
all
getting
the way forward.
the knockout blow there, Frank Crivello. Frank Crivello, $228,000 in prize money. Largest live tournament score of his career.
Get it in with 35%.
So good on Mr. Crivello for doing well here. And Isaac Kempton chipping up, closing that gap between
Might
him
not be
and
the
the other
best
Isaac,
cash
Mr.
game,
Isaac
but it might work in
Haxton.
this.
It turns out that turn card, Jim.
And of course, Aaron Katz has got to be loving it. Just
like
got a
the Chino, remember the
$76,000
bottom
pay
deuce pair or
jump.
whatever?
Fucking thing is,
Or no,
He's
the
now
upper card
guaranteed
pairs, those losing the
$304,000,
bottom.
as are the other players at the table.
I guess it made me 75K.
That's right. It did.
Yeah, you should be rooting for me, man.
You think I care about it? I want to win.
I know
the
you don't
tournament,
care,
bro.
but
I want to win top 3 at least.
no one can complain about an extra
No,
75K
I
for
can't
free.
complain. Can't complain.
If there's one person that doesn't care about jumping up in money,
I know.
it's the
Trust
man
me,
in,
I know.
It's the man in the AP hat.
Hey, I care the most.
I want to win the tournament.
I'm the poorest person here.
How much,
man.
Jared?
The snap reaction from Aaron Katz says it all.
I beat him.
When Kempton said, I just made you an extra 75K. Do you think I care? Just snapping back at him right away.
I mean, sometimes that's a huge weapon in your arsenal if you're able to just put the money aside, not care, play your game at the poker table. It can certainly help you. Of course, it can come to bite you at times as well, but
Not going to get it done.
You had me beat.
It's a good big blind, man.
How much do you have?
Bluff me?
Like 4?
That's
I won't call.
It's a good big blind hand. It's a good big blind hand, right?
Just above 4. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Is that too loose, Jared, to play that?
You have like
Clown.
3.1.
3.1 now.
Obviously not.
It's funny that Kempton doubled through Chino and then sent Crivello to the rail, and he's still
I've got 10 big
basically $1 million short of tying Isaac Haxton.
blinds to win the tournament with 10 big blinds.
That's how big Haxton's chip lead was.
Won that
I
many.
love, I love how precise you are with your answers. You're always like, yeah, that's likely
Have
happening.
you done it with 10 bigs?
Five-handed
that's
play.
very statistically
Hey, Megan won it. Katz on 9 big blinds.
I'm not going to say certainly, but I've played several thousand tournaments in my lifetime.
Katz won that $1,500 limit hold'em.
Definitely.
Wow.
Back in 2004 for $235,000.
No way. Who else cashed that event that's notable?
Hot.
Blair Rodman, 5th place.
Gives you a chance to get me out.
Miami, John Cernuto, 6th place.
All
Jimmy
the-
Tran,
this
9th
whole series?
place.
Probably, yeah.
We'll be playing a lot.
Keith Sexton
Love that.
in there, Max Stern in there, Helix
Yeah,
Powers
yeah.
in there,
Wow.
I have to.
David Pham in there,
Cookie cutter.
This is a very flop.
You can
Max
come up with your own
Vespatori.
shit. Make some creative plays. I love that.
Yeah, and Katz goes way back.
Oh, yeah.
Way further
A lot
back
of these
than,
guys just wait for the fucking
than I
nuts, you
assumed. King 5-5 here on the
Some
flop.
guys just
Donnie,
wait for aces.
your favorite type of odds, 99.3% for Isaac
Well,
Haxton.
this one you could have just rounded up to 1, right? The other one was 0.2, so you can't really round it up, you know? We need one of these to come home. One of the, you know,
Yeah, one
one
of
of the point whatever percentage.
Turn is the 3 of clubs. Haxton now with a lock on this hand. Of course, huge implications for Katz, given the size of his stack being so short. Action gets checked again to the river. Haxton now with a full house.
Blinds get big, right? Blinds get big. It gets big.
Yeah, pretty shallow here. When you,
gets
91 big blinds average.
That's what I'm saying. It was so much play.
Another hand with no pair.
175.
Katz 5-handed for a massive win, complaining about his fortunes.
Aces every hand.
What can
No
you
pair.
You gotta love poker players.
The average is 91?
It weighted slightly because of him.
Chidwick is
Is he
on it.
secretly boiling? I feel like the shade
No.
of red
No.
on the outside just
All in.
He's not, Ollie.
Okay.
Okay.
Good luck, gentlemen. And a good start for Ike, Ollie.
Top pair 7-4 deuce.
For the all-time great Ike Haxton, he finds himself with 85% to win this year's Super High Roller Bowl, clean on the turn. Straight outs for Chewy.
He can't.
GG, Chewy.
Good game.
Unable to deny Ike Haxton.
Yeah.
What a player. What a run.
Very much well deserved.
Thank you.
Quick look back there at Isaac Haxton's epic win at Super High Roller Bowl 8 just last month here inside the studio. Of course, wearing that same lucky T-shirt.
The short stack stuff is very liberating.
Looking to continue his impressive year with a
forced
win
to not
today.
give a shit.
10 seconds.
Safe to say that Isaac Haxton's year 2023 is going to go down as
155.
one of the best years in live
Exactly
poker
what
of
I
all
had.
time.
He
if
really
takes
doesn't
this
want me
one
on
down.
there.
Well, Ike's supposed to have like kings.
That
Look
hand
at this.
is
Katz finds
currently not
aces,
winning.
raises it up.
You have aces.
Haxton with a 3-bet. Of course, Katz commits. We're going to see an all-in showdown here.
Ike can do it, though.
I think I have slightly more than that, assuming I win. 10 more K.
Isaac Haxton currently
One thing we know
$12.8
is
million
Ike can
in
do it.
earnings
Ike
this
is
year
I've been rooting
alone,
for me all
Then
day. Are you
do
rooting
it.
for me this year?
which is
Why
more
not?
than
Right.
main winner Daniel Wyman.
Let's see if I can run like the kid with aces.
Yeah, aces, man. It's a strong hand.
Put the ace of diamonds out there.
Yeah.
Jared Bleznick rooting for Aaron Katz.
Let's see what happens. Let's do it.
Oh, a little tableside massage there for Katz as he awaits his fate here in this event. Decent little favorite here. Flop comes
Flop
7,
up.
Jack
Come on,
4,
Joe.
2 clubs.
Yeah. He's got a pair of sevens.
Katz has clubs. Haxton
Right.
looking for a 7, a queen, or a 5.
Ace turn.
Your head's a little heavy there, Jared.
Turn card is the 4 of diamonds. Haxton now down to just 2 outs.
2 outers.
Only 2 outs for Ike.
2 outers. That's my sweet spot.
Haxton still believes. Jared stops the massage just before the river card. Let's see if that affects things. River is the 4 of spades. Katz doubles up. Just like when he doubled up before, he is still the short stack.
Oh, a big pot. Some big turn cards for aces recently.
Swimming in the chips now. This one's kind of sexy, though.
Ike has all of them.
You got to start with 1. Group. Thanks for the root, Ike.
Anytime.
Haxton indeed owning all the 100K white chips.
Jared put his
arguably the nicest
head on my head.
chip in his whole
My
set.
neck is gonna break.
You get that card switched out or no?
Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
I have my card.
Grease.
I need a card.
I saw one yesterday, and they told me. I told them that yesterday, Steven. They said, these cards can't get bent. I said, well, there's a bend.
Yeah, that is not true.
I know.
These
You were there
cards
when
get
I said
very
that
bent.
The person said, these cards are so thick they can't get bent. I'm like, I can see it right there.
They do get bent. It's just when they get bent,
No,
you
it's just
can't
such an
undo
asinine
it.
comment, though. It's such a dumb thing to say. Well, you know, I play very few tournaments in my life. I'm guaranteed my biggest ever cash. When I won the bracelet, it didn't pay that much.
I was at 9.
What'd you win?
Yeah, years ago.
Okay.
Eric Katz mentioning that this is now his largest ever cash.
Oh, you've done the 50K once, no?
I did, but it didn't pay.
Yeah.
I won on the side bets like over $1 million. That was, that was the year that we had all the big side bets. True. I won like 5 times what I won in the tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it was free rolling for $6 million.
Who won the deal on
sick.
production?
I got
or
6
the
Players don't feel comfortable.
Was that? You were right next to me.
Yeah, I remember we were just together, yeah.
Wow, Aaron Katz dropping some fun knowledge there back in 2017. Excuse me, 2018. He finished 6th in the 50K PPC. If you want to play some poker yourself, check out PokerGoPlay.com right now and get into the game. Start playing right away. Get the app through the App Store on whatever device you are. But yeah, Katz, not known for his tournament play. Already guaranteed to cash for the most money he's ever cashed for in a live event. The final 5 players guaranteed $304,000. Next pay jump up to $418,000. Of course, all eyes on
set over set and
$1.3 million.
Feels like
Yes, waiting for the winner.
because it's PLO and you feel like you should have
the
all the
least equity you can ever get it in with, basically.
Katz got it in there pretty good. I mean, I can have a the ace early.
If you're just tuning in, don't forget to like this video. I'm just, I'm
What do
begging
you
you.
got, Ken?
We need to beat Brent Hanks and Len
3.1.
Ashby from yesterday's stream.
What do you
I
have,
think they hit
Jared?
over 2,000 likes, so let's
one and change.
let's crank it up a little bit.
For me.
Absolutely cannot let Brent Hanks beat us.
No.
It just can't happen.
We might as well just quit.
It can't happen.
Give me their chip counts more often.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, let's get us up to 600 likes here during this hand.
When you have more chips. From him, it just sounds funny.
$65.
Raise 65.
Haxton this time, the one to pick up aces. And look at this, Kempton folding kings. Chidwick finding double-suited queens.
Be more patient now. playing much tighter now. He told me that.
Hey. I'll go.
Check.
We should make that bet with David.
What?
We should. He'll do it too.
Opie? Every time.
He'll probably take Rast and him. Probably would.
I want a piece.
Chidwick and
Oh, it's
Haxton
not a
heads
piece.
up to
We
the
would
flop
just
here
put it
after a
together,
raise
couldn't it?
65,000.
Not a piece. Shared.
10 seconds.
115.
Only 25.
115.
25K and bigger.
115 is the bet for Haxton with his aces. Chidwick with his pair of queens and that flush draw. Also caught a 5, which is not insignificant.
26.
This is a big moment for your career.
Is 125?
Thanks, Jared.
Such a Jared.
Appreciate that.
This is a very big moment. You're so young.
I've been in bigger spots. Never a bigger tournament though. This is
You don't.
big-
You
this is
only
my
play
biggest tournament.
tournaments.
I played some cash too. Kilo
Really?
cash.
How are you faring in that?
Terrible. I'm losing huge last 2 years.
Look at this. Chidwick comes along,
But the tournaments
spikes
make up for it.
the heart on the turn.
Oh, you wanted to?
Haxton now drawing dead.
You have a bracelet? Or what'd you win?
I won a POO tournament here. It's like a 15K. And I got second in the Win Millions like 2 years ago.
Nice.
10 seconds.
Haxton has no hearts in his hand, giving Chidwick a little bit more
I actually
credit
have a
for
ring. I won a WSOP ring
some hearts.
event.
10 of clubs completes the board. Chidwick's flush is best. No scary board pairs out there. Chidwick taking some time here before deciding, perhaps thinking of leading himself here. And there it is.
120.
120K into Haxton, who is left with 2 pair on the river, 10s and 4s.
I know.
Haxton correctly lets it go, and there's some evidence for you that Isaac Haxton does indeed lose a pot sometimes. Doesn't happen all too often, but there it is.
Beat a few things.
You got it?
Not many things. Not beat many things.
Chidwick, married with a daughter, avid rock climber, and the 2-time winner of the award for toughest opponent. That's a good award to win when your peers think that you're the toughest.
Pot. 90.
Queens for Kempton with a suit. By the way, if you're a fan of Pot Limit Omaha, we have a lot of PLO action coming up. Starting this Friday, just 2 days' time, the PGT PLO series starts streaming. We got streams Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Kempton again?
Then 2 days off, and then we resume action with a few more streams.
You, buddy.
PLO events starting at 5K. If you want to play in those, you can. Want to check out what's on tap? Go to pgt.com/schedule. Tomorrow's event number 1 is a 5K PLO. We also have a PLO bounty events, PLO with a progressive bounty. There's a PLO dealer's choice, PLO 8 or better, and then the 25K PLO championship starting on October 29th. Noel says, I won't be shocked if Chidwick wins this. Every time I walk into a room and I see Steven Chidwick in a tournament, my first thought is always, oh, it's probably going to be one for Chidwick again. The guy is just unstoppable. Katz looking to see a cheap flop here. Haxton obliges. Decides to check behind. Ace 9-6, rainbow flop.
Okay.
Two 6-5.
James S. is asking commentators what we ripping on today, Chipotle or Taco Bell? Is this in reference to the flatulence from yesterday's stream? Or is this about who we dislike more? I discovered something this summer, Donnie, that was a big reveal to me. Qdoba actually turns out to be way better than all those chains. Have you had Qdoba? I don't think so. Free guac, baby.
Wow. I mean, that's enough to get me in the door.
I mean, I'm in.
They're all waiting to pick me off here.
There's one
very targeted.
right by UNLV, I believe.
It's called ICM.
Called what?
ICM.
What is that? Value of your chips theory or whatever.
It's the one.
ICM's for poor people.
Money. That's what it stands for.
Aaron
I
Katz.
ranked that right up there with all the GTO stuff. Actually, the ICM probably is actually correct.
Pot.
90.
I don't know much about the
Aaron
GTO
Katz is
or that.
too rich to worry about ICM, probably.
Pay attention to the ICM?
Not too much.
Not too much, right? I think I see that one's cool. What's your other friend doing? Sauce.
He's good.
What's he up to nowadays? Don't play poker no more, right?
Doesn't play poker anymore. Not very much, anyway. Got a kid hanging out in Toronto.
Is that where he's from?
Not originally, no. He's from New Hampshire originally. I think he went to school there and then married a girl he met there. Been there for a long time at this point, but
He's a cool kid. I like him.
yeah.
I've just been corrected on the location of Qdoba. I thought that was one with UNLV, but there's not.
Jared.
There's 2 locations in Vegas. Okay, I've just Googled it. I'm gonna go visit one soon. It was just on our road trip across the country that we stopped at a Qdoba, and I was very impressed. Anyway, back to the action. Very juicy looking ace, queen, jack. Looking at these cards colliding here. Queen 10-10 deuce for Bleznick. Calls the bet of 25K as Kempton flops top 2 pair. Turn brings the 9 of diamonds. No flush draws for either player.
Check.
Kempton decides to check. Action goes check, check. River card, 5 of hearts. Kempton now with the check mark. Pot size bet here from Kempton.
What's in there?
125.
Oh, wow, look at this. Bleznick getting a little creative here. You'll have to see it. Raising it up to 375. Donnie, what are we thinking here? Very dry run out.
Could be one of those well-timed bluffs from Jared Bleznick. He's got 2 10s in his hand, so helps him block the king 10. He's got that queen, you know, blocking a set of queens that his opponent could have. So really putting the screws to Kempton. If Kempton's got, you know, even if he's got 3 aces here, 3 jacks, I mean, it's a tough position for him to be in.
Another one, huh?
Someone up there.
Another one.
This is where someone up there is telling me that I am the best poker player, not poker player, PLO player in the world. Someone up there is telling
Jared
me.
Bleznick, one of the best PLO
Someone up
players.
there? God plays
Saying
PLO?
I'm the best PLO player on planet.
Is that same someone also telling
By
you?
the way,
about-
this is why I don't play a lot of tournaments, because the stuff that I do, no one in the world does.
Gives away too much.
And then I just lost myself 7 figures because of that hand. I just cost myself.
I'm just curious, did that same someone also tell you about how humble you are, too?
It's just the truth. Because what I just did, no one in the world does, and the problem is they all got to see it. And they got to see it for
No,
10
everyone's
hours of
going to
it.
be doing it.
That's the problem. I cost myself a fortune with that hand that I just did. And you're...
Can't tell if he's saying he had stone nothing or he had this fucking nuts.
What
and
happened
checked
on
it
the
back.
turn, and I'll just tell you what he had.
It just went check, check.
It went check,
I guess
check,
he's saying
check.
he had.
That's the problem.
I guess I'll get to see.
And that's why I don't like being on it.
I guess you just had nuts straight and played it slow so you could raise river. Or you just bluffed the shit out of me. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
65.
Either way,
Either way,
you're one of a kind.
Either way, I didn't want them to see it, and that's the problem.
Either
I
way,
had to
you're
force
one
to
of
show
a
my
kind.
cards. Because whoever's commentating just said that's. I've never seen that in my entire life. I promise you.
Steven's sitting there saying,
I
I've
love
never
that
heard
for you,
somebody
Jared.
talk about himself
Nice
so
hand.
much.
Not about it's not a big pot. It's just it's frustrating.
This guy's as silent as a fucking statue.
I said yesterday. I said if he replaced Daniel, was he 20 years ago? We all wouldn't be here right now. I mean,
Is Jared Bleznick the Phil Hellmuth of Pot Limit Omaha? And Chad, please chime in on your assessment on the character of Mr. Bleznick. Talking a big game, playing the big game, gets the results whenever he does play inside the studio. Impressive little raise there.
Trying to get away with it after Jared said he's losing millions.
I have to swear?
No, you don't want to give away what you're doing.
I mean, hadn't occurred to me, but
Wish I had some chips to play, too. I'm trying to survive here, man. I feel like you guys are all just dancing around waiting for me to go bust.
10 seconds. Check.
Chad is saying nobody has ever re-raised bluff the river. No one's ever bluffed with blockers. Jared Bleznick the first, of course, to ever do that.
Jared, what's the likelihood of one of these guys busting? I have to double up.
They're all gonna, which is why my play's so good.
Well, what do I got to do?
You're gonna have to get it and get lucky.
Is this coaching?
Yeah, exactly. Is Bleznick coaching Aaron Katz? Haxton started this hand with a raise to 65K. Both Kempton and Chidwick came along. Flop was checked by all 3 players. We are now on the turn. Chidwick with the best of it. Not a whole lot for anyone, though. 2 pair good for Chidwick. Kempton with a ace-queen. Hearts might be a big factor. Chidwick bets 80K. Kempton makes the call. River brings that third heart. Chidwick gets the check mark with the heart flush.
Oh, can somebody give me the sea salt potato chips from the snack? You know, and the sea salt. Yeah.
Okay. Very good order. Very good. Sea salt kettle chips. I mean, people always give us a little bit of crap for talking about food too much, but if Aaron Katz brings it up, Kempton, fresh off of getting bluffed by Bleznick, now gets bet into with the nuts.
Stevie C.
Kempton's in awe of all three of you.
What?
I like this kid's in awe of all three of you.
I mean, I'm in the midst of legends, man.
I'm not a legend, I'm a nobody.
I don't know about that.
3 legends and a nobody.
Stevie and Ike's resume in poker is it's hard to beat.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat what they've put, especially Ike.
I don't have a resume.
He's got more lifetime cashes than me.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is? Is you've won in every form of poker. He doesn't play cash games. You've crushed.
I've played
cash
more
games.
different things. That's true.
What?
I've played more different things. That's
You've
true.
played everything and you've won at everything you've ever played, and you've won a lot. So yeah, you've won a fortune in tournaments, cash games, everything, and all games too.
He's actually not a winner in the big number.
Stevie crushes tournaments. He told me yesterday he doesn't play cash. Ike has won in every form of poker.
I mean, this guy can do anything.
Love you,
This guy's sort of one-dimensional.
It's
That's kind of what you're saying.
Stevie's one-dimensional, and he's one of the best
One-trick
in the world
pony,
at tournament poker. Ike has been one of the best at every form for 20 years.
Hey, I mean, that's good for
Stevie
him.
did pretty well in sit and goes too.
What?
Stevie did pretty well in sit and goes too. We played a lot of those together.
Everything. And you're 26.
How much do you have, Aaron?
I am 26.
A lot.
Ike's been playing high-limit poker for 20
I
years.
have
Think about that.
255.
Thanks, Stevie. It means a lot coming from you.
And Ike's also made a lot of money in poker in other.
Oh yeah. he knows how to spread some money around.
Ike knows how to pick winners too. Right, Ike?
You can definitely spread
you know
that
how to
money
pick
around.
winners. Ike wins at everything.
Bleznick is about to read off Isaac Haxton's bank statements here on Live on Air. Love
I
to
can't
see
believe
it.
you never play cash. Crazy.
Yeah, I've played some cash.
I told him he's got a seat waiting for him in the hybrid and the big. I told him he's welcome anytime to play.
He's a dog. No, almost everyone's a dog.
You guys are saying the same thing.
Yeah, no, he's a dog.
When Jared's so direct.
I'm being honest. I mean, listen, he's never played Super Stud Pot Limit. Probably never played a hand. They don't have a tournament of Super Stud Pot Limit.
But if they did, I'd be in there.
Pot.
And they have a super stud pot limit, super high roller ball. I'll be the first to say.
Oh, there you go. Super stud. You wanted
And
stud
like
earlier.
23,
Sounds like we already
48.
got one for super stud.
200 years.
Maybe it's the game of the future.
Future is now.
Hey, I'm getting low again here.
Bleznick raising it up to 90K. Haxton looking down at the 3 hearts. Maybe wants to peel a
3
flop here.
legends and me.
I'm the biggest cash game winner in the world, according to what I had earlier.
Oh, how about in the world? I'm up there. Hold my own in that arena.
Close battle here between these two holdings. as action is on Bleznick. He checks behind. He's got the backdoor clubs working, and speaking of those clubs, there it is. Picks up the club flush draw with the best possible card. Also makes him a straight. Haxton checks again after not improving on the turn.
100.
Donnie, I have a question for you from the chat.
Yeah.
Denzel Higgins asking, does anyone know what brand Chidwick's hoodie is?
Yeah, On Cloud.
On Cloud.
Like the shoes?
Yeah?
Yeah.
How much did you lose
that's
that
the
in?
hoodie.
Well, there it is. You,
No?
Donnie, you were
$150
for the hoodie?
Yeah, on OnCloud.com.
No, I mean your
on,
chips.
I think it's
I mean
on
lifetime.
dash cloud.
How much did it cost?
Maybe it's on dash running. I don't know, something like that. Google it.
What?
There's all this free pub when these people wear this stuff.
I know.
The last one was like
it's
7
disgusting.
figures.
The money
That
we're
was like
giving
at
away.
least 10, 20K, right?
I know Chidwick wears the OnCloud
like
shoes
that hand?
as well.
Everyone plays
Damn.
that hand.
Just
Everyone plays it
fully
the same, all right.
decked out. They'll,
Just
they'll
every
pointing
hand.
out that
You don't understand what he's saying.
90% of players check my hand on the flop. That hand. 100% bet the turn. I turned the ginnest card of all time.
Katz running low again, down to just 9 big blinds.
9 big blind.
Those stuffs?
Oh, there it is. Kettle chips have arrived
Calm play today.
to the main
very
stage. All right, Donnie, you're only allowed to eat one kind of chips, one brand, one flavor, for the rest of your life. What are you going with? So hard.
9 big blind.
Yeah, I mean, I think just like some sort of like sea salt chip. I don't know.
Like
which one,
Ruffles?
though. I mean, not Ruffles.
Kettle sea salt?
I mean,
Put it in
maybe,
the
yeah.
flop. Old.
I think kettle sea salt.
I'm really a sucker for some Pringles.
Pringles?
Just regular Pringles.
See, I would crush Pringles always whenever they're in front of me, but they're like their own category. They're like not even like the same as all the other chips.
I mean, they're great.
Which they're like the plain flavor, right?
I'll ask you the same question you asked me. Player.
For me, it has to be either Ruffles Ridges Plain, which is just all-time chip, or the one that Aaron Katz is eating right now. The Kettle Chips Sea Salt. It's just a classic chip. Very good. Meanwhile, Chidwick, Queen, Jack 10, a double suited. This looks so pretty. This is the type of hand that you always have some options with. Noah's Athletic says, I'd go with the whole spud, just like plain potatoes. Oh, good crunch.
How bad is that here?
Sure.
Wow. Haxton makes the call. Bleznick with
I'm
a
going to say trip.
bad hand as
No
well.
one else in the world would fold this hand out of the small blind here.
I probably would have called.
I'm giving
I
away a
probably
lot
would've
by giving out this info.
I probably would have called.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a VIP whale, though.
The trolling is getting better and better. Oh, it's actually a Miss Vicky's.
Manhattan real estate logo.
Different brand. As I said, Chidwick's hand is one that'll always give you options. Right now, those options are flush draw, backdoor straight draws, He bets 35K. I'm a little concerned about the grease that's accumulating on Katz's fingers as he gives his hands a little bit of a wipe down. But hey, no one likes greasy cards. I once saw a man eat chips at the poker table using chopsticks, and I thought, this man is brilliant. Meanwhile, Haxton makes the call. Ace hits on the turn. Haxton now 2-pair. He's got the best of it. Chidwick still with some outs. Added a flush draw to his outs.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks.
What?
185.
Chidwick bets 185. Donnie, interesting situation here for Chidwick. Continues firing with some good draws. Is he setting himself up for a river barrel?
Could be. He could also get there.
That's the beauty of the semi-bluff, I guess.
See if Haxton can figure this one out. 2-pair here. Also has a straight draw. He's going to give it up. And Chidwick's aggression takes that one down.
All right, Chidwick chipping up.
What was your hand?
Still a bit of separation between him and the rest of the field.
6,
all eyes
3
still
deuce.
on Aaron Katz.
With a suit.
Get a suit.
I flopped a combo draw.
I would never fold that.
I would never fold that.
Flopped a combo draw.
You're getting.
Hit the tournaments, buddy.
GTO calls there, just so you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared.
Do you play GTO?
Not really.
No, that's
I don't
why
think
I'm
so.
trying to help. I'm trying to help you.
No, I don't play.
I'm playing ladder theory optimal. I'm looking at that pay jump. It's looking fucking juicy.
LTO, baby.
You know what I mean? You guys can get in there with it.
We got a good mix of characters today, Donnie.
It's
great.
For Chidwick, I could speak for Ike and Katz. We're not looking at pay jumps.
I know. Well, that's where I come in because I'm the one guy
Chidwick,
looking
I
at the
don't
pay
know.
jumps.
I could speak for Ike and Katz. I don't think either one of them care.
I mean, these guys,
Is that fair,
they don't
Ike?
give a fuck. I'm the only guy at the table looking at the goddamn payouts.
Well, I think only Ike knows what first is. I don't think he knows what anything else is.
Fucking 100K, man. That could change someone's life.
Why even bother knowing what first is if you don't know what the other spots are? It's just
Yeah, you know you want to win.
What's the bet?
You don't need to know what first is. You're just going for the win anyways, regardless of what it is.
Do you sell action for this size tournament?
I have 100% of myself.
Yes, you're rich.
Let's go.
I freaking love this kid.
He's got at least 300K.
First he announces, I am the poorest player at the table, and then he just goes, I have 100% of myself.
4K richer than he's
That is brilliant.
There you go. Just doubled my net
He
worth.
played 100% of himself, Jared.
Some guy offered a 2% swap. I said, fuck you.
I bet you'd take a 2% swap with Ike right now.
Probably not, honestly.
Could have just said no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was
polite
a bit
about it. Yeah, it could have been more polite about it. How old are you, Steve? Are you like 35?
34. Somewhere around there.
Forget from time to time.
Yeah.
How can you not root for Isaac Kempton? What a legend.
Is that are those PLO tournaments over there too?
That is a satellite to the PLO series. One of the PLOs.
When you're after this, you're going to Monte Carlo. Take a few days. Where do you live? Here?
Tomorrow.
You live here? Vegas? You live in a hotel?
Kind of nowhere. I mean, I have a place there, but I don't spend.
Where are the majority of your clothes that you own? That's where you live.
In my suitcase.
Yeah. So when you travel with more than one suitcase? Mm-hmm.
Not all of my clothes could fit in a suitcase, but got some other stuff to travel with.
Bleznick betting his full house, threes full of aces. Haxton's got a worse full house. I feel like Haxton's chips got colored up and his stack just looks fairly tiny. He's got all the white 100K.
He literally has almost all of the white chips in play right now.
140.
Raise. Call.
140.
Call. X.
Quick call there from Bleznick.
Aces.
With the aces.
Aces.
Donnie.
Where's the goddamn pot?
Isaac Haxton slipping. Bleznick closing in on being the chip leader.
Yeah, not too far off now.
Did you just call pre, Jared? Would anyone?
Here's a look at the final table chip counts presented by Storm X. Isaac Haxton still on top, but Jared Bleznick closing in rapidly. Kempton, Chidwick, and Katz also still in the mix, but of course all eyes still are on Aaron Katz, down to just 9 big blinds. He's got a whole lot of work to do if he wants to get back in the mix here, especially because he's going up against 4 extremely tough opponents. It's weird, Donnie, in Omaha, when you're short, you almost have to tell yourself that there's no reason to panic because of the way the game plays.
Yeah, I think you can hold on.
90.
Bad aces over there, Jared?
Bad king.
Look at his hands up there in the blind. Deuce, 3. This is a problem.
Can't decide if I feel like that hand went well or poorly.
Folded 11 and
How did you feel immediately after?
Look what I got left, though.
Without
Can't even make it through 2 more times.
Before you saw the cards, that is. When he snap called, how'd you feel?
Felt like I had about 40%.
Any advice? Any advice?
I would give you much less than that. Given the speed of the call.
What did you ask him?
When you snap called his river raise, how did you feel? What did you think he was to
I had a
win?
good hand.
Before he saw the
Can I answer
cards.
the question? I don't know what. Did you give an answer or not?
He said 40%.
I think. Can I give you my opinion?
Yeah.
I think a little less. I think 30. Well, I play quick. I mean, I don't. If I have 2 9s, I'm just snap. I mean, you're probably good there. 35%. I'd say. I don't think 40. Maybe 30, 35. I mean, he checked twice, you know. Any pair is supposed to be good.
It's a very small pot. For
Dude, I bet small. I mean, I'm betting a lot of hands here.
I was pretty sure you didn't have quads.
What?
So I was pretty sure you didn't have quads, which was a relief.
Yeah. I was pretty sure you didn't either.
Raise. 60.
Chidwick raising the button. Aaron Katz tosses his hand into the muck and only gets shorter. He's going to have 175,000 to start the next hand on the button. As he goes over to his coach for the day, Jared Bleznick.
Nobody's going to fold. Nobody's going to fold it, even if I do raise.
Haxton gives it up as well, and
I open it up,
Chidwick takes
shove
that
it,
down.
folding anyway. Anyway. 7 bigs. Yeah, honey.
I was going to lose. I thought it was
Cards.
kings, queens.
All right, let me know right now in the chat. Are you rooting for the Aaron Katz comeback, or you just want to see him go so we can see that deep stack 4-handed battle?
I want him to stick around. He's been fun, you know? I mean, I think if he can get some chips and double up, he's only going to be more fun. So,
Where'd you get that?
I put a poll on Twitter, so apologies if you're watching on any other platform. I don't have that kind of magic control, but if you are on Twitter, let us know in the poll. Bust or comeback for Aaron Katz. He is down to 7 big blinds. He's got to have to make a move soon, but that pumpkin is not bringing him any luck so far. A little bit of a frustration there in that toss.
Yeah, you can't play.
By the way, shout out to everyone watching on Twitch as well. Pluto TV in the mix, Sumo, Freebie, Fubo TV, Sling TV, Local Now, Sports, Tribal, and Plex. And by the way, if you enjoy David Tuckman, which I can totally understand that you do, and Mr. Alex Livingston, former main event finalists, they're doing commentary right now on the PokerGO main channel, PokerGO.com.
Very, very calm.
Very calm.
Calm,
I explained completely different today from yesterday.
Someone put something in his drink or something. I don't know.
Yesterday I watched them. I didn't watch, but they played 15 straight in.
You too.
Huh?
You too.
I did what?
You're playing very different than you played yesterday.
Me? Yeah. I'm just getting worse cards.
You're almost a chip leader, Jared. He doesn't. He only has a few hundred more than you.
It doesn't matter. It's not a competition. Ike's a great player. We're all great.
Here we go with the Ike's a great player line.
It's not a competition.
Yeah, good for him, you know?
What? Apparently not.
He got really good at
I thought
these
it was a
tournament things.
competition.
You know?
If it's not a competition, feel free to all give me, you know, a bunch of chips so we can all play evenly.
Hot.
I must say, he just folds every hand for 3 rounds on the stream.
90.
3, 4, 5, 6 I had here. Rainbow. Jared. I'm not playing that either. I'm teaching people. A lot of people will probably play a rundown.
I don't think so.
I bet some people, idiots.
I don't know if they'd play the 6 rundown with that stack.
This hand needs to be good.
So far, almost 400
having
votes.
a no limit.
72% votes bust.
Wow, haters,
having a
haters.
million.
This is a big hand for Katz right
They're
here.
having a
'Cause
million.
after this
year?
hand, he'll be
Yeah.
in the big
They'll
blind
win
and have to
in
commit
December.
Having a $1
50,000
million
of
buy?
his stack.
$1 million.
He's got the king at 9-8-3 here.
Yeah,
which
if I win
is
this, I'll be able to fire
not
that.
exactly a premium.
Incredible.
If it was PLO, I would fire it 100%.
How rich are you? You can just fire $1 million.
No, I can't. I'm saying if I win this. Like, you don't understand what's going on in my head. Like, if I win this tournament and then someone walked up to me and offered, like, hey, we have a fucking new PLO super high roller for what you just won.
If
I
you
would
won this
snap buy
tournament,
in.
would you play me head up for it?
Maybe. In PLO, you mean?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Wow, I like this kid's confidence.
Well,
I love him. I love
His
him.
confidence is great.
Well, it depends a little bit on like what
No.
the blinds are.
I like this
I'm not just
confidence.
gonna like
I
flip
love
you,
this.
like play like.
No, I just want to see how
He's
confident
got
you are.
heart, dude.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
I mean,
like
I've
it.
seen
That's
it
awesome,
for 20
dude.
years and 99% of them go broke, but he's got heart.
I love
I like that
for me.
answer.
No, I'm serious.
That's a good answer.
I have a lot of respect for this guy.
I'm not gonna say 100%, but I mean, if the blinds were.
No, you'll gamble, dude.
No.
You know, when I was coming up, everyone played everyone. There was no bum hunting. There was no waiting for an.
I played everybody, remember?
You played everyone. I played everyone in poker, and now everyone they don't want to play good players. They don't want to play a tour. I respect that you have heart. You'll play people. I like that.
I just love this shit, man. I'm like a pig in shit right now. You know, I'm in my element.
No, I love it. I love it.
Fucking. Got everything I own on the table. Let's fucking gamble, man.
I love it.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
Man. God bless Isaac Kempton,
He goes
baby.
that the blinds were reasonable. I like that
Remember,
answer.
you came up playing live. You played everyone.
I played everybody.
That's what I'm saying. These young kids, they don't want to play anyone. They want to wait for someone. I hate that. You play poker, you play.
10 seconds.
I'm being serious. You should play that. You should play that tournament
Okay.
to win.
Nah.
Huh?
I don't play enough Hold'em anymore. I mean, cash game is different, you know?
You should play that tournament.
Nah, these guys are all no limit Hold'em tournament, computerized geniuses.
Not me. Not for Hold'em.
Listen, we play against all them in PLO. We're here.
Because cash is different.
telling you, you should play that.
I think there's gonna be a decent amount of like super rich businessmen people
That's what I'm
who
saying.
like already registered. I forget the names.
Yes, you should play that tournament. I'm not kidding.
Like the fact that it's $1 million like prices out a lot of high roller like.
No,
if he plays me for first place, and if he wins, then I can free roll it if I win it, and then I would free roll.
I'm being serious. You should play that tournament.
10 seconds.
I think that tournament secretly can be really good.
Oh no, it will be. Like the fact that it's $1 million prices out a lot of people, a lot of tournament pros or whatever.
You can stake me in it.
If I win this, maybe. I don't know if I want to gamble that much. I like to gamble on myself.
You think it's going to price out top pro? I don't think it's. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you this. I'll bet you right now, him, Chidwick, and I bet you they both play.
Pretty good bet.
I'll lay you 3-1. They both play, and I have no information.
We don't have to say a whole lot. I'm just enjoying it.
Oh, it's so good.
I just love listening to these guys. This is brilliant. Meanwhile, over $500,000 in the middle here. Don't let this pot slip through our fingers. Chidwick bets 180K on the turn. Haxton makes the call. We've arrived on the river.
You have over 100 big
Club
blinds.
flush comes in for Chidwick. He bets 135.
135.
There it is. Action
Pretty
on
good, I'd say.
Haxton. Average stack, by the way, 91 big blinds. It's a very deep stacked affair. Haxton a little bit pained there to lay down that
You're gonna play it, right?
holding.
Play the million.
Yeah.
Of course he is. He's Steven Chidwick.
Wow, this is crazy. Oh boy. I'll take a walk.
Just a casual 25 final tables for Steven Chidwick.
Can you imagine buying 1% of someone in that tournament? It's 10K. It's 1%.
Jesus.
It's actually insane when you think about it. Like, how many players do you think they'll get for it? Over under
Less than 30.
What?
Less than 30.
Less than 30 sounds right to me,
Really?
but I don't know. Could go either way.
They've been doing a decent amount of advertising.
Yeah.
I'd probably. Is it a re-entry?
No.
Probably not.
No.
Result.
You never
playing it, Steve?
Most.
Haxton with a nice
85
double suited hand as Bleznick takes a breath. And Kempton again aces. That's the 5th time he's picked up pocket aces, double suited with the king. What, Donnie? This is like gin for Kempton again. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we'll see how much he's willing to gamble.
Oh, all
after
of it.
Isaac
You don't have any more
Haxton
chips in your hand or something, right?
came
You
in with
have
a
150
raise.
exactly.
Of course I don't have any in my
No,
hand.
I'm just making sure.
Stupid question.
I know it's a stupid question.
If Kempton
Matters for me. I'm sorry.
Kempton's talk
It's not a nice thing to say.
No,
is worth anything, he'll gladly stick it in here.
My son's pumpkin.
And why wouldn't you? You have aces, double suited. Come on, let's go.
Not the worst of it for Katz.
Wow.
I mean, there's a chance to triple his stack here.
He is all in for 125K with, This is like a two hold'em type hands.
I
He has
don't
two
wanna
hands
flop.
right now. He doesn't have the sort of combinations you're looking for in this game, but still, Queen Jack and 7-6 both suited, not bad.
You would go with it, right? You would have gone with it, right?
No.
I would have 100 game out.
I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Because now Ike's going to call.
Fold.
You know you're three-way.
He folded.
Oh wow. Isaac
I'm sorry, I
Haxton.
didn't mean that in a bad way.
Aces again.
It's
This
'cause-
kid, it's just
Actually, that's not terrible.
incredible. How many times he's had aces?
Okay.
The
You're right.
kid
I was wrong. You're right.
has aces indeed. Katz at risk here with Queen Jack 7-6, double suited.
I had an ace.
We go with it in this position?
Everyone has
And a jack eight.
their
One
own
chip.
suits right now.
Right? You've
all I have left.
Your two suits? Wow.
Why did you make it so
425
he
in
couldn't
the
The
reopen?
good news is he doesn't have my suits.
Yeah, the bad news is I had diamonds and I had an ace.
You had an ace?
I had an ace and diamonds.
That's good that you
Oh,
had
wait,
an
you
ace.
did, yeah.
And I had 12.
It's good that you had an ace.
Yeah,
Not bad news.
Diamonds.
Oh, I messed up.
I just
then.
feel
should've
like you're
called.
gonna
He
hit.
could have reopened
I just
and
feel
then
like you're
maybe you would
gonna
have
flop two
4-bet me.
spades.
Probably not though,
I think you're gonna
because
flop a flush.
it's kind of obvious what I'm doing if I flat there.
Predictions flying
Give me a
around on
flush draw.
what the flop will be. Well, here it comes. 3, 3,
God.
8.
Like the worst flop possible.
No 3 for either player. The board pair makes this a lot harder for Katz to win.
I'll tell you,
Running
you
good
get
flop
aces
for
and
aces.
you
Straight
don't lose
cards.
with them.
Not nice commentary.
While running pairs.
No, I wanted to know
10
if
of
you could
clubs
reopen
on
the
the turn
action.
gives
I have
him
a
3
gutter
outs.
only. A non-club gutter.
9 of diamonds, one time.
A 9 is what Katz needs to stay alive. Otherwise, we are down to
I
the
would never
final
hold
4.
chips in my hand.
Can Aaron Katz survive again? River card is a 10 of hearts. He cannot. Aaron Katz eliminated in 5th place. Takes home a nice little payout. The largest cash of his live tournament career, $304,000 for the man that plays cash games all year round, Aaron Katz.
Yep.
Good showing here at the
Nice
final
tournament.
table. And Donnie, now we are left with 3 nearly identical stacks at this final table. And Mr. Steven Chidwick, who is the short stack with 79 big blinds. Pretty epic looking at the current chip counts. It's pretty hard to lay it out this way. Look at this. 3.15, 3.14, 3.13. 1 big blind separating first and third. Haxton, Bleznick, and Kempton tied for the lead at the final table of SHRB PLO. 1.3 million up for grabs for the winner. Steven Chidwick, like I said, he is the short stack, but this is still anyone's game. We started today with 7 players. We have 4 remaining. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take home this championship ring that comes with the win and the cash. Donnie, who you got your eyes on now that we have a pretty evenly matched battle?
I mean, Kempton. Let's go. Just keep giving the kid some aces. He'll get there. He's got a nice little hand here. The queen 10, 9, 8. Suited to the queen. Coming in
I
with a
saw
raise.
red lot of spots from Jared's hand.
Red, a lot of spots. Got it.
What? You have a red card with a lot of spots? Oh,
What'd you say?
It's PLO. He probably had a red card. Statistically.
Yeah.
With a lot of spots? Not so many of those.
Big Bill on Twitch says this is going to be a fun one. Yes. We are set up for a fun 4-way battle. Now that Katz is gone, and we have 4 big stacks remaining, we might see a bit more raising and re-raising before the flop.
Thanks.
Got over 2 million.
So you.
You got 2 million.
50.
Haxton here going to bet 50,000 on this flop. Should get it done, and it does.
Oh, remember what I told you?
Yeah.
I was right.
You were right.
The poll is a close race as well, but still Haxton and Bleznick, the favorites among the YouTube viewers. By the way, if you're enjoying the content, please let us know in the chat, and while you're at it, smash that like button. Get us to 1,000 likes right now. Let's do it before we hit our next break. Get up to 1,000 likes. That'd be amazing. We're going to be here all day until we crown a winner, so
Did you say pot?
Raise 90.
Carry this until there's one left that collects that massive payout of $1.3 million.
Largest buy-in pot limit Omaha tournament in the history of the game. Not sure how long the PGT will hold that title, but it's good to be the first.
I got a little over 3.
Pot limit Omaha is having a bit of a
3-1.
surge this year. Saw a lot of big numbers. Solid turnout from the first PGT PLO series back in the spring. Of course, great pot limit Omaha numbers all summer long at the World Series of Poker. Many of those final tables were live streamed on PokerGO. And then here we got the Super High Roller Bowl PLO. Largest buy-in pot limit Omaha tournament in poker history. First ever
Raise 65.
for this tournament. Good turnout, 38 players. And it all leads into the second PGT PLO series, which should be pretty good. PLO is thriving.
Some might say it's the game of the future.
Yeah, it might be the game of right now. I mean,
here's a look at Kempton's bio sheet. Like he mentioned himself, second in the Win Millions back in 2022. #1 on Delaware's all-time money list. There you go. The more you know. Donnie, what's the well, actually we talked about this before. I know your answer already, but I want to ask the people at home what your best ever Halloween dress up was. And I know you're going to say the panda suit, Donnie. That was, of course, iconic. My fiance just sent me over the photo. I'll show you, Donnie. Just the photo of when me and her dressed up as Ray Finkel and Ace Ventura.
There you go. I like it.
It was a good night out.
Yeah, I had another one from my college years. We all dressed up as Top Gun from the movie.
Like you all dressed up as Tom Cruise?
Well, we were all
different characters
in flight suits and everything.
Right.
Like we had like legit flight suits. Found a website that sold a bunch of different, military and aviation patches. Had those put on. So yeah, it was good.
That's awesome. I love Halloween. I didn't grow up with Halloween. I grew up in the Netherlands. We didn't really do Halloween back then.
It's fun. It's a good holiday. Speaking of, I gotta get to the store at some point and get some candy.
Oh boy,
these kiddos.
When is Halloween? This weekend, right?
No, the 31st.
Oh, so we still got 2 weeks.
I think it's like on a Tuesday or something this year.
Well, my fiance wants us to dress up as ghosts, just with a white sheet. The reason for that is because she wants to put our dog, under a white sheet, cut out the eyes and nose. It's just gonna be incredible.
Is he gonna deal with that?
No, not at all. I told her you'd be lucky to get a single photo.
Oh, that's great.
You know our dog. He's out of control.
Yeah. No, I know.
3.
I drew the worst number again. When will it end?
Ace is here for Jared Bleznick. He's under the gun.
Pot.
90.
Bleznick's raise takes it down.
I think I just heard Haxton announce that they have 3 more hands in this level before we go on our next break.
Yep.
Up to 822 likes, and I sort of said 1,000 likes before the break. I think we're still drawing live. You know,
we need 1,000 before the break. You might have 30 seconds. You might have 10 minutes. I don't know. Just hit the damn like button, people. Let's go. We will not be stopped till we beat whatever Brent Hanks and Len Ashby got yesterday.
I'm going to look it up.
We're on our way there.
As Chidwick finds the ace-9-7-5 double suited.
Pretty good hand here, 4-handed.
2,383 likes.
Oh man, we got guys, help us out, please. Help us out. Brent Hanks cannot have the Super High Rollerball PLO like title. It just can't. It can't happen.
Shout out to Lothar Arwiyun. That's a great name, by the way. Welcome to the Rail. Thanks for joining our YouTube community. For $2.99 a month, you can be part of that as well. You get exclusive access to content, special shout-outs, first dibs on questions in the chat. Meanwhile, the poll was won by Isaac Haxton. 38% of the votes for him.
Boo.
Kempton and Chidwick both only got 17%.
I mean, he's the fan favorite.
Right. Oh, there it is. 1,000 likes before the break.
Let's go.
I love you guys.
Let's go.
This is a great way to start the day. And I'm saying start the day because we are 4-handed. It feels as though we're approaching the end. But the average stack is 113 big blinds. So we are not going anywhere.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised they stopped them early last night.
Right. They played.
The plan was to play to 5 or 6, and then they stopped them at 7.
Yep.
Even the players I was watching the stream, they were kind of like, "Oh, we're done, huh?"
Shout out to Run Good Life for joining the rail. Thank you so much.
It's a good name, Run Good Life. It's a good handle.
Yeah, it is. Well done. Good pick. Meanwhile, Kempton raising it up with the queen 8-6-4, 3 spades. Chidwick looking down at ace queen double suited.
Hanks and Ashby sound like a 90s TV detective team.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Little 3-bet action there from Steven Chidwick, and he takes this one down.
That was the last one.
Who wants the blades chips? These don't feel very lucky.
It sounds as though we are going on our next break. Don't go anywhere, though. Maybe top those drinks up a little bit. Maybe get a new snack. Maybe time to make a little bit of a late lunch. Donnie and I will be back in about 15 minutes as action continues here of the Super High Roller Bowl Pot Limit Omaha final table. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
On the last one? He got some.
Just check raising there.
I had him.
He got some big ones through.
Is that King Jack?
Crazy shit.
Kempton talking about Mickey's aggressive play yesterday. I thought Mickey played really well, but he was definitely on the aggressive side, putting pressure on at almost every opportunity. You see Chidwick fold the medium strength queens there. Katz has good queens.
Yeah, Mickey got incredibly unlucky.
And I really like this limp from Aaron Katz. I don't think he should be raising into Ike, who's the big stack. When Chino Rheem is this short and there's a pay jump looming, he needs to play his hand. Very strong hand, but limping and calling a raise is absolutely reasonable. And the hand, yeah, the hand's going to play Chidwick, but flush draw board, so not a hand he's going to want to play a huge pot with right now. Definitely a hand he's going to call here, though.
Bleznick bets pot. Action on Chidwick.
Bit of an ambitious bet from Bleznick here, but he does have the 5 of hearts, which is kind of a critical card. He's also got a gut shot. And he's facing a player who checked, and maybe he's eliminating some of the strong ace-X hands from Chidwick's range. So, reasonable spot to attack, though a little bit loose. Chidwick has a very clear call in position here.
He makes the call. Pot now 180,000. Jack of spades.
Note that Chidwick has picked up an extra out here. Now a 10 would also make him a straight. And Bleznick is just firing at this one.
Yeah, Chidwick's got all the straight draws, but he currently has 10 high.
Right, he can hit a 10, 9, 8, 6, or 4 that's not a heart to make the best hand. He does only have 10 high, but I think this many straight outs in position, he's just going to want to see one more card.
And what is Bleznick feeling here? I mean, he's got nothing, right?
It's so hard to get into the mind of Jared Bleznick. This is very ambitious from him. You never know, maybe he's picked up something on Chidwick.
He's a 3-2 favorite, mind you.
Maybe he's just blasting. Now, the funny thing here is that Bleznick
made the best hand.
May bluff the river here with the best hand, exactly. He's got a pair of 5s, which is ahead of Chidwick's 10 high, but he doesn't expect the 5 is good. And actually kind of a nice river for Jared to bluff now that he's gotten here this way. He does have a 3, which blocks the wheel. He only has 1 heart in his hand. He's kind of hoping that Chidwick has some of those heart combinations, maybe some turn to wrap with the king, queen, 10. I think if you're going to get here this way, which is ambitious from Jared, I think you kind of have to follow through on this river.
It always goes to the question when somebody asks you, so how would you play this? You'd be like, well, I wouldn't play it that way.
Right.
But I guess if I got there,
exactly.
Then
if I got there, I think this is one of the best rivers in the deck to bluff, despite the fact that he does have a 5. So much of Chidwick's 1 pair is going to be in a difficult spot here. And he's going to have a lot of 1 pair plus draw type combinations.
Starting it early.
And Jared shows the hand.
Early, boys.
He was bluffing with the best of it.
Bluffing with the best of it, exactly.
Take 1 penalty from Jared.
He's married to Marine. His largest cash in his career was a 2019 Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in London. That was for $5.36 million.
Hey, look at your cards. Turn more.
Oh, thank you.
He won a bracelet. That was in
Yeah, it's out on the
2019.
table.
Nah,
As
no.
well.
Almost in your hand.
That was a $25,000
Yeah,
PLO
no, I
high
don't
roller.
want to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, just
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
all-time great. See what Katz decides to do with these medium-strength queens. Probably a limp, yep.
Oh. Okay. 3 players.
Bleznick taps the table, says, let's see 3. Bleznick in there with the 2 shorties. As we look at a ace-high all-club board, Bleznick has flopped it. Katz does have the queen of clubs. Is that relevant?
Yeah, this is a cool flop because Katz has bottom 2 with the queen of clubs blocker. Let's see if he decides to basically semi-bluff this hand. He can put some pressure on worse flushes and also has emergency outs to fill up. Bleznick's not going anywhere for now, but...
He's in that weird spot where, okay, he's got what he's got. He's never getting better.
Exactly, yeah.
This is it.
Right.
You're either ahead or you're behind.
Right, and if Katz chooses to bet the turn, it's going to be a really tough spot for... Well, now that jack of clubs makes it a little easier for Bleznick to continue, because not only is it a 4th club, but it's one of the clubs that would have beaten him. So now he only loses to the queen high flush. Katz is going for it. I don't think this is working. Not when the jack of clubs turns. Bleznick also has a straight flush draw with the queen of clubs, but Katz has that in his hand.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Bleznick doesn't...
He doesn't know that, but...
I don't need it, though, right? It's
Right.
like, if the queen of clubs is live, then I'm good anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
Bleznick, does Katz abort?
Of course,
abort mission, abort mission.
Well, you know what would really be interesting? I was just going to say an ace or a jack river, because now Katz also blocks full houses, blocks the nut flush, and it's really becoming a tough spot for a small flush.
No, I can't. Check.
He checks, he gives up.
Okay. Would have been really interesting to see if he were to go all into the river, what Bleznick would have done.
Although it'd be
You call
interesting.
again? I mean, tricky. I know. That card saved me. That card ruined my entire game, probably. Now I have nothing.
100%. 100%.
How many more hands?
You use Draymond Green. I'll use a Brad Marchand.
Yeah,
Example.
that works as well. He's actually from where I'm from Nova Scotia, Brad Marchand.
Boston Bruins are all too happy to have him. Nobody else likes him.
Exactly. Big hand here for Blez on the button, double suited.
And I hope Blez knows, by the way. I'm sure he doesn't. I don't know if he knows who Brad Marchand is. The fact that I'm comparing him to that is probably one of the highest compliments I could give.
There you go.
Blez is going to make it 90,000. He's on fire, by the way. So
He
day
is.
1, it was all Jared Bleznick. Day 2, he only upped his stack about 10%, but that was enough to put him in position to be in second in chips today. But he's been absolute fire today.
I like your hand.
He was the one who knocked out Chino Rheem.
Right.
And he has done, he's just won 1-1. He's up to 2.8 million right now.
He got the bluff with the best hand through against Chidwick, and then he got the value bet through against Chidwick. And now let's see if he can suck out on Aaron Katz's aces with the ace-10-5-3 double suited, another premium high-low hand.
And he's got 2 live suits. He is a 2-to-1 dog to eliminate Aaron Katz. Aaron Katz needs to survive this if he wants to get his biggest score of his career.
That's a good flop for you.
That is a good flop for Aaron Katz.
Yeah, Blez basically drawing running hearts, or I guess he could hit King-Jack for Broadway.
And he is drawing thin, as you can see, just 6% equity right now.
What?
Good thing to say.
I said it should be.
Fucking King of Hearts on the turn every time. Okay, now
that'll do it.
That is it.
I'm dead on the turn.
Aaron Katz will double up to 440,000. Blez still very healthy on 2.6 million.
That's a risky thing to say when you have 95%.
The lucky pumpkin does its job.
Facts would contradict each other, wouldn't they?
Well, no, it would
was it
normally, except that it was an online bracelet.
Yeah,
That was back in 2020.
I don't believe in online bracelets.
Whoa, wow, controversy
But
here.
we don't have to start that argument.
He took home $94,000 in the $800 double stack PLO. That was event 53, World Series Poker Online 2020.
Got it.
Which, by the way, the entire world was online then.
Right. Yeah.
So. And he finished 40th in the World Series Poker main event. Finished 22nd in the 50K pot limit Omaha high roller just this past year for 96,000.
Yeah, so he's a businessman, but he's made his splash into the tournament scene and had some good results. And what a pretty hand here for Crivello. Absolutely going to play this one on the button.
How does that do? I mean, to a layman, how does that do without even seeing percentages versus aces?
It's so against bad aces, you're actually a favorite here with the double suited 9-8-7-6. Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's a coin flip though, right? I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Even against these aces where Kempton has some interference with Crivello's cards and a nut suit, he's still got good equity.
And now Crivello is suddenly a 2-to-1 favorite.
This is a classic spot you'll see in PLO. Kempton technically has the best hand right now, but he is a big equity dog to Crivello's everything.
Keep in mind, by the way, Kempton was technically ahead of Chino Rheem. Chino Rheem was a favorite when all the chips went in. It was Kempton's tournament life on the line, but the technically turned into reality, and Kempton ended up doubling up. And that was the hand that really sealed Chino Rheem's fate.
Exactly right. Now, Kempton here is bet a size that's actually going to let him get away from this hand, in my opinion. If he had potted it, he would have been priced in to call against Crivello's range. But I think with this size that he's bet, he might be leaving himself room to fold here. He does have backdoor spades, he does have a 4, but he can't be very excited about this against Crivello.
125, you raise it, that means it has to be 125 in there.
625 is
Oh, 625, that's not, I said 620.
Okay, so they're going to sort this out, but anyway you cut it, Crivello is pot committing himself, and Kempton has to decide, do I want to play for it all?
Who's right?
What?
Who's right?
This is 250.
You want to bet it?
It's 265, 765 total.
She's right too.
So it's total.
I just asked if you wanted to bet it. I didn't say I was right.
Look at Crivello. Crivello's just like, I mean, there's no, he's like amped up.
Right.
He's like, I want to put it all in. Let's go. I want to get all my chips in there.
Huge flop for him.
Yeah, he's got everything, right?
And in this situation, I like the raise.
Well, yeah, like you said, he's technically behind. You want to just, he's very happy to win this right here.
Yeah.
Deny your opponent the equity.
Or to
There's
get
the
this to
call.
happen, and Isaac decides to go with it.
What does he have?
Wow, this is a big pot. 1.6 million. Are you surprised Kempton called?
A little bit, just because it's against Crivello, against a more aggressive player.
75 plus 245.
I think you might actually be priced in. Again, if Kempton had potted it, he would definitely be priced in. As it was, it's pretty close.
Crivello has 433 outs.
It seems like he has the whole deck, doesn't it? Let's hope it's not, for his sake, let's hope it's not the too many outs kind of thing.
It's insane.
Wait, his backdoor spades.
If Kempton didn't have this backdoor spades, we might have seen him fold there. He was really on the fence about this one.
I've seen him have aces 7 times.
You are.
Who's favorite? You're definitely a favorite.
And I've seen him get it in. I've seen him get it in, not great.
Yeah,
but
it's not even close. I mean, you're a big favorite here.
Not anymore.
That is not a good card for him, though. The 3 of clubs. That eliminates his 2 pair outs.
Yeah.
That's the same
And now
card
suddenly
between
Crivello is a 2-to-1 dog.
Right.
Exactly right.
Amazing card for
Just
Kempton.
ace
Similar to
suits,
last
4
time when he
times.
hit that pair on the turn
Yeah.
against Chino.
And a 6 on the river.
Oh, and
that is it. Kempton's going to win it. And sure enough, look at that. Crivello would have made. He made 2 pair, but the 3 on the turn killed it. And Frank Crivello.
You know, if you reversed those turn and river cards, though, it would have been even more painful for Crivello if he improved to the 9s and 6s first and then the river paired the 3.
Isaac Haxton, the great, as Nick Schulman eloquently said, one of the all-time greats, Ike Haxton, winning $2.7 million, his second super high rollerball title. And just a month later, he's looking for number 3.
Yeah, truly impressive.
$155.
Raise.
Exactly what I have.
155.
He really doesn't want me in there.
Well,
Ike's supposed to have like kings.
That hand is currently not winning.
No? You have aces, Katz? Wow.
All in here, Haxton versus Katz, Aaron Katz. A 2-1 favorite, but we'll see if that works out for him when it's all said and done. This pot, $380,000, so
assuming I win 10 more cards.
just kind of this is like a gnat on Ike's neck.
Yeah.
Ike's been rooting for me all day. Are you rooting for me this time?
Why not?
All right. Let's see
I don't think Ike really cares if he wins this hand or not.
No, because again, he can continue to apply pressure to the other stacks while Katz is short.
Although we really haven't seen him do that.
Right.
Jared, with the violent back massage. He sells sports cards, he plays poker, he gives massages. He does it all. Do the aces hold? That is a good flop.
Really good flop for Katz.
He's got a pair of
Haxton does have a 7, but he's only 22% now.
Yeah, Katz goes from 67% to 78%. Haxton is looking for a 7, a queen, or a 5.
Club ends it.
That is not a club. 4 is a good card, and now Haxton just looking for a 7.
2 outers.
Only 2 outs for Ike.
2 outers. That's my sweet spot.
Ike possibly referencing the 6 2-outer he hit yesterday against Kempton.
Making him wait on this one. That is not a 7, another 4 out there. Full double up for Aaron Katz. He's back up to $380,000.
That board's pairing with the ace is for everything. Oh, what a big pot.
Some big turn cards for aces recently.
Swimming in the chips now.
Aaron Katz still.
This is kind of sexy, though. Yeah, Jared, 2 for you. Yeah, one and change.
Thanks, Jared. I love that for me.
What did you say?
He said, good for you.
Good for you.
Good for you, kid.
I'm taking notes, by the way.
I gotta start responding with good.
Don't fold aces ever, right? Just go with them.
Often.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
See, coming from you, it would sound more condescending when you have more chips. From him, it just sounds funny.
Haxton picks up the aces here.
5 players remain. Next person who bows out will take home
65.
Raise 65.
I believe a little bit over $300,000. Yeah, $304,000. And then the pay jumps get real serious. 4th place, 418. 3rd place, 570. 836 for 2nd, and just a tad under 1.3 million. Chidwick has been pretty quiet. He's going to come along for the ride here with double-suited queens.
And we saw Kempton here fold the king-king 3-deuce single-suited on the button. Strikes me as a little bit tight with position.
He hates kings.
He does. With position on Haxton this deep cutoff versus button, I might have thought he'd see a flop, but
We should make that bet.
certainly not a super exciting hand to play
He'll
post-flop.
do it, too.
What happens here?
Well,
Every time.
I think there's a good chance Haxton checks this one back. Not having any heart in his hand. Just having the one low board pair. He may bet, and if he bets, I think Chidwick's just going to call. Doesn't want to play for stacks, I don't
It's
believe.
not a piece. We would do it together if we did it.
But Chidwick's hand's almost good enough to go for a check pot, but I think just...
115.
Yeah, you know what? This is actually close for Chidwick. The more I look at
You
it.
have to play focused.
There's a lot of money out there. You know, $285,000 in the pot. He's got some fold equity.
How old are you, Isaac? 25?
I am 26. 26 now.
think if he was a little bit stronger, like, you know,
125?
if he had a gut shot instead of the 5, something like that, you might just see him check pot this.
You're so young.
Even with this amount of equity, it's pretty reasonable. But based on how he normally plays, I think we're going to see him call. Let's see.
I played some cash too. PLO cash.
Chidwick just calls. 400,000 in there.
Terrible. I'm losing huge.
Ike's hand, by the way, would have been in a horrible spot facing that flop check raise. Not to say that
the tournaments make up
Chidwick should have check raised, or that we can know that Ike has this hand.
Yeah.
Instead, Chidwick decides just to call, and
what'd you win?
he hits his heart.
PLO tournament.
He can't lose unless he folds.
Right, and I don't think Ike's going to bet this turn with no heart, no 7, no 8. I mean, the 7 and 8 don't matter as much, but no heart in his hand really makes it tough to bet this turn.
10 seconds.
Yeah, this is a pretty ugly board for ace-ace 10 4 2 clubs, right?
Absolutely, and
I actually have a ring. I want a WSOP.
We'll see what Chidwick goes with on the river.
Nice.
I expect him to go for value.
Ike makes his makes 2 pair on the river, but still can't really beat anything that Chidwick would bet for value.
Right, and it's hard for Chidwick to even have too many bluffs when he calls such a big bet on the turn. Straight got there, flush got there. He'd have to turn some sort of 9x into a bluff, I suppose, for him to have a bluff. So it's very hard for Haxton to call here with 10s and 4s.
Action on. The man from Kent, UK, the 34-year-old. These two combined for about $100 million in lifetime earnings.
That's just astonishing when you think about it.
10 seconds. $120.
I like this from Chidwick. And versus this sizing, Ike certainly doesn't love folding, but again, he has to find the bluffs. I don't think Chidwick's going to value bet worse for this sizing than 10s and 4s. It's almost impossible. So he needs to think of a hand that Chidwick would call the flop with that's weaker than 10s and 4s. And on this run out, to be honest, there's not that many of them.
Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio. Super high rollerball pot limit Omaha. It's the final table. Woo! Action is about to get really hot. We have 4 deep stacks battling for the top prize of $1.3 million. David Tuckman and Alex Livingston are on the call on PokerGo.com. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We will carry you all the way until we have a winner, until we have someone posing with that pile of cash and that beautiful championship ring. Shout out as well to everyone watching on Twitch, on Pluto TV, on Xumo, on Freely, on Fubo TV, Sling TV, Local Now, Sports Tribal, and Plex. Yes, we are bringing Omaha to the masses. This is the largest pot limit Omaha high roller event in the history of this beautiful game. And here's a look at our current final table chip counts presented by StormX. As I said, it's going to be a tight battle. Isaac Haxton on top, Bleznick and Kempton not far behind. Steven Chidwick, one of the best to ever do it, is our short stack, but he still has 68 big blinds to play with. The card's about to get back in the air. Here's a look at our payouts. The remaining 4 guaranteed $418,000. Then 570, 836, and just shy of $1.3 million for the eventual winner of this event. Donnie, this battle is just getting started, it feels like to me.
Oh yeah, I think we're in for a treat, you know. It's a lot of flexibility, maneuverability in these stacks. Shortest stack is that one of Chidwick, but he's still got plenty to work with, almost 70 big blinds, so I don't expect there to really be fireworks among these players, you know, at this stage. I mean, it could happen, but I think it's less likely. I think it's more likely that we're going to see some creative play. I'll put it that way.
If him and Rob Young are partners, it's just like the 2 best combo.
By the way, everyone in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. Is it time for maybe some dinner? Maybe some snacks? What do you have?
You don't play on a team. Everyone plays their own.
Been munching on some pita bread over here.
No, it's not a team.
A bit of a yogurt dip.
I have no clue.
So they just separate the field for the first
Thank you very much.
between the amateurs only play with the amateurs, and the pros play with the pros for day one, and then it's mixed. Then it redraws.
So whoever you're with doesn't matter then.
No, really. I mean, most of the businessmen take action of the pros for the invite. So, but otherwise, no, it doesn't matter.
I thought it was like a tag team thing.
No.
Yeah. See, I have no clue. So the advantage of me being a business guy is I can pick a pro that I want.
That, and you get to play with all the other businessmen for the whole day one.
So the businessman wants, the businessman wants a piece of the pro, and then the pro might want a piece of the businessman if they're in a good spot.
Maybe there's different deals and stuff. Some people want to swap, some
Who's
people
your guy?
want to sell.
Who's your businessman?
You don't know him.
I don't know 90%.
10-5-10 on the flop here. Haxton with a 10 in his hand.
It's a great concept, though.
Sure.
And then the pros only play with the pros on day one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got Frank watching from Brussels, Belgium, 1 a.m. Frank, I hope you have no plans on Thursday because this might go all night for you.
Business inside. There's a lot of like 6-way single raise pods and stuff.
Do they televise it?
One table of each side.
Yeah.
Lewis Parker in the UK just finished cooking a 6-course tasting menu. Well, whoever was sharing with you on that, they're very lucky.
I assume so. I don't know for sure. He has an invite for this one, but he's played them in the past.
Assuming, is his business partner Seth?
If Seth is going, he might be, but I don't know that Seth will
I think
make it.
Seth is
You know
partnered
Seth?
with Brian Kemp.
Yeah, of course.
He's one of my close friends.
I feel like I remember that, but I don't remember who Bro is.
Giuseppe is asking, what's the buy-in? 100,000 American dollars. Blood Beetle asking, can we get 2,000 likes? Yes. The goal for today's stream is 2,400 likes because that means that we've beaten Brent Hanks, and that is all I care about in this world. We got Vermont in the house. Johnny Cards, thanks for tuning in. Donnie, a question from Dove coming in says, can you discuss how ICM strategies differ in pot limit versus no limit? Is there a different, or is the concept applied in the same way?
I mean, my best guess is that they're very similar. I mean, I don't think that the concepts would break from one another in such an extreme sense that they're just, so much different. I mean, I could be totally wrong on that. I'm not the biggest pot limit Omaha expert out there, but I think they run pretty similar.
I do get a sense, Donnie, that one of the ways in which ICM pressure can be applied, that it's much more direct in a no-limit format, because in pot limit, it is really a lot more difficult to get someone off their hand because you can't just put them all in for their last 9 or 12 or 14 big blinds. You're always going to have to go to battle post-flop in some way, shape, or form.
And there's also a lot more limping that you see in pot limit Omaha. So you might be correct on that. We'll have to check with Mr. Alex Livingston.
Yeah.
on the break.
We should have a way to dial him in from the other room.
Just call him in.
Yeah.
Phone a friend.
In case you guys are curious about who's on PokerGO, it's David Tuckman and Alex Livingston on the call. Donnie and I are running the show for you guys, as always, here on YouTube, Twitch, and a whole bunch more platforms. Hand here, 3-way, $500,000 in the middle, Donnie. We got some stuff brewing as Bleznick bets 225,000 on the turn. He's got 7s and 5s, and somehow that is the best hand.
Haxton gives it up. I mean, Bleznick just knows, man. He just knows.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, Seth. We did a fun little cross-booking. Your friends are Brewer, right? Your friends
yeah.
I told Seth, I said, only if I win this tournament I can play Brewer heads up. Only if I win.
At what game?
PLO, no limit. Only if I win this tournament, I'll give him action. Chris Brewer. If I get second or third, maybe I'll think about it.
Doogie hand for Bleznick. He's going to at least try and see a flop here. Chidwick with similar type of nonsense. Donnie, pot limit Omaha, I will admit, is not my strongest game. I will
join the club.
I will also say that short-handed pot limit Omaha is a whole lot more complicated. Like the hand ranges just become so much more complicated, which I think makes for a very intriguing game to watch, because now that we're four-handed, you can't just sit on your hands and wait for your king, queen, jack, 10 double suited. You gotta have to come out of your shell a little bit and play some hands.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to open up a little bit. I mean, these four players I think are all extremely well versed in this game, so they're gonna be a little bit more on the comfortable side, opening up their ranges a little bit as they adjust to short-handed play, which I think is understandable, of course. I think at least at this juncture still, with how deep these stacks are, we're going to see fairly conservative play. You know, that doesn't mean people aren't going to be doing a little jabbing here and there, but I just think that the big haymakers are going to be put away for right now as these four players, you know, try and feel each other out. Chidwick's going to take a little stab here. 75K on the turn. Try and get this one through. Bleznick does have the best hand. And the overwhelming majority of the equity here, because Chidwick's got just about nothing. But Bleznick gives it up, and Chidwick takes that one down.
How many hands of PLO have you played lifetime?
What
do you think?
I have zero. I wouldn't even know within 500,000. I don't, because, you know, I never had to.
How many do you think you played?
Hands of PLO lifetime?
I played way more than I know that. I don't know, but I don't have any. I never used this, so I have no clue to track.
Probably around $1 million for me.
$1 million?
No. You're that I know is way under. You played way more than $1 million. In one session of like 4 tables, you could play like 2,000 and like, you played way more than that. Lifetime?
I think about that, yeah. Maybe less.
You're way off. You played, dude, way more.
There's only a few years where I played a lot.
Bleznick takes a break from the
I know you
conversation
could play like 2,000 hands
pot.
in like a 4-hour stretch of like 8 tables. Actually, I don't know. I just played a lot more no limit. Maybe he's right. Honestly, Ike, you might be right because you played so much. You play so much no limit.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 or 3 years where I played like a lot of 25-50 Zoom online, and in those years, I think I played between 200,000 and 400,000.
He's probably. I mean, my number's probably. If his number's $1 million, I probably played 10 million.
10 million.
99% of my players head up.
Right.
So
head up.
Ike was never a huge head up player. Ike, you never played a lot of head up.
Some.
I love Bleznick.
You want to give me some change?
Oh man,
It's amazing.
You want to give me a whole stack or just 5? Whatever's easy.
Pot.
Thank you.
Pot again here from Jared Bleznick, the $10 million hand man. I thought he was going to say like 3 million. He just went straight to 10. He's, you know, I play 10 million.
Big hand.
Play head up. This is all I play. You know, 10 million. Let's go.
In the last 5 years, I've played like probably less than 100,000.
Rise or Wreckful asking, what's Blez's online handle? Of
gonna
course,
ask you
the
a question.
famed Harrington 10.
Which one? Which handle?
Among others.
Let's see how far back you go in poker. Before he was a full tilt pro, what was his name on full tilt? Ikes.
Love the WNBA.
I did not think you'd get that. That's impressive.
What do you think? What? Chidwick is new here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't think he was ever a full tilt.
I was a
You
starter.
weren't? Oh no, you know what? You had an F-Tops jersey.
Nope.
Yes, you did.
No, I'm pretty confident.
I'll bet it.
Okay.
Livey.
What is it?
3, 7, 9 fall.
Pretty sure he never had a
3, 6, 9,
F-top.
2, 6, 9.
2, 6, 9 fall.
Yes. Wow.
Wow.
That was close.
That's crazy. Wow.
I just want to listen on
I
these
have you covered,
conversations.
right?
I don't know. I think so, yeah. I'm about 3 to start.
Check.
Haxton raised this one on the button to 105. Bleznick defended from the big blind. Action goes check, check. We've arrived on the turn where Bleznick hits his flush. Haxton's got an unknown card. But unless I'm missing something here, that's not going to affect the action all that much.
I don't even know what your name was. I don't even know your name. I don't think we ever played.
They played tons.
Jared, you were trying to bet me that I had an F-Tops jersey at some point on Full
What?
Tilt? You were trying to bet me that I won an F-Tops and I forgot about it?
I'm pretty sure you had an F-Tops jersey.
This would be a really embarrassing way to lose my entire net worth, betting that I didn't win an F-Tops and being wrong.
I don't think I won one. Maybe I won one. I have a lot of them, right?
The reason I'm not
Isn't
going
it like 3 a year or something?
There was a ton of them.
Yeah, there were a
It
lot.
wasn't just a yearly thing, I don't think.
Good old F-Tops.
I made a final table once. Never closed it out, though.
Really didn't play a lot of tournaments back then.
You still have family upstate?
Yep.
You go back there?
Yep.
Really?
Really? Got Brent Hanks in the chat. There's still some discussion about the fart heard around the world. We got a bit more evidence here. The fart was heard on both streams, both PokerGO and YouTube, which means that it wasn't the broadcasters, because you cannot hear us on the PokerGO stream and vice versa, of course. There are some suspects. I believe local police enforcement is involved. They've taken some statements. Once we get to the bottom of it, I'm sure Brent Hanks will do a press conference. Ace 9 3 2 spades on this flop. I've almost forgotten to do commentary because Jared Bleznick was keeping us entertained for a solid 9 minutes there as Haxton here flops a flush draw. Not much going here for Kempton, who pairs his queen, but that gives Haxton a flush. Stack's still very similar, of course. Pot's not getting out of control. It feels as though we're waiting a little bit on these blinds to increase, which they only do once an hour.
60.
Haxton bet 60 with his flush. Kempton quickly releases and drops to below 100 big blinds. We are still trying to get more likes than what Brent got on yesterday's stream. The goal is to hit 2,400 during our final table. So if you're just tuning in, all you have to do is hit the like button to help Donnie and I's confidence here on the stream today. Here's a look at our tournament summary presented by GTO Wizard. 100K buy-in, 38 entries, 7 places paid. Earlier today we lost to Chino Rheem, who swung for the fences as Isaac Kempton cried out, "I love to effing gamble." Kempton's hand held up with aces versus Rheem's kings. Chino had the flush draw to go with his kings, but that did not come in. And ever since, Kempton has been on the way up. He's been playing very solid. Also, Donnie, which I think is pretty cool, he announced to the table that he has 100% of himself. That is not something you see very often.
No, you often don't hear players talk about it openly on a stream, but Kempton said it in response to a question from Aaron Katz, and I believe the man.
$2 donation from Asian Ball. Thank you so much. Appreciate
125.
it.
It's crazy how little poker we played. I said it's crazy how little amount of poker we played.
In this tournament?
General. In general, I'm saying, me and you. How many times?
Oh, against each other.
How many
I was
times have
going
we
to say,
played?
I played a lot of poker.
How many times have we played together?
Yeah, we don't play the same things.
But probably 3 times like that.
Yeah.
It's so crazy, though.
I love how most of the conversation from Bleznick is directed at Steven Chidwick, who rarely, if ever, talks at these final tables, and he's just like forced to engage.
It is crazy when you think about it.
I mean, Bleznick just goes for whoever sits closest to him.
330.
Haxton here getting a nice little turn card with the Queen of Spades coming. Now gives him a flush draw. Kempton still there with 2 pair, the aces and 10s. 1 card to come, and equity's running pretty close here, 60% for Kempton, 40% for Haxton. So it could very much go either way on this river.
10 seconds.
Kempton gives it up. Aggression is the name of the game for Isaac Haxton.
Most chips I've bet at the final table.
It's a good time to do it, sir.
I mean, Haxton was up to well over 4 million to start play.
Very calm.
He's still
Very
down.
calm, very calm poker.
1.1 million.
Maybe not that last hand. I don't know. That one felt suspicious. Mainly calm.
Haxton is a complete machine at these final tables.
I've been wearing this thing for like 5 days straight. This thing is so comfortable.
What's comfy?
You sleep in it?
What?
Sleep in it?
Where'd I get it?
You sleep in it.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't, but I should.
What he really should do is put those glasses on. Wow, look at this. $20 donation from D. Porter. It says, go backer. We love sports cards. The Blez for all your sports cards needs. Thank you. Love to see it. Bleznick. He's got that diehard following in the sports cards business. For all the sports cards people in the chat, how big a deal is Jared Bleznick in the world of sports cards? That's what I want to know.
He's the Blez.
The Blez, yeah. I mean, Harrington 10, OG. Haxton, once again, not showing all his cards. You have to put them all in the individual boxes on the felt for the reader to be able to pick up on the signal. Turn card coming in here, 10 of spades. RDG says the biggest, arguably, in reference to Bleznick's.
DSW said he's a PSA 10 for sure. Great answer.
Matthew A says those are all Bleznick's accounts. He's definitely multi-accounting in the chat.
Michael Lawrence, literally Phil Hellmuth of sports cards.
I love it.
I could totally see it. Well, Haxton just decided to play Hold'em on this hand.
Yeah, just 2 cards for Isaac Haxton. That's all he needs. The Phil Hellmuth of sports cards. I think we're going to have to stick with that one. This is too good.
$130.
Haxton over there cooking with another spade in his hand, maybe?
Very possible.
Bleznick does give it up. Haxton is back into the chip lead.
That's where he belongs. Isaac Haxton, Mr. Chip Leader himself.
Good answer.
Oh yeah, you got guitars now? You can afford that kind of stuff? That's amazing. Here's a look at Chino Rheem walking into the studio. Oh my God. Oh, he brought the cards. Ladies and gentlemen, can we figure out where the box is at right now? Here's a look at Isaac Kempton. Cool, calm, and collected. Frank Crivello doing some business as he walks into the studio, getting it done. Stephen Chidwick brought his uniform on his back, put the hoodie on. And there it is, Isaac Haxton in the lucky t-shirt. All right, if you're just tuning in, this is Super High Roller Bowl PLO final table, 100K buy-in. It's getting a little chilly in here. I hope that this doesn't affect Isaac Haxton's luck if he covers up the shirt. Donnie, I'm going to go on a limb here and say this hoodie that Isaac Haxton's wearing is going to be at least $400. Just by the way that the zipper lining is glistening in the studio light, This has to be something special. By the way, shout out to Run Good Life for the $20 donation. Says, Jared once told me to buy Flux First off-the-line basketball cards, and he literally changed my life with that one piece of advice. There you go. Thank you.
Poker's ready.
Donnie, can we go back to this box that Jared Bleznick was carrying?
Yeah, I spoke with him before play, and he said he was going to be opening it on the stream. So I don't know when that's going to happen, if it's going to happen, but if you can see below the table on Bleznick's side, you can see the box is there. It's up on the stage, okay?
Oh, boy.
So he has it. I believe he said it's a Panini box.
Okay.
And I want to say he said it cost him $12,000.
Wow.
So I don't know what's going to happen with this box. I don't know what's going on. He might be doing some sort of box break through the Blez. I don't really know exactly. It's hard to get inside the head of Jared Bleznick. I mean, I asked him, and he was kind of all over the place, you know, like Blez is, but I guess we'll see.
So is Panini soccer cards only, or do they make other cards too?
No, they make other cards.
Okay, because I grew up collecting Panini cards, but it was all soccer, so I don't know what I know literally nothing about sports cards. But I mean, him bringing the box into the studio might be exciting. By the way, poker's being played. 3-8-4 rainbow on the flop. Kempton and Chidwick going at it. Chidwick with the best of it for now. As Kempton whiffs.
I'm sure someone in the chat knows what's going on with this box. I mean, there's enough Bleznick supporters out there that somebody's got to know.
Kempton here firing 150K. Nice little bluff. Chidwick makes the call to see a flop. 5 of diamonds hits on the turn. All of a sudden, swinging things in Kempton's favor as he makes a wheel. Very big turn card here. This also gives Mr. Chidwick 2 pair. Chidwick betting 125. Kempton peeking back at those cards, realizing that he has the wheel right now. Chidwick does have some outs. Kempton just going to come along. River card is the 6 of spades, and again turning things around here in this hand. We've been going back and forth. That river card giving Chidwick a higher straight. No flush draw completes. Chidwick with the best hand right now. Chidwick opts to check to Kempton. Donnie, question now is, does Kempton go for value here with the wheel, or does this board look too dangerous?
Great.
Quick check back there for Kempton.
Yeah, I mean, just probably a little bit too dangerous there.
Rivered it?
Trying to figure out what this promotion is from Bleznick. I mean, I don't fully understand it. It's like it's speaking a different language to me, but basically I think people can like win money in his actual tournament winning somehow.
Oh, wow.
So interesting stuff.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting final table so far as we take another quick peek here at our chip counts presented by Storm X. Isaac Kempton now the short stack after losing a decent one here to Steven Chidwick. Both players below 100 big blinds, Haxton and Bleznick. I want to say the two pre-final table favorites leading the way here, 116 and 112 big blinds respectively. It's been a battle. It will be a battle. We're still far away from crowning a champion here as this highest stakes PLO tournament of all time continues to roll on here on YouTube. We're live on Twitch, Pluto TV, Xumo, Freevee, Fubo TV, Sling TV, Local Now, Sports Tribal, and Plex. So wherever you are catching us from, we appreciate you for tuning in.
About 3-5 behind.
Bleznick raising, the Queen 7-7-5, 2 hearts.
You just barely cover. I had like 3-5 to start.
Ace King 7 on the flop here. Bleznick hits a set.
Okay. Okay.
Bleznick confusing the dealer with a introduction of some new vocabulary. A little bit of the okay indicating a check. Vincent says, this dude Haxton always at the final tables. Yeah, it is pretty insane. Isaac Haxton, I've mentioned it before, has already won more in live tournament earnings this year than the winner of the main event. That almost never happens. Haxton checks again. Bleznick now going to come out firing. 130 is the bet. Haxton does have a flush draw and a gut shot, straight draw. Mike's going to come along here. We got our first decent pot brewing of this four-handed play as a diamond hits on the river. Disaster for Bleznick's set as Isaac Haxton hits a flush. If you're Ike here, Donnie, leading out seems like an appealing strategy because you're going to see so many checkbacks.
I agree. I think, you know, we've seen Bleznick not get too crazy. I mean, he has had some, you know, some times when he's bluffed, but oh, look, he does check. Maybe we see Bleznick go for it.
Horrible card on the river for Bleznick. The third diamond coming in.
Self-proclaimed greatest PLO player in the world. Figures it out, just checks behind. Look at that.
Exactly. He does figure it out. Haxton takes it down. Haxton reestablishing himself as the actual chip leader. No more of that three-way tie stuff. Haxton now up to 125 big blinds. Here's a look at our PGT 100+ high-stakes tournaments season-long leaderboard and $1.3 million in bonus prize money. Check out PGT.com for the schedule. There is still time to collect some points for that season-ending PGT Championships, which will have a $500K first prize and $1 million total prize pool. That event will be streamed live and played out here at the studio in January. Donnie, big implications, by the way. I've heard that Isaac Kempton really needs the points.
Yeah, Isaac Kempton, second or better, will move him into the top 40. He's kind of right on the outside there, I think like 10 or 15 spots out. I would expect Kempton is also going to be in the mix during the upcoming PGT PLO series, so even if he doesn't ultimately get into the top 40 with a finish here today, I think we'll see him there once that PLO series wraps up. I would expect him to kind of ride this momentum from this super high rollerball PLO into that series and have some results there. We do know that Isaac Haxton's going to move into the top spot on the leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick could move up a couple spots as well. Chidwick came into this event in 4th on the leaderboard. Haxton was in 2nd. Bleznick, I think, is a bit too far outside. Doesn't put in the biggest volume. Comes out for, you know, a handful of events here and there during the PGT season, but ultimately not a volume guy like a Haxton or a Chidwick is. We just announced some new tournaments today called the PGT Sprint. November 1st through 4th. Here at the PokerGO Studio, 3 5Ks and 1 10K. So 4 additional tournaments that'll allow players to earn PGT points. All of those tournaments are single-day events, 30-minute blind levels.
By the way, we just caught a glimpse of Jared Bleznick's athletic prowess as he ran to the bathroom. I mean, not only is he one of the best sports cards people in the world, I mean, that's a world-class athlete. That was a good little strut that he had going on. Meanwhile, 420 in the middle as Haxton fired out 210 into 210. Kempton here, 3 pair. Of course, only 2 of those will count. Haven't seen the use of many time bank chips, but Kempton just tossed one out there. And his clock had not even expired yet, so already anticipating a bit of a longer decision.
Thank you.
Does lay it down. All his pairs go into the muck.
You're welcome, Jared.
Thank you. I owe you one.
He only has 15 of them.
Crazy. We're all so close in chips.
They are indeed all very close in chips. One big hand can sway it into anyone's favor. King, Queen, Jack, Jack for Chidwick. Some big cards to mix it up. Coming with the suited variety in the middle there, the Queen and the Jack. Who do you guys in the chat think is the best PLO player of these 4? They all have their accolades. Chidwick, of course, has 1 WSOP bracelet, which came in a 25K PLO event. Kempton has had plenty of PLO success as well. Haxton seems to be the sort of unanimous poker superstar who can do it all in every game. And then there's Bleznick, self-proclaimed best PLO player in the world. So I guess everyone has a case made for themselves. So far, hard to say who's impressed me the most. Chidwick limp here, leading to 3-way action on the flop as 4, 6, 8 rolls off. No clubs to go around.
Action checks around here. Queen of clubs on the turn. Nice monotone board there in the middle. Chidwick here did add a pair of queens on the turn. Bleznick is still best here. Action over to Ike Haxton. So far, no one's really wanted to take a stab at this limped pot. Checks around again. Club. Deuces. I just wanted to see 5 clubs on the board. I know it doesn't necessarily matter that much.
Donnie, it's Paul at Omaha.
But I wanted to see it. That deuce on the river does give Haxton winning 2 pairs should this go to showdown. Like Chidwick, he turned the queen, and then Haxton's 2 pair came in on the river with that deuce. Bleznick checks, and Chidwick's thinking it over. He checks, Haxton checks, and Haxton will win this one.
Of course.
Queen 2.
He doesn't lose.
Why would he? That get him back up to 4 million now? Just shy. 3.975 million for Isaac Haxton. Trying to win 2 super high roll titles in a month's time.
Yeah.
I mean, what a dream. If he wins this one, he will tie Justin Bonomo with 3 super high roller bowl titles.
Wow.
Justin Bonomo, the current leader. Justin Bonomo won 2 live. He also won super high roller bowl online. Haxton would have 2 live, of course, and then this one, the PLO version, would make it number 3. Yeah, Haxton won Super High Roller Bowl 5 back in 2018. I believe that was the year there was 2 of them.
80.
He won the one that was in December. And then he won the most recent one about 3 weeks ago or so. You guys remember that one. Remko and I were on the call all the way to the end. If you haven't seen it, it's available on the YouTube channel. Just go to the live tab and check it out all 3 days there.
I mean, that showing was as dominant as any.
Yeah, and we were also, we were pretty impressed by Chris Brewer. Ultimately, he fell short, but his play over those final 2 days, most specifically, was just incredibly top level. A lot of good stuff there. Haxton, of course, defeating Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger in that one. Chewy had finished 3rd the year before and then ran it back with a 2nd place finish this year. Kempton here, aces again.
Jeez.
Oh, here we go. This pot's going to be big. Haxton came in with a raise at the Jack 10 9 deuce double suited. Kempton's got the aces. He is suited to one of the aces.
Ooh,
and just smashes this flop.
Ace 6-5, top set for Kempton. A little backdoor taste for Haxton, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think, ultimately I think, Kempton's going to bet, Haxton's going to fold probably, given the fact that he didn't connect too well. But, yeah, Kempton's probably going to want to bet this, just given some of that connectivity of the 6-5 of hearts. He doesn't have any hearts in his hand, so not exactly
330.
The best to give a free card here. It comes with a little bit more than a half pot, and snap fold from Haxton. Mr. Kempton getting it done.
Much needed for him, too. He started slipping a little bit. Now, once again, to feel drawing a little bit closer, let me remind you all, if you're watching us on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button. Let's hit 1,500 likes right now. That keeps us on track to beat the number set by Brent on yesterday's stream.
Yeah, come on, help us out.
The goal today, 2,400 likes. That would eclipse yesterday's number. By the way,
Help us out.
if you're new to our YouTube channel, or if you're watching elsewhere and you are curious what we have going on, daily highlight clips of our live streams, or throwbacks, or funny stuff from the past with Helmuth, with Jennifer Tilly, whatever the case may be, daily clips on YouTube. So wherever you're watching from, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, become part of the community, turn on the notification bell so you know whenever we have cool content coming out. And if you're into live PLO, which I think you are because you're watching this right now, we have about 9 PLO live streams coming up in the next week or so, starting on Friday from our brand new studio. By the way, Donnie, should we ask the public for some suggestions?
8 streams, 8 PLO streams.
8 PLO streams.
Yep.
By the way, those 8 PLO streams ranging from 5K buy-in, straight up PLO, but also PLO 8. We've got some progressive bounties. We have a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah, a lot of different stuff. I mean, that 15K PLO progressive bounty, that's going to be a fun one out there. You got a 10K PLO high-low. Of course, that 25K PLO championship. So, going to be a fun, I don't know, week and a half of streams.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, Donnie, that we can ask the people in the chat for some suggestions on what the new studio should be called.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I know we've been kicking it around internally. It should really be a contest for the people.
Oh.
Like, we got to open it up, okay? We're the marketing department here. Like, we got to open this up to the people. Take some submissions.
Well,
basically, this is going to be a secondary studio to the main studio, which you are watching right now. It's about 20 feet across the hall, behind the bar. We took what was, we called it the Triangle Studio. It was a break desk room. If you've watched No Gamble, No Future, the shots of the commentators, Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks, that comes from that room. Maybe you've seen Remko and Brent Hanks interviewing Paul Pierce back in the day. Like, you know, that's that room, okay?
Yep.
Well, we renovated that room. Spent a pretty penny on it, and we turned it into a secondary studio so we can bring even more content to the fans out there. But we need to, like, rename it something, you know?
I agree. It does need to have a cool name.
And if there's any sponsors out there that want to sponsor that studio, hit us up. Let's go.
Preferably something consumable like bakeries or coffee places, because then I can turn it into my daily routine here. As we see Haxton betting pot, 90K on the turn here. Set of kings for Chidwick. This could get very interesting. He's got the flush draw. He's got the queen. Donnie, things are looking extremely well here for Steven Chidwick.
Oh, yes. Got some great board coverage here all around. I mean, I just felt like Haxton was going to somehow get there. In my bones, Remko, before that river card hit, I was like, he's just going to find it. And he finds the 10 of hearts. Just makes
God.
Broadway. I mean, Chidwick has everything. And Haxton just finds it. This is shades of Super High Rollerball 8 when, like, as good as Haxton is, it's increasingly more difficult when he's running so hot, you know? I mean, he just finds the 10 of hearts. Oh, and it comes with the pot here. Chidwick entered this hand 4th in chips, the shortest stack remaining. He's still going to be the short stack. He's going to be even shorter because he doesn't make this call here. And sees the Broadway straight from Haxton.
Chidwick doesn't even let any emotions come into his brain. Goes for the quick muck. Doesn't go for the double check on the cards. Doesn't go for the wine and show.
The hand funeral.
The hand funeral. Yeah, just moves on.
It's the shirt. It's the lucky Isaac Haxton shirt. He needs to, like, find them and, like, sell them.
Well, here's a question. How much would Isaac Haxton sell the lucky shirt for?
At this point, there's no money. He's got too much money, so there's no money. I mean, it's just not possible. You see the leaderboard at the top of your screen, presented by GTO Wizard. Steven Chidwick now below 2 million. Isaac Haxton back up over 4 million. Bleznick and Kempton sandwiched in between those two. Bleznick coming in with a raise here, ace-jack 6-3, and Kempton defends the big blind. Interesting flop here. Kempton's got a pair of sevens with the 10-8 for a straight draw. Bleznick's got the ace-jack of diamonds. Check, check on the flop. 9 pairs the board on the turn. Check, check again on the turn, ace on the river. That gives the check mark to Jared Bleznick, rivering a better 2 pair.
Check.
$100,000 is the bet from Bleznick. Kempton gives it up, and Bleznick takes the pot. Ace, King, Jack 8 here for Steven Chidwick, under the gun.
Is it under the gun, or is it the cutoff?
Whatever you want, either one. Either one's fine. We're four-handed, baby.
I mean, Donnie, my under the gun range is much tighter than my cutoff range, I have to admit.
Chidwick coming in with a raise here, 105K. Gets it done. There you see the payouts and the players that finished earlier today. Everyone that returned today, all 7 players, did make the money. Chino Rheem first to go, followed by Frank Crivello, and then Aaron Katz. Final 4 players here, guaranteed $418,000. First place, $1,292,000 in what is the largest buy-in pot limit Omaha tournament in poker history. Love to see it.
Wow, look at this banger. Ace, King, King, Queen, double suited for Bleznick versus the Jack 7-7-6 of the same suit for Kempton. Kempton potentially in a lot of trouble here if this goes to the flop. Bleznick not wasting any time. Re-raising pot. Lots of spades dead here. Chidwick folds 3 of them. Hearts, of course, still an option.
Kempton could have liked to play this one. He is on the button, so he would have position on the hand, which is extremely important. And there is the call from Kempton.
That's it.
Here we go. Almost 600,000 in the middle. Bleznick against Kempton. Bleznick first to act.
Oh, and there's those hearts I mentioned, Donnie. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and also a gutter ball here for Kempton. Could hit a 5 to make a 7 high straight. So could be some action here. Bleznick has, of course, those nut hearts. He also has top pair with that queen.
Kempton has a gut shot to go along with his inferior flush draw.
Okay.
They have been, I'm not sure.
Really?
10 seconds.
I don't know if it's right, but it definitely has happened before.
Pot.
570.
570 is the bet from Bleznick. Now, the question is, does the gambling spirit rage on inside of Kempton?
Look at the discipline.
Paul. Hey, Paul.
Look at the discipline from Kempton.
That one hurts, Jared. That one hurt.
Are we supposed to pause the clock if a player asks for a count of another player's stack?
It's not vital right now.
Well,
Isaac.
it's actually good to know.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's my rule.
You were buried.
You're entitled to an unobstructed view of the chip stack. So if the player just shows you their chips, the clock does not pause. If the player is counting their chips, now the clock is going to get paused because they're controlling the rate of information. I can't have them take 25 seconds to count their chips, and then all of a sudden you basically used up all of your allotted time. If they're choosing to give you a count, we will pause the clock because that player is now controlling.
But they could just ignore them and say, fuck you. And
well, you have to at least, like...
You're entitled, yes. They're not required.
Okay.
Players are not required to get it.
I mean, they have to be able to see. So if your chips aren't stacked in 20s, or if like you're obstructing them, then
yeah, no, I agree with that.
Hold on a second.
If you move your hands and they can see.
I just want to be transparent. I'm pretty sure I owe you a time bank. Yeah. I heard the word time.
You pulled it as soon as you said it's the time, so it was right on the button.
Oh, I'm okay?
Yeah, you're
okay. Because I heard the word time. Okay.
Yeah. As soon as I said time, you already you're good.
Okay.
He's an honest man, Donnie.
He didn't knock his
I just wanted to be.
He said pot.
I just want to be transparent because I heard I heard it time. Yeah. I just
He said time just before you said pot.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, Isaac,
you had everything?
All of it. Everything.
I had a lot, but
whatever you had was buried.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I had everything.
That's the
I
problem.
would have busted you if you put it in. I had it all. You'll see.
Till the 5 of clubs just rips off. And
I still had some outs.
He said he would have busted
You
you.
weren't trying to die, but you had something, but you were in bad shape. I promise you.
I guess it's a good thing I folded.
Hot.
Maybe I should have just folded pre. I don't know.
I feel like we're seeing Bleznick open it up a little bit here. Now that we're down to 4-handed, which is good to see.
Absolutely.
It's fun.
Love to see some more aggression. Bleznick, of course, had the goods. Always easy to be aggressive with the goods.
You know what's crazy? In 3 days, the hand I just had against you, that was the biggest hand I've had at the tournament. Not even, I'm talking about pre-flop.
Yeah.
Does that even mean it was just like particularly good aces? I mean, you've had aces a bunch of times.
Really good aces. Really good aces.
I had more there than you think I had.
Double suited.
Okay.
Could have been that.
I had on day one, I think I had like ace, queen, double.
I saw it. Remember.
And I just flop came like 8-7-5.
No, I was, and then
without any.
I remember you said you're like, oh, it's painful to fold this. Remember?
Yeah.
I was there.
I just get donked into, and I'm like.
I saw the hand.
This looks appealing, Donnie. The Jack 9 8-6 double suited,
especially on the button.
I do feel as though Chidwick has been in favor of limping a lot of hands. Doesn't try to blow these pots up.
10 seconds. Call.
There it is again with the limp for Chidwick. Not much out there for Haxton. Look at this, Blez. Personal breaks. Welcome to the rail. Thanks for becoming a YouTube community member. That comes with some exclusive content. You can see it all on our video page. Some of the member exclusives include full Season 1 of Poker After Dark, Season 2 of High Stakes Poker, and we've added WSOP 2003 and 4 to our YouTube community membership page. Donnie Peters getting some food delivered. I'm getting just waxed right here. What is it? Yep, I'm in. I heard the word chicken and I'm in. Got a small pot brewing here. Donnie, what's your opinion on having one dog versus multiple dogs?
I have two.
But is 2 dogs double the work?
I mean, sorry. Yeah.
How do you know if the second dog is going to get along with the first dog?
You gamble.
You were in very good shape.
My fiance and I have a dog, and we're now considering getting a second dog. And I'm not sure if that's the right call.
Big enough?
I mean, it depends what type of dog is the second dog, I guess.
It's very similar to the first one.
10 seconds. Check.
Chidwick betting 40K. Haxton made the call. Nice looking turn card here for Chidwick, who adds a flush draw, just in case, after flopping a straight. Haxton with a collection of pairs could very well see this go to the river after Chidwick bets 150K. River card is the ace of diamonds. Backdoor diamonds coming in for Chidwick, who improves from a straight to a flush.
I'm shocked Haxton didn't fill up. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm just shocked.
Maybe there's a 6th card coming, you know, that we don't know about yet.
I mean, I thought for sure just like a deuce was going to roll off and Haxton was just going to have a full house against Chidwick's straight. But nonetheless, Chidwick's got the best of it here with the flush. A little double check there for Stevie. Yes, sir, you do have 2 diamonds. I'll tell you what, Remko, I think every day I think about getting another dog.
A 3rd one?
I mean, it's just like you see all these posts from the adoption centers and
That's what I'm looking at right
now.
now.
Like you see them on Instagram and you're like, oh, let's go get this one. Let's go get that one. You
Look.
know? Yeah, I mean, it's, you want to give them a good home, but I'm like, I already have 2. I have 2 kids that are tormenting my life. I mean, it's just like.
Chidwick, as always, deliberate, takes his time.
Yeah, there's a $500,000 out there. Half pot, 250.
All right. Going for some value here. Lots of pairs for Haxton, but of course that is not what you're looking for.
A little shrug there from Haxton, tosses his hand in the muck, and Stephen Chidwick's back over $2 million.
I mean, for Chidwick, it's been a constant up and down with not a whole lot of forward progress.
Not the
Still
river ahead,
hold
no.
steady.
This is my favorite river right there.
I'm actually shocked how fast we've been playing today. I think you just used. Neither one of you have used any time. Oh, you used one time instead.
I probably used 1 or 2.
I don't think Ike's used 1.
I've used at least 1, maybe 2.
Today?
Yeah. I had 4 or 5 last night and 9 more, so.
I'll bet I have more of these than any of you.
That seems likely.
That's a sharp
I think
bet.
I've used 2 the whole tournament.
That would be a very sharp wager.
But how about, did Isaac Haxton win an F-Tops event?
I
Have
told
we
him
gotten
at
to the
start,
bottom of
it's
this?
too many.
I guess I've only used 1. I still have 13. And I had at most 5 to start today.
You taught me that.
Yeah, has to be 1.
Jack 10-8 rainbow flop. Beautiful top set here for Kempton on a flop that does invite some straight possibilities.
I do usually play pretty fast in PLO. Aussie
Minimum
Matt
bet
trained
from
me.
Kempton, and Bleznick, excuse me, makes the call.
He just berated you every time you tank.
Just scream at you every
8
time
pairs
you
of
take
board
more
on
than
the
5
turn,
seconds.
so full house now for Isaac Kempton.
Full
And he'll
house
actually
beats a
follow
flush,
through.
right?
He'll
Yeah,
just
yeah.
storm out and stop
Definitely.
playing. I once took like 20 seconds to raise the river for value against him in stud, and he just instantly sat out and just sat at the table yelling at me, not getting dealt in for like 20 minutes before getting dealt back in.
Kempton checks here, and Bleznick comes with 60K.
Kempton has been hovering on a 2 million mark ever since he doubled through Chino Rheem. He's up nearly $1 million on the day.
Pot.
Here's a 330.
Oh, here we go. Making it 330 to go.
Bleznick gives it up. Excuse me.
Can I order some Avias?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we get in on that, please?
Stevie. Hey.
He's coming. He's not going to miss it.
What's today, Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday.
Yeah, clubs exposed.
Sorry.
Kempton raising it up.
You're folding king
Queen
three
Jack
suited,
10-6, 3 spades.
I had better than that.
We are seeing some more hands being
apologize.
played this hour.
That's it. Check. Check. That's it. Check.
Lots of check-in this hand. Kempton caught that third 6 on the turn. By the way, appreciate you guys all for hanging out in the chat. It's really fun to read along. If you guys have any questions for us, please
I had
send
some
them in.
baseball cards at one point, but I never like was particularly into it or organized by it or anything.
65.
By the way, still haven't hit 1,500 likes on the video yet. Please come and smash that like button. As we see the panini box in the background there, I feel like he's
on the table.
He's tempting us. He's tempting us with the box. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. We got a ton more poker action to come in the next 2 weeks.
This is a $10,000 case.
Both live and on demand.
You want a box?
Oh, he's got the knife.
Are you asking me if I want to give you $10,000?
No, you're not going to pay for it. Just let me give you a box. Open a box.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
6.
The break is happening.
Smash like if you're here for the break. He's got one on there on the table right now.
Each one of these boxes is $1,000.
Sounds like a bad deal.
Huh?
Sounds like a bad deal.
There's 2 cards in there.
This is going to blow Isaac Haxton's mind.
So I just have to trust you that the 2 cards in there
There's
are
literally
worth
2 cards in
$1,000?
this box. You're not going to pay for it. I just want you to open it for me when you're not in the hand. I got 10 boxes. This is a great item, dealer. This is a really good item.
Sir, why are you carrying a knife on the Las Vegas Strip? Well, gotta open my boxes, ladies and gentlemen.
How many more hands?
2 hands. First hand of 2.
I'm a little bit worried that he's gonna open one
I'm not a very
on
trusting
the
guy.
break.
You tell me the sealed box maybe has something worth $1,000 in it. I just don't believe you.
105.
Skeptical Isaac Haxton? Who would have thought?
Yes.
So we've established that he's brought 10 boxes
I
worth
got
$1,000
3.
each, and each one has 2 cards in it.
3, 5.
How does that? Like, I don't understand this world. I don't understand this world at all. I was thinking, like, you know, if a box is $1,000, there's got to be like, I don't know, at least 10 cards in there, and then you have like a chance of like one really rare card. But I guess these are all rare cards. I don't know. Maybe Bleznick can educate me. Donovan says Panini 1 cards are beautiful and come encased. So these are already in a case. It's kind of badass.
170.
170. seconds.
Look at this. Haxton betting 170K. Bleznick coming over the top. Donnie, this could be fireworks. Haxton has the better flush draw. Bleznick in real trouble here.
These are the two biggest stacks as well, which is even more interesting.
Haxton in the tank here. We've seen him act fast so far. He also said he's only burned one time extension chip at this entire final table. Doesn't burn one again, makes the call. Look at this, 1.255 million in the middle. Bleznick not drawing dead, but he's going to need a favorable turn card here. It is the 5 of clubs hitting the turn. I'm going to go and say this is an ideal card for Bleznick because if the diamond comes in on the river, the board pair might scare both players to a point where this does not end up all in.
Yeah, I mean the board pair now too might slow things down a little bit. So.
Check.
Would really love to see.
I mean, this is a look at this theater. The Louis Vuitton bucket hat, the Montclair, I don't know what to call that, fleece. I believe those glasses are Gucci.
Oh, interesting.
And then a cardboard box full of $1,000 cards. I mean, it's just like
living the dream.
This is the PokerGO Studio. Look at this man.
Haxton studying. Bleznick reaching.
450.
That's 450 into 1.25 million. Action now back on Haxton. Donnie Haxton's getting quite a price here to go and see a river card without too much damage.
Yeah, but that could also be the story that he thinks Bleznick is trying to tell him with the board pairing. You know, is he trying to keep me around? Continue to build this pot up with something of value. He does get it done. Jared Bleznick, everyone.
Duncan, Duncan, that was for you.
Oh my God.
I folded the 9666.
Duncan, that was for you, my friend. I knew I love you too. What'd you fold?
Jared Bleznick.
By the way, for the record, I don't care if I win this or I don't win this. There's no one better than me in this game. There's no one.
That's true.
And that's factual. There's no one better than me in Palomar. I don't care if I win this tournament or not. I care, but I'm still the best in the world.
Everybody I've ever talked to has lost to you.
I said what?
They're like, oh my God. Sometimes they say you're bad, but the story always ends with, and then Jared had all my money.
There's no one that's ever beaten me playing Potluck Omaha.
I know.
No one.
It's crazy. You're doing something.
By the way, Duncan, that was for you, my friend. I love you. I love you.
I don't know what you're doing exactly. I'll have to go back and study the replay.
I don't.
You're doing something different.
That hand I was. GTO taught me if I'm supposed to. I will tell you this. I didn't even have a 7 in my hand. They tell you you're supposed to have a 7.
Oh, no 7.
I didn't have a 7. I love you too, Manu.
You're a wild man.
All right, I'm opening a box of 1-on-1 basketball. I'm opening a factory seal box.
Well, here we go.
Dealer, this is one of the best products in the world. I'm looking for an Anthony.
Dealer, are you paying attention to Jared?
I'm looking for an Anthony Edwards rookie card here. I think Anthony Edwards will be the best player.
You don't have to answer, by the way, now that we've clarified.
That ever lived?
Wow.
Wow, I like that. I like that response.
All right, we need to get a camera here on Jared Bleznick.
1.9.
Oh. What do we got?
Ooh, Grizzlies.
John Moran.
Show me Desmond Bain. Desmond Bain RPA. Desmond Bain RPA, first pack. Wow, he's going to be a star. Box 2.
I think I dropped him
This
from
is
my
so
fantasy
much
team
fun.
last year. I mean, smash like if you enjoyed the little box break we got going on here. He's ripping, he's tossing stuff around.
It's like Christmas morning out here.
He's opening another one. The poker is still being played. I've
You
sort
open
of.
one of these or no?
Are they still worth 1,000 each with the big?
It's all random. You don't know.
Or is it not the?
I think they're
This
cheating
card,
you.
Like this is complete dust. This card's worth like $10.
That's what I'm saying. They're cheating you.
Like, you don't know what's inside. You don't know what's inside of it.
Patrick Williams, dust.
Are those audited by the Gaming Commission?
So we're on break, right?
You don't know. It's all. We're on break.
Oh. Yeah. All right, I don't think he's going to break any boxes during the break, but we are going on a little break. Here's the chip counts. I mean, you can't leave now. We're breaking boxes. We're playing poker. Pot Limit Omaha. Back in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. PLO Super High Roll Bowl continues shortly.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Yeah, Jared, 2 for you. Yeah, one and change.
Thanks, Jared. I love that for me.
What did you say?
He said, "Good for you."
Good for you.
Good for you, kid.
I'm taking notes, by the way.
I gotta start responding with good.
Don't fold aces ever,
Give me the
right?
counts
Just go with
more
them.
often.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
See, coming from you, it would sound more condescending because when you have more chips. From him, it just sounds
True.
funny.
Haxton picks up the aces here.
5 players remain. Next person who bows out will take home,
65.
Raise 60.
I believe, a little bit over $300,000. Yeah, $304,000. And then the pay jumps get real serious. 4th place, 418. 3rd place, 570. 836 for 2nd, and just a tad under 1.3 million. Chidwick has been pretty quiet. He's going to come along for the ride here with double-suited queens.
And we saw Kempton here fold the king, 3 deuce single suited on the button. Strikes me as a little bit tight with
He
position.
hates kings.
He does. With position on Haxton this deep cutoff versus button, I might have thought he'd see a flop, but
We should make that bet. with
certainly
David.
not a super exciting hand to play
We should-
post flop.
He'll do it too.
What happens here?
Well,
Every time.
I think there's a good chance Haxton checks this one
He'll
back.
probably take Raston.
Not having any heart in his hand, just having the
Probably
one
will.
low board pair. He may bet, and if he bets, I think Chidwick's just going to call. Doesn't want to play for stacks, I don't believe.
It's not a piece. We would do it together if we did it. Not a
But
piece.
Chidwick's hand's almost good enough to go for a check pot, but I think just
115.
yeah, you know what? This is actually close for Chidwick. The more I look at
We
it,
have to play focused.
there's a lot of money out there. You know, 285,000 in the pot. He's got some fold equity.
How old are you, Isaac? 25?
I am 26. 26 now.
I think if he was a little bit stronger, like, you know,
125?
if he had a gut shot
Jared.
instead of the 5, something like that,
Appreciate that.
you might just see him check pot this.
You're so young.
Even with this amount of equity, it's
I've
pretty
been in
reasonable.
Bigger spots.
But
Never a bigger
based on how he normally
You
plays, I
don't
think we're going to see him
play
call.
tournaments?
Let's see.
I play some cash too. Kilo of cash.
Chidwick just calls. 400,000 in there.
Terrible. I'm losing juice.
Ike's hand, by the way, would have been in a horrible spot facing that flop check raise. Not to say that
But the tournaments make up. for
Chidwick
it.
should have check raised, or that we can know that
you
Ike
wanted
has this
to?
hand.
Yeah.
Instead, Chidwick
Yeah,
decides just to call,
What'd
and
you win?
he hits his heart.
PLO tournament.
He
here.
can't lose unless he folds.
Right, and I don't think Ike's going to bet this turn with no heart, no 7, no 8. I mean, the 7 and 8 don't matter as much, but no heart in his hand really makes it tough to bet this turn.
10 seconds.
Yeah, this is a pretty ugly board for ace-ace 10 4 2 clubs, right?
Absolutely,
I
and
actually have a ring. I wanted WSOP.
we'll see what Chidwick goes with on the river.
Nice.
I expect him to go for value.
Ike makes his makes 2 pair on the river, but still can't really beat anything that Chidwick would bet for value.
Right, and it's hard for Chidwick to even have too many bluffs when he calls such a big bet on the turn. Straight got there, flush got there. He'd have to turn some sort of 9x into a bluff, I suppose, for him to have a bluff. So it's very hard for Haxton to call here with 10s and 4s.
Action on. The man from Kent, UK, the 34-year-old. These two combined for about $100 million in lifetime earnings.
Yeah, it's just astonishing when you think about it.
10 seconds. $120.
I like this from Chidwick. And versus this sizing, Ike certainly doesn't love folding, but again, he has to find the bluffs. I don't think Chidwick's going to value bet worse for this sizing than 10s and 4s. It's almost impossible. So he needs to think of a hand that Chidwick would call the flop with that's weaker than 10s and 4s. And on this run out, to be honest, there's not that many of them.
Well, to your point, not only that, but a hand that does check call flop.
No, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Right.
So Chidwick has to check call the flop with something, and pretty much everything got there on that turn. Just something to take note of.
Got a kid hanging out in Toronto.
Is that where he's from?
Not originally, no. He's from New Hampshire originally. I think he went to school there and then married a girl he met there. Been there for a long time at this point, but
He's a cool kid.
yeah.
Interesting enough, Ike actually got married at a Las Vegas drive-through chapel.
Cool.
Wow. Calm, Jared.
So Bleznick's got queen 10 here. He's got 2 10s, so he does block the nuts.
Yeah, interesting spot for Bleznick. Could be a hand you could turn into a bluff raise here with the 2 10s, especially on a rainbow board. He decides to go with just the float.
And Kempton with top 2.
And Blez is reserving the right to turn his hand into a bluff later on.
9 of diamonds, not a card either player particularly like, right?
No, it's kind of hard for Kempton to keep betting this card. Yes, he has top 2, but he has nothing to go with it. And the 9 of diamonds bringing some additional draws and completing 10-8.
So Bleznick with just a pair of queens here, but the 2 10s, he's going to check this back.
Yeah, I think Bleznick definitely could consider making a large bet on the turn there and then bombing the river. Puts a lot of pressure on all of Isaac's 2-pair hands.
Are you surprised that he didn't?
A little bit, but it's hard to be surprised at this point by anything Bleznick does. He's just so unpredictable.
Wow, and Kempton actually goes 125.
Goes for a large value bet, just thinking that Bleznick would have bet better hands on the turn and that he's targeting worse aces up, basically.
What's in there?
Now does Bleznick decide to turn his hand into a bluff? We'll see. It's a little bit of a weird story he's telling, because he's saying, I checked back a straight, now I'm raising the river. He would check back some 10-8 combos, but I would expect most king 10 to bet the turn. So if he does go for this, let's see if Kempton picks it off.
Hand shaking as he puts his chips in the pot, and he has gone 375, I believe. So it's 250 back over to Kempton.
So interesting spot for Kempton. He's saying to himself, would Jared really check back king 10 on the turn? And would Jared always raise 10-8 versus my pot-sized bet on the river? Because I think 10-8 would check back a lot on the turn. Jared's not doing this with a set of 9s. He's this type of hand, but...
No, he's got a straight or nothing, right?
Right, exactly. He's got a straight or some type of blocker bluff that, for some reason, didn't go for it on the turn.
Oh.
Kempton gives him
Someone
credit.
Another one. This is where someone up there is telling me that I am the best poker player, not poker player, PLO player in the world. Someone up there is telling me that, is saying that. Someone watching this is saying I'm the best PLO player on planet Earth.
Is that same someone also telling you?
By the way,
that?
this is why I don't play a lot of tournaments, because the stuff that I do, no one in the world does.
Gives away too much.
And then I just lost myself 7 figures because of that hand. I just cost myself.
I'm just curious, did that same someone also tell you about how humble you are, too?
It's just the truth. Because what I just did, no one in the world does, and the problem is they all got to see it. And they got to see it for
No,
10 hours
everyone's
of
going
it.
to be doing it.
That's the problem. I cost myself a fortune with that hand that I just did. And you're
Bleznick stating that showing this plays cost him 7
Kempton was
figures.
saying he had stone nothing. Or
Not
he had
afraid
this
of
fucking nuts.
What happened on
hyperbole.
the turn? And I'll just tell you what he
It
had.
just went check.
It went check.
I guess he's
check
saying
on the
he had.
That's the problem.
I guess I'll get to see.
And that's why I don't like being on it.
I guess you just had nuts straight and played it slow so you could raise river. Or you just bluffed the shit on me. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
65.
Either way,
Either way,
you're one of a kind.
Either way, I didn't want them to see it, and that's the problem.
Either
I
way,
had to
you're
force
one
to
of
show
a
my
kind.
cards. Because whoever's commentating just said that's. I've never seen that in my entire life. I promise you.
Steven's sitting there saying,
I
I've
love
never
that
heard
for you,
somebody
Jared.
talk about himself
Nice
so
hand.
much.
Not about it's not a big pot. It's just it's frustrating.
This guy's as silent as a fucking statue.
I said yesterday. I said if he replaced Daniel, was he 20 years ago? We all wouldn't be here right now.
Have you ever seen that before?
I mean, it's just.
Seen what?
He said that whoever's commentating is saying they've never seen that before.
Right.
Have you ever seen somebody check back?
I've seen it.
You've
I've
seen it? Wow, okay.
But I do think most people go for the bluff on the turn there.
I mean, it just makes conventional thought. You're like, well, let me build a pot.
Yeah, let's go for 2 streets, because this is what we do with our king 10, right? You want to be consistent.
Right.
Trying to get away with it.
Pretty good hands for everybody here, although we don't know what Haxton's doing.
No, you don't want to give away what you're doing.
I mean, hadn't occurred to me, but.
Wish I had some chips to play too.
Don't know what Ike's 4th card is.
Right.
I'm trying to survive here, man.
It's in the right spot, so I'm not sure why we're not seeing it, but for whatever reason, we are not seeing that
You
4th
guys are
card.
all just dancing around waiting for me to go bust.
You know that Kempton's got a pair of queens. Chidwick's got a pair of 6s. Now a heart draw.
Big turn for Stevie.
Okay.
He turned bottom or middle
What's the
2
like
pair
this?
and nut flush draw.
Yeah.
Does elect to check. Doesn't really want to bet and face a big raise.
I have to double up.
Which is why my place so.
Because against something like Queen 8, he's really just drawing to his flush or the 6. But definitely checking with the intention of continuing the hand. I don't think either player is going to bet this one. Kempton's still got top pair, top kicker, but no hearts in his hand. He's content to check and try to see a safe river.
Yeah, and apparently our RFID did not pick up the 5 of spades because it's not relevant.
Right, yeah. It's a brick, but yeah, there's no way I can bet this spotted 2 players with no relevant cards.
He's taking his time with it, though.
He is, but he's very balanced in these ones. Oh, it looks like the graphic. There was a graphic error there. Chidwick did actually bet the.
That made more
check,
sense. I was wondering what Ike was doing.
which is also reasonable.
So Chidwick bets 80,000.
And tricky spot for Kempton. He's got top pair, top kicker, but bad visibility. Versus this sizing, he may be inclined to peel, but this is a spot where versus a big bet, he would have a clear fold. Versus this very small bet, I think he wants to call in position and just see what rolls off in the end.
And you used that term a lot yesterday, and just for the people that are new today, when you say visibility, what do you mean? Maybe another 5 months.
At this rate, perhaps.
Yeah.
Really pretty one here for Haxton.
Raise a call. We take a look at an ace 10-3. Only suit not represented here are diamonds, and coincidentally, that's what Haxton has. Diamonds. Kempton, by the way, with 2 pair. And Kempton's 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, nice flop here for Isaac Kempton.
125.
As a poker commentator, I try to come up with millions of different ways to say rainbow flop.
Right, yeah.
It's crazy how little.
Kempton's just going to call here with no extra equity.
By the way, if Kempton's ace-10 holds up and wins this hand, Kempton will vault ahead of Haxton as well.
That's right, yeah. But look at this turn card.
How many times have we
Yeah, that's
played
juicy.
this?
Haxton picks up a gutter and a nut flush draw.
3 times lifetime.
Yeah.
It's so crazy, though.
Interesting to see how he plays this one.
Not that crazy.
You could make cases for both
Because you
checking and
played
betting.
High limit your whole career. And I would never play.
And betting actually would put immediate pressure on Kempton's exact hand.
I play the other games. I play that mixed game.
330.
Oh, it's a big bet, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on Kempton. isn't
Yeah,
it?
I like this a lot from Haxton. He blocks Broadway. He's got outs against everything. And ace-10 and ace-3 are already in a ton of pressure with no additional equity, which is exactly what Kempton has. And I think, frankly, Kempton needs to find the fold here, even though we can see he's 60-40 against Ike's range of hands. He's not doing great, and it's so hard, once again, that visibility to know what rivers are good for you besides an ace or a 10.
Right, unless an ace comes up on the river or a 10, as you mentioned, what do you do? And by the way, if you call this, you're talking about a pot that has excess of 1 million in there. Haxton starts to put a lot of pressure on your stack.
Absolutely. And it's not like if you're folding ace-10, it means you're folding everything, because you have plenty of hands that turn straight draws, turn flush draws, etc.
Or you're calling here if you have ace-10 with spades, obviously,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Well, Kempton does let it go. Strong play from Haxton. And we saw a ton of that yesterday for Mike.
Right.
We haven't seen a ton of that today. And we know it's there, that's for sure. Ike once again wearing his lucky shirt. That is the same shirt he wore to win both of the Super High Roller Bowl titles.
Very calm poker.
Whereas by the time I'd made it to the final day and there were only 3 of us left, I was just enjoying the moment, and whatever happens, happens. And I've already made a ton of money. I've already had a career-changing score. So I think at that point I felt pretty relaxed, to be honest with you.
And what about the day before when you went in and there's 9 left?
Really, that was a little bit more stressful, and even the day before that, when there's still 36 left and you're playing down to 9, and that was a long day.
To me, that's the day. By the way, that's my favorite day.
Right. That's
of whether it's commentating, and I've been lucky enough to commentate that event, or just watch it. Unfortunately for me, I've never made it that far. But to go from 36 or 27 down to 9. That's
a cool day, and that's
it's such a cool day,
a high intensity day.
Yeah, it's everything. I mean, you've already locked up a decent score, but the difference between you had a really cool finish and life changing.
Right, and even just final tabling, you have potentially, if you want to go that direction, gives you sponsorship opportunities. Yeah. It's a huge career accolade. So.
It's also 11th and 9th. It's a 7-figure score as opposed to, maybe 200,000.
Big pay jumps start to happen towards the end of that day before the final table, and then they get huge at the final table.
I mean, I don't want to sneeze at a couple 100,000. That's a lot of money, obviously, but one is potentially life-changing. And
absolutely. Pretty good flop here for Chidwick. Pair, double gutter, backdoor spades. Kempton stabbing.
Did you sleep much the night before? Could you?
Yeah, my sleep was, again, I think, going into that day.
Welcome back once again to the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas. This is the final table of Super High Roller Bowl Pot Limit Omaha. 4 players still remain, all 4 of these, in contention for the top prize, just shy of $1.3 million. David Tuckman and Alex Livingston on the call on PokerGo.com if you want to continue to listen to their soothing voices. But if you want the shenanigans and the, banter, I'd say, stick around. My name is Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We're just having some fun with it. Jared Bleznick, he brought out the boxes. He said he's going to break them. He's going to show off some cards, maybe pull something worth, a payout here at the final table. Who knows? He's the chip leader with 100 big blinds. Stephen Chidwick, our short stack, Isaac Kempton, just ahead of him. Still anyone's game here, as the remaining 4 are guaranteed $418,000. Next pay jump for 570, then 836, and just shy of 1.3 million up top for the winner. There it is. Blinds are up. 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. Chidwick with double suited ace-10. And look at that stack of boxes, Donnie. I think he opened 2 before the break, and now I see the remaining 8 sitting on the table here. It's going to be pretty epic if he pulls a real one.
What's the red one? What's the red one? 7. Yeah, it's not very good.
Bleznick just teasing us there, having those boxes on the table. He's said it many times, those are worth $1,000 a piece. But as soon as you open them, they're either worthless or worth more. I guess we'll find out. Look at that beautiful white 100,000 chip.
Thank you very much.
The greens are 25K, and the blues, teal maybe 5,000. 3 chips in play here at the final table. By the way, if you're tuning in on YouTube specifically, let us know where you're watching from. Love to hear whether we got an international crowd going. And while you're at it, please make sure to hit that like button. Let's get us up to 2,000 likes. Our goal for the day is to hit 2,400 as Haxton raising it up with jacks. Bleznick finds 8s. We're going to see a flop here. For the sports cards people in the chat, and I know there's many of you watching, give us some more context about these boxes that we are looking at. Like, what are we dealing with here? What's like the top range that a card could be worth that Bleznick paid for? He just pulled a Patrick Williams and said, well, that's dust. So that's an easy way to burn through a couple $1,000. Chidwick raising it up with 9-6 here. Bleznick with a flopped straight.
It's over, yeah.
Donnie, this could be some fireworks here. Just makes the call. Flop the nuts. 7 hits on the turn. Bleznick checks, perhaps looking for a check raise. Of course, the fact that he has Donnie not 1 but 2 8s makes it a bit less likely that Chidwick is dealing or playing with the same hand.
Yep. Or somehow has the 10-8 in his hand.
Right, yeah, exactly. It limits the amount of 8 combos out there. Action goes check, check. 4 of clubs hits on the river. Chidwick also has a straight, but Bleznick has got the winner here. Seeing some speculation in the chat on the value of the cards that Bleznick might be breaking here at this final table. Quite a wide range.
Check.
Bleznick checks again.
Check.
Check.
You cannot trap Steven Chidwick.
No, sir. No, sir.
He is not trappable. Bleznick rakes in the pot. There it is. Founder of Blez Sports. Co-owner of Legacy Sports Cards. Live tournament winnings, 2.7 million, but that does not tell the whole story. This man, of course, mostly known as a cash game player. Bleznick leading, 4.2 million. Donnie, I feel like he's just teasing us now. He got like I'm not into sports cards, but now that we're about
you
to
want
sort
to know,
I want to sweat something.
You can't put a box on the table. I don't care what it is. Sports
Exactly.
cards, a bakery. I don't care. You want to know what's in the box.
Exactly.
Especially when the person who has the box is like, this costs $1,000.
Exactly.
You need to know what's in the box.
You got about 2 million?
Kempton betting 100K with 0% chance of winning this hand. Bleznick flops a full house. Life still going pretty well for Mr. Jared Bleznick. Bleznick just with the call, hoping that Kempton maybe will continue to bluff at it. Kempton, look at this, Donnie. Continues firing, bets 300K, putting himself into a terrible situation as Bleznick happy to keep calling with his full house.
Yeah, we'll see if this river card here slows down Kempton a little bit. You know, just giving him some showdown value here.
Check.
There is the check. Would imagine we're going to get some sort of bet here out of Bleznick. The pot is 1.1 million. Kempton has 1.64 million behind.
Kempton pretty obviously giving up on this, hoping that he gets the showdown with his ace.
Pot.
Look at this, Bleznick firing out pot, 1.1 million.
I mean, for me, the non-PLO expert that I am, this seems like Kempton's just got a bluff catcher, and I don't really know what bluffs he beats here. I mean, obviously we've seen Bleznick bluff at times, but
Kempton is trying to think about the story that Bleznick is trying to tell here, Donnie. What is Bleznick trying to tell here by just calling down two streets and then going pot on the river? Scott in the chat says he really doesn't want to get bluffed, and that's a good point. Kempton going over all the options, trying to figure out if there's a way that Bleznick is bluffing here.
look at Bleznick just Arms crossed, hunched over the table, staring straight at Isaac Kempton, who's deep into the tank here. He's already used 3 time extensions. Looks like another 4th one there is going to be used. Kempton trying to figure out what can Jared Bleznick have. He makes the call.
Oh, wow. Kempton calls it off for 1.1 million on the river. And Jared Bleznick wasn't bluffing. Wow. I mean, you got to give Kempton credit for even making that move. Bleznick raking it in up to just shy of 6 million chips, and now holding a commanding chip lead.
Bit of a tournament defining pot right there for both players. Kempton on the losing end is now down to 13 big blinds. Bleznick, as you just mentioned, Remko takes a huge chip lead here, up to almost 6 million.
Wow.
Flops the full house. Just calls, flop and turn, piles it in on the river, and gets paid off. Haxton here, blind versus blind against Kempton.
120.
Nice one with the ace, queen, and
Open the
jack
box.
10.
Here.
Just a box for Steven Chidwick. Why not?
All right, let's see if Stevie can pull a good card. Oh.
You think Stevie is interested at all in this?
I don't want to jinx it.
I don't want to jinx it.
If it's bad, I would feel bad.
No,
and if it's good, I would have used my luck on something that I
Is this garbage?
don't care about. Yep.
Raise 140.
Chidwick makes a 140. Kempton, ace, king, jack, 3. 2 diamonds. Kempton now down to 11 big blinds. Donnie, is this the type of hand you can gamble with, or is that sort of hanger, the 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ace king suited, the ace king jack is just kind of good enough here. I mean,
I think I'm going to use a few time extensions. That's legal, right?
using time extensions to break a box.
Oh my God.
We've seen it all.
D'Angelo Russell. Bulls. Probably Pat Williams.
10 seconds.
It is Pat Williams.
He sounds disappointed.
Let's open another box. I'll use the time extension. Because I play faster than all these guys, so I don't need all these. I'll use it, you know?
Okay.
I mean, well, I don't. This is incredible. I don't even know what's going on.
If you're just tuning in, Isaac Kempton is all in. Jared Bleznick is opening boxes of cards.
Brunson. Ooh, redemption. We're looking for LaMelo. Huh. LaMelo. LaMelo. This is a really big card. This is a really big card. LaMelo, and he just signed him too.
How much, Jared? How much is it worth?
This card's worth like at least $2,000. Really.
Wow.
Yeah. This is a really big card. Rookie. All right, how many time extensions do I have?
I cannot believe what we are watching here.
I'm not going to need all of them. It's okay.
Imagine being Isaac Kempton.
I'm
You're
ace
just all in.
Ace high.
This is just
I also have
happening.
ace high.
Ace king.
Oh, I'm live.
All right, we got Ace King versus Ace Queen. Isaac Kempton's tournament life on the line, 51-49. It couldn't be any closer. This is the strangest all-in hand I have ever seen. But hey, we're here for it. We are here for it.
Ike, who's a favorite?
Not me.
In this hand, who's a favorite?
Presumably the guy with ace king.
I actually think Chidwick's a favorite.
Could be.
All right, here comes the flop. King, deuce,
anymore.
deuce.
Probably not anymore.
Very nice flop there for Mr. Kempton. No spades to bother him. 95% to win this hand right now.
Yeah, it was 51-49 going to the flop, and now he's 95% to win this one. 6 on the turn is going to seal the deal for Kempton. Get him the double up. 4 spades completes the board on the river.
460.
Back up over $1 million, sir, or at $1 million even. Look at that. First ever $100,000 pot limit Omaha event. First ever super high roller bowl PLO. First ever time breaking sports cards boxes on a live stream. I mean, at the poker table. It's incredible.
It is really incredible. Here's a look at our chip counts. Jared Bleznick, of course, with the chip lead, still cruising along here, up to 5.8 million. Isaac Kempton a short stack with 25 picks, but still, he's got a lot of fight in him, and this recent double up just got a whole lot more ammo. Let us know in the chat if you're enjoying the broadcast. Please smash that like button if you are enjoying the Bleznick experience. Let's bring this baby up to 2,000 likes. Would be awesome if we can pull that off.
The set's going to look like my living room looks like on Christmas morning. You know, after you open all the presents, you just throw all the wrapping and all the boxes all over the place.
Donnie, pay attention. We're opening a box.
I just want him to pull whatever is the holy grail of cards. I want him to pull it so bad.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Wow.
What do we got?
Very red.
Curry? Steph Curry?
Cool. Yeah.
How much is that one worth?
Come on, give us the price. What are we doing here, Blez?
Come on.
10 deuce 3, 2 diamonds. Chidwick ahead here.
How much is in there?
340.
Two pair for Chidwick versus Kempton with, he's got the deuce, but practically nothing. No suits going for him either. 9 of hearts hits on the turn that gives Chidwick a flush draw to go along with his 2 pair. Kempton now picks up a gut shot.
What?
340.
340 from Chidwick gets it done there on the turn.
Shout out to all the Blez fans in the chat. Blez Personal Breaks with a $50 donation saying Surge Blez Sports Cards live stream going on now for your chance to win a piece of Jared's poker winnings from this tournament. Now, we are not cut into this deal, which, you know, is kind of a sad thing. However, much love to everyone tuning in for Blez, for the card breaks. This is the YouTube show. Anything goes here. But if you go somewhere else, please stay here as well. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Bleznick not only putting on a show on the felt, but also putting on a show off the felt here. It's been a fun stream, and I have to say, Donnie, Pot Limit Omaha can be a bit slow sometimes. These guys are keeping it very entertaining.
What? Did you look?
It's great.
Not at the box here.
Oh yeah, I looked at my hand.
Haxton, pocket kings, makes the call from the big blind. Jack 9-4, all hearts, no hearts to go around here. Obviously, whenever you get a single suit type flop, it's going to either slow the action way down or speed it way up in case there's a bit of a clash happening. But still, Donnie, going broke with any sort of second nut type hand, not advised in this game.
No, certainly not.
130.
Feaster on YouTube asked, who brought him those to open? Well, he brought himself.
Yeah, he
showed up with the box.
We saw him walk into the studio with a sealed box, like it looked like it came straight from the store. And now he's opening them on the stream.
Yeah, he said the box cost $10,000. Each of the littler boxes inside the bigger box cost $1,000 each, and that's what he's been opening.
And there's only 2 cards in each box, so
Yeah, it's great.
I'm learning. I'm learning about all this stuff.
2 cards in each box, 4 card in each hand, you know. This is a great PLO stream.
He should have brought boxes that had 4 cards in there in honor of Pot Limit Omaha. This is a little bit of a mistake by Bleznick, who has a pretty looking stack there.
Let me look at it.
Sweating it.
Sweating it.
Cole Anthony. Not good. Bad. Because of this card, I have to check.
Bleznick made no additional side money during this hand. Even though the card he sweated on the turn was bad, the river card is actually quite decent. Jared Bleznick making a full house.
He's so happy. Look at him.
I feel as though the poker is interrupting Bleznick's main passion here, Donnie.
For sure.
Let me open this first.
This is the type of show that you did not expect to see.
Magic.
Come on, show us the cards.
John Collins. What's in the pot?
You're at a 10-second warning.
Is this like Teddy KGB and the Oreos?
Oh, he announces pot. Yeah, I think it is.
You know, he opened the box. He got a little bit happy. He asked what was in the pot. He bet the pot. He's got a full house. I mean, this is very Teddy KGB-like.
You're right. This is amazing.
Haxton does give it up there. It looks like we only have 2 Panini boxes left, which is unfortunate.
Can we send someone to get him more? I'm really enjoying
I
this.
looked at my hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to check.
Oh, if I didn't look at it, I would have lied, though. I would have said I did, obviously. I did look at it.
Was it good?
Huh?
Was it good?
It was pretty good.
Ended up pretty good. Oh, here we go. Another box.
Do
I
we
need
even
play
have to
something
ask?
Good here. I can't take it.
I don't think any of us can.
I need to pull something big here.
If he bricks all these
Robinson.
panini boxes, is he just going to go on tilt?
Another redemption. I'm going to go.
I think that's the first one of these guys I've heard of.
I'm going with Maxi. Okay. Oh no! Oh, it's a timeless moment of Shaq. This is another huge card. This is a big card, folks. Timeless of Shaq.
Wait, why can't I see the
10
card?
seconds? All right, hold on.
Am I stupid? There was two. Both sides were white.
I don't know what's happening.
Both sides were white. What's
That's
going
a
on?
huge card, my dear. It's another redemption. I mean, it's Shaq timeless. Wow.
If you're enjoying the breaks, please smash that like button. Let's get us to 2,000 likes on today's video.
Big hand.
Wow, very vigorous announcement of the word pot. Part of what makes this game so beautiful. What is this? Are we opening the last box?
Want to see or not?
Scared Bleznick's world. We're all just living in it.
Yeah,
man.
we're just on the sidelines here.
I mean, while all these shenanigans are happening, we got one panini box left. The man in the Louis Vuitton bucket hat is up over 6 million in chips. Isaac Haxton is now below 3 million. Kempton's still a short stack on 760K. I feel like Isaac Haxton is the most bothered by the antics that are going on. I mean, he kind of, a little bit of a snapback there.
Isaac Haxton is all business. He is just here for business.
Give me 1 sec. Last box.
Last box. A lot of.
I mean, Chidwick doesn't. He's just like, whatever, man. You do your
Yeah, I've
thing.
opened all of them. I mean, I've hit 2 really good cards. All right, King's card.
Call one of your employees to bring more?
Oh, come on.
Donnie, go out there.
I was going to raise, but then I saw this
those.
card. And I call. I was going to raise, and then I saw that. Aaron Nesmith, disaster. Absolute disaster.
Donnie, there's a scenario now where Bleznick is so tilted from opening 10 boxes worth of garbage that he might give away his chips.
He could.
This might cost him a lot more than the $10,000 he spent on these cards.
What's that, 120?
Gets that bet through there.
Flop right there. You had nothing? You had nothing there? You had anything?
I had some potential, but
Yeah.
not
I had a
enough
lot
to
of,
call
I had a
it.
lot of potential.
I believe those boxes he just
I would've
opened had a lot of
enjoyed the
potential.
But
That
it's
sort
too
of
expensive.
broke the wrong way.
It's on me? Pot.
140.
Bleznick just staying on the gas here. 10-9-5 deuce on the button. Raises the pot. Haxton in the big blind once again. Been a few hands as of late, or a few rotations as of late, where Bleznick has raised on the button against Isaac Haxton's big blind. Haxton makes the call. So these two are going to go at it again. $10-8-3 rainbow. Bleznick flops top pair here.
What's in there?
340.
290.
290 is the bet.
Haxton's going to come along here, calls the $290,000 from Jared Bleznick. Ace on the turn. Bleznick's pair of tens still best here. Might not be loving that ace though, but let's see. That looks like 650 to me.
650.
Haxton forced to give it
they
up.
They tell me that you're like the best in the world. I don't understand.
It's the Bleznick show.
They tell me you're the best in the everyone watching this isn't going to believe everything that's been happening today.
We
no
don't.
one's going to believe it.
No.
Every
I'm right here and I
this
can't
is done
believe
is
it.
going to be Bleznick, greatest PLO player in the world. I've literally, this is everyone. And I didn't have a flush draw either, by the way. The other card wasn't a diamond, and it wasn't even an ace. And it wasn't a set either.
This is amazing.
It's the Bleznick show. He's got plenty of time banks left to like go home and get some more boxes. What are we waiting for?
Bernie, that was for you, my friend.
Looks as though Bleznick has some stuff to carry to recycling. Haxton with 6-4-4 deuce.
This is hands down the best PLO tournament we've ever streamed.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm getting worried for the upcoming series. Like, if there's no card breaking or other extracurricular activities, I might not be as invested in the outcome.
Wow. Really?
Really? That bad? What's that bad?
King, Queen, Jack. No action for Kempton. By the way, if you're just tuning in, 100K buy-in, 7 places got paid, just shy of 1.3 million for the winner. Please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel if you're enjoying the show. Haxton 9986. one suit on the button. He's going to just call, try to see a flop here. Kempton to short stack.
You
about 20
folded your
big
small
blinds.
blind 3 times in a limp pot.
I'm looking at the pay jump, man. I think one of you two's. I think you're going to take him out this hand. I need that fucking pay jump bad.
You've literally folded your small blind 3 times in a limp pot.
There you go.
And
That's pay jump theory optimal.
about 2, Ike?
A little over. 1-8.
That's good. That's good. Check.
That's
80.
This hand I'm not going to win. You got it.
Thank you.
It's probably the first hand Bleznick has lost in the last 2 hours.
It was going so smooth for hours. We were all even stacks. Now we're in fucking jail. You guys are going to be mad when you see what I paid them off with, too.
What?
I said they're going to be mad when they see what I paid you off with, that hand.
Here's a look at our
Why would
payouts.
they be mad?
Because it was a stupid hand. And now you can bully them with the big stack.
Very true.
Yeah, all players guaranteed 418 right now.
Jared's not even thinking about that kind of thing.
Huh?
I mean, he's thinking about a little.
I don't even know what to tell you. I have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
See?
He may act like he doesn't, but
I got a pretty good guess what you call me with. How about that? I think, and I want them to hear this. I think you call me with ace king.
Close.
worse than that.
What?
Worse than that.
Ace queen, I believe.
It was ace queen indeed. This is also not a very good hand for neither player.
I don't know.
But it's a blind battle.
Hot.
120.
All right, Chidwick's coming along here. The bet was 120,000 from Bleznick. Chidwick now turns a pair of jacks. Bleznick still working with that nut flush draw and the bottom end of a straight draw. He checks. Chidwick checks behind, 6 on the river. That gives the check mark to Chidwick. Albeit this does have to go to a showdown. Chidwick comes with a bet here, 180,000. Half pot. Bleznick gives it up.
Good hand.
Thank you. How much do you have then?
I don't know. Probably 5. More, a little more, 5, 6.
6.6, 5, whatever.
Doesn't even know.
Confused.
It's all the same.
6.6 million.
6 million.
Does that look like a guy who knows how many chips he has? I mean, let's be serious.
Which one of these 4 players, Donnie, would have the most accurate guess at what one banana costs?
I raised
Steven
pot.
Chidwick. It's not even remotely close.
Chidwick and Haxton
I mean,
probably.
Chidwick's married. He's got a kid. Like he probably knows.
Does Isaac
Probably
Haxton
got it dialed
Does
in.
Isaac Haxton do his own grocery shopping?
No.
Jared Bleznick probably doesn't even have any groceries in his house. I have him pegged as like a daily DoorDash guy.
Or just to constantly eat out, like restaurant.
Right.
I mean, he's got a $700 bucket hat on, a $1,000 fleece hoodie, and $500 sunglasses hanging on his shirt. I mean, and he doesn't know how many chips he has. I mean,
I'm going to go with Cheerios for Isaac Kempton. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Big time cereal guy. Four hearts here for Bleznick. Doesn't do a whole lot for him. Haxton, ace, king, queen, 10. Queen plays here as top pair. It's funny, Haxton's demeanor, even though it's hard to read anything off him, has changed a bit since losing the triplet, it feels like. Maybe a bit of an annoyance because of how Bleznick was slowing the game down with his card breaks, or maybe the fact that he's not been able to win any significant pots, but he doesn't seem as lively and engaged at the table as he usually does.
yeah, probably a combination of that, to some degree. I mean, we've all been there, things are going well, then they're not going so well. You got antics at the table, and you can always just kind of can get under your nerves a little bit. Not that Ike is gonna tilt off his chips or anything like that, but just becomes sort of another little annoyance that you just got to deal with. You're already dealing with the fact that you've been losing some pots. Things aren't going in your favor as they once were. Now you got this, for lack of a better term, nonsense happening at the other end of the table. But from where we sit, it's as entertaining as all hell.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's amazing.
There's a lot more of a sideshow, which is always good.
Pair of 4s.
Bleznick showing the pair of 4s. Haxton's going to take this one.
Than that, I'm sorry.
What?
I thought you meant more 4s than that.
I said pair of 4s.
I was just confused.
Haxton thought that
I
he
didn't do anything wrong,
had a pair of 4s in his hand, perhaps.
I'm sorry for slow rolling you. I thought you meant 4s full. But
no, I said pair of 4s.
Yep, no, you said the right thing. I am just...
7s and 4s. You got 2 pair.
Chidwick just
couldn't
stone
believe I
cold.
won.
That's why Chidwick knows the price of a banana.
Oh.
He would just come in.
Yeah.
They would be debating, throwing all these crazy. He'd be like, guys,
$1.19.
$1.19. Like what? I don't understand.
On sale actually this week at Whole Foods.
$1.19, and if you want the organic one, it's $1.79. I mean, that's just what it is.
you have?
740.
Pot.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I did all.
Repot.
360.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. Okay. We're awake. Kempton with the
So I
3-bet.
had 4s full there?
Gets it done quickly.
Yeah.
I didn't bet the flop. I would have thought the set. I mean,
I was confused.
I mean, I apologize. I didn't.
Jared, you didn't do anything
You
wrong.
did nothing wrong.
He misheard you. He thought you meant like pocket fours. Not.
Oh. Okay, whatever. We'll just drop 40.
They did drop it. You brought it.
Yeah, you
back
brought
up.
it. It's your fault.
It's even better that it's Haxton, because as we just talked about, Haxton could have been getting a little bit annoyed with how things are going as of late, and now that happens. It's just, you know, it's almost too good to be true. Kempton's got a good one here, but he's going to limp it in from the small blind. Bleznick checks his option. Queen, 10, 5, 2 hearts, top 2 pair, and a straight draw for Kempton.
I feel as though we're just waiting for a big clash, you know, set versus a big draw, or something along those lines for these guys to get their money in. Kempton, the only one willing to take a big risk, trying to make a big call against Bleznick. That backfired and has really shifted the power dynamics at this final table. Bleznick now commanding chip lead, over 55% of all the chips in play. Kempton, uphill battle, only 24 bigs right now. By the way, we're approaching 2,000 likes on today's video. If you haven't done so just yet, please hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. It helps us expand the reach of our channel. We hit 500,000 YouTube subscribers this year. We're very proud of that. Hoping to maybe, I don't know, hit 1 million next year. Always looking to expand our offering here on YouTube. And today, we are live on Twitch, Pluto TV, Xumo, Freevee, Fubo TV, Sling TV, Local Now, Sports, Tribal, and Plex. And if you want to listen to David Tuckman and Mr. Alex Livingston, they are on PokerGO.com. Bleznick here, repotting with pocket aces, double suited, no
I wish
less.
I had a suit. My hand is rainbow.
I have a massive, massive hand. Can I show you or not?
I don't care either way. Do what you want. I had Broadway cards, rainbow.
Double suited, there we go.
That's a big hand.
I had all your outs.
What's that, Ag?
I had all your outs.
Mine?
You didn't need any outs. He had aces.
Yeah, exactly. What else do you need? Jared Bleznick, deep sigh, winning only a little bit with his aces. Double suited again for Bleznick. Same suits, lower cards. Here's a look at our tournament update. 38 entries, 4 players remain. Average stack right now, 2.8 million. or 71 big blinds. Brought to you by Viciously Loyal. 1.2 million up for grabs for the winner. These guys are.
Is that all?
Yeah, these guys are playing for a hefty sum. Chidwick now double suited, queen 10, 8 deuce.
Chidwick gonna limp in here on the button. Haxton gives up his small blind. Kempton with the queen, 10-6. He's got Chidwick's diamonds covered. 7-7-3. Rainbow. Check here on the flop. 6 of clubs on the turn. Keeping this board rainbow. $50,000 is the bet from Stephen Chidwick.
Call.
Kempton comes along. River card, please. Ace of clubs.
Okay.
Kempton gets the check mark as long as this one goes to showdown. Chidwick has absolutely nothing. Pair of 7s on the board.
That has not stopped him from making aggressive moves in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly seen him take stabs when he's needed to, and it's worked out, you know, quite a bit. So we'll see if he takes a shot here, and it might work, given the board and what Kempton's holding. 240,000 in the middle here. Often more tricky to. Oh, he does give it up.
Queens.
I was going to say it's often more tricky to just bet the complete stone bottom of your range in pot limit Omaha when you've whiffed, because your opponent has 4 cards, so it's likely that he probably connected in some sort of way. Hold'em, it's different. I mean, a lot of times it's you got nothing, I got nothing. I'm just going to bet because I got nothing, and you're going to fold because you got nothing. But when you're given 4 cards, you know, the possibilities certainly increase that you've connected in some way, so sometimes harder to get those stone air bluffs through. But
Kempton looking to extend his lead on the Delaware all-time money list, one of the most prestigious lists in all of poker. Donnie, where are you on the
I don't even know what
New
money
Hampshire,
list I'm on.
New Hampshire.
I don't know which
all-time
one I'm
money list?
on.
Donnie Peters, Hen and Mob. Let's have a look. New Hampshire all-time money list, 53rd.
Oh man, I'm like I can get there.
You're up there. Wait, let's sweat this. Give me some names in the top 10. New Hampshire.
Ben Solsky.
Ben Solsky. No, probably moved his location. These people, with the exception of one or two, are complete strangers to me, Don.
Yeah, I know one of them, and I can't think of his name.
I didn't fold that time, Jared.
Whatever.
I know.
I must have like fucking.
In my head, I was thinking you were going to fold.
Double suited kings or something.
Through action here. Limped pot. By the way, we're playing 20K, 40K, so always something to fight for here. As Kempton flops the nut flush draw.
160.
Pot.
160.
Bleznick betting pot with absolutely nothing, like you said, Donnie. Sometimes it's best to just bet with it when you don't have it.
Yeah, Bleznick's got the chips to splash around, so let's go.
Kempton has that naked flush draw, meaning he's got nothing else going for him. 22 big blinds to start this hand. Let's it go.
Doesn't want to gamble.
I thought he was here to gamble.
So did I.
Yeah, but Donnie, New Hampshire all-time money list. Dan Shalafor.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Any of these names sound familiar to you?
Yeah, Silas Watson.
Silas Watson, I know, and I also know Peter Gilmore sounds familiar. But yeah, that's about it. What is
James Gwinter? I think I play with online or have.
Look at Dan.
What the heck did he win? I only got to get to 827,000. I mean, I'm in.
Here's a look at NZT 48. Scan the QR code on your screen to learn more. NZT is a pill that improves memory and focus. Up your game right now with NZT 48.
I feel like I got a shot.
For sure you do.
That's like one tournament win.
Yeah, Shalafor's biggest cash was 88K, Donnie. He's just a grinder. He's got lots of results.
And he's literally stopped playing.
No. I sorted it by largest score.
Oh, he's still out there grinding.
Oh, yeah.
He stopped playing for sure. Silas Watson.
2019 final result on Hen and Mop for Mr. Watson. I love spending time on Hen and Mop, just looking at people's results. It's always funny to go through that stuff. Meanwhile, we got a hand going on. Small pot here, blind battle between Bleznick and Chidwick.
Top two versus bottom two. Chidwick does flop the best of it here.
Shout out to everyone watching right now across all platforms. If you are tuned in on YouTube, though, don't forget to hit that like button. We're closing in on 2,000 likes. Let's see if we can hit that before the upcoming break. We got our next break in about 15 minutes.
90.
Bad hand.
Bad hand?
Bad hand.
Good hand.
Bad hand.
Bleznick
No
letting
one
it
in the
go.
world
No lies there.
No, not one person.
No one in the world would just check
Not one
fold bottom
person
two pair,
folds.
says Bleznick.
There.
He just does it.
Yeah, pot limit Omaha, the
Probably
type of
good
game where you can easily overplay your
Probably a
hands.
good fold.
It's easy to get caught up.
Pot.
140.
Bleznick loves the bigger sizing. 9-8-6-6 going up against Jack-Jack 5-4. Feels like a fair fight. Both players with some potential here. Of course, Haxton in the lead with a mate pair, but not after this flop.
About 2.34 to start, I think.
Donnie, bottom set.
2.34 to start, 2.2 exactly now, I think.
Okay.
Bottom set here for Bleznick.
200.
Bets right away. Here's a look at our final table chip counts presented by Stormex. Bleznick still on top, extending his chip lead again and again and again, now sitting on 60% of all the remaining chips with 170 big blinds. Haxton still holding steady. Chidwick and Kempton sliding and sliding and sliding. It's going to be time for Kempton to get all in soon because he is down to 22 big blinds. Bleznick, King, King, Jack 6. I even changed the thumbnail of the video, Donnie, to include Jared Bleznick because he's been such an entertaining character on today's stream.
Of course. Well deserved. Bleznick here limps in under the gun. King, King, Jack 6. Haxton calls from the small blind. Isaac Kempton checks his option from the big blind.
Check.
For beginning PLO players, I'd say that it's interesting to note, if you've watched today's stream, how careful everyone plays any pocket pair that's not aces.
Yeah, of course.
Bleznick's kings still best here.
10 seconds. Check. Check.
Five on the river gives Kempton 2 pair. He's got 5s and deuces.
Sneaky little
Okay.
backdoor into a hand.
Okay.
And
2 pair.
for Kempton, this is a meaningful win, Donnie.
It is. It is. Small pop, but he'll take it.
For any other player, this would not have
do a free showdown there. Backs into 2 pair.
Look at this.
Are we up over 2,000 likes here?
No, we're not.
What is everyone doing?
1873, the amount of likes that I see right now. By the way, shout out to Blez Sports Break, Personal Breaks for another $50 donation. They still want you guys to check out the Blez Sports Cards live stream.
I mean, if you want free advertising, you just got to donate $50 and we'll just read your thing.
Whatever you want. If you own like a hot dog stand in New York City and you want a shout out, just send us some super chats. We'll send the people your way. We're easy. We're easy going here. But yeah, 2,000 likes before the break or bust. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we're not coming back. I'm just going to leave.
We're just going to unplug the whole thing. We're just going to unplug it and walk away. Trying to make sure that Brent Hanks doesn't outdo us here. Haxton, ace, king, jack, deuce.
Everyone gives it up, and Haxton takes that one.
Speaking of love the WNBA, Mr. Isaac Haxton's nickname from back in the day. WNBA Finals going on right now. Las Vegas Aces one win away from back-to-back championships. It's crazy how Vegas has become a sports city over the last few years. Of course, the enthusiasm for the F1 has died down dramatically.
Dude, you kill me about the F1. I mean, we had to go to the office the other day. I mean, good lord.
The traffic is unbearable. The
I'm
construction
just driving
is
down
crazy.
Flamingo.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the road is just entirely blocked off. I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah,
What are we doing?
It is wild. It is really wild.
It's a disaster.
I guess it's only a 10-year contract, right?
I mean, it's a disaster.
It
I
is.
will say the roads that are done are extremely smooth. I mean,
Yeah,
they're pretty
then,
smooth.
but then my question is, are they going to have to repave every year?
It's a disaster. With the way people around here drive, yes.
Bleznick, by the way, Ace King Jack 10. Of course, on this board, that just means top pair, top kicker, but still, very strong looking holding. Chidwick with some small cards. Does have backdoor spades. Oh, 2,000 likes.
Ooh, baby.
Let's go.
That means we can stick around. You guys are forcing us to stick around. Chidwick gives it up, and Bleznick gets even more chips.
I mean, he is absolutely dominating.
Hey, he's got 60% of the chips in play four-handed. I mean, this is now, you know, reminiscent of what Ike Haxton did in Super High Roller Bowl 8 a couple weeks ago.
I also feel as though he's gotten a bit more serious ever since the card breaks ended.
Hot.
140.
Sorry.
Bleznick continues to raise pot whenever he gets a chance. Makes it 140.
Oh.
Ike's in there. The 10-8, 6-4. Queen 8-3, two clubs. So flush draw and a pair of eights here for Isaac Haxton. Bleznick just pretty much whiffed. Check, check. Jack of clubs on the turn. That completes the flush for Haxton. He can't lose this hand unless he folds. Bleznick picks up a pair of jacks here. Check, check again. Queen of hearts on the river. Pairs the board. Haxton's flush still good.
Seconds.
110.
110. Seconds.
Bleznick in the tank here, facing that 110,000 bet from Haxton. Doesn't really often tank, and we heard him talk about earlier that he doesn't really use time extensions, but used one there. Ultimately folds.
Haxton finally gets to feel a little bit of victory again. He's not been on the winning side much in the last little while.
What?
I should have potted it.
I had a hand that was so close.
Bleznick seems very emotionally involved in the outcome of a given hand. His emotional roller coaster is just filled with highs and lows.
Pretty obvious.
Straight.
All spades here for Bleznick.
Hot.
140.
There it is. Feels like he's cranking it up a little bit, Donnie.
Oh, yeah. I like it. Haxton's got the king, queen, queen, 5. He's going to put that into the muck, though.
That's what I just said about the pairs. And aggression wins here. Aggression gets it done. Sounds as though the players are going on their next break. Much love to everyone who's been with us all day long here. This party is far from over as we still have 4 players remaining at the final table of Super High Rollerball Pot Limit Omaha. 100K buy-in, nearly 1.3 million awaiting the winner. Jared Bleznick still on top. We'll be back in about, let's call it 15 to 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Maybe another 5 months.
At this rate, perhaps.
Yeah.
Really pretty one here for Haxton.
Raise a call. We take a look at an ace 10-3. Only suit not represented here are diamonds, and coincidentally, that's what Haxton has. Diamonds. Kempton, by the way, with 2 pair. And Kempton's 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, nice flop here for Isaac Kempton.
125.
As a poker commentator, I try to come up with millions of different ways to say rainbow flop.
Right, yeah.
It's crazy how little.
Kempton's just going to call here with no extra equity.
By the way, if Kempton's ace-10 holds up and wins this hand, Kempton will vault ahead of Haxton as well.
That's right, yeah. But look at this turn card.
Yeah, that's juicy.
Haxton picks up a gutter in a nut flush draw.
3 times lifetime. Yeah. It's so crazy, though.
Interesting to see how he plays this one.
Not that crazy.
You could make cases for both checking and betting.
High limit your whole career. And I would never play.
And betting actually would put immediate pressure on Kempton's exact hand.
I play the other games. I play that mixed game.
330.
Oh, it's a big bet, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on Kempton.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Haxton. He blocks Broadway. He's got outs against everything. And ace-10 and ace-3 are already in a ton of pressure with no additional equity, which is exactly what Kempton has. And I think, frankly, Kempton needs to find the fold here, even though we can see he's 60-40 against Ike's range of hands. He's not doing great, and it's so hard, once again, that visibility to know what rivers are good for you besides an ace or a 10.
All right, unless an ace comes up on the river or a 10, as you mentioned, what do you do? And by the way, if you call this, you're talking about a pot that has excess of 1 million in there. Haxton starts to put a lot of pressure on your stack.
Absolutely. And it's not like if you're folding ace-10, it means you're folding everything, because you have plenty of hands that turn straight draws, turn flush draws, etc.
Or you're calling here if you've ace-10 with spades, obviously,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Kempton does let it go. Strong play from Haxton. And we saw a ton of that yesterday for Mike.
Right.
We haven't seen a ton of that today. And we know it's there, that's for sure. Mike once again wearing his lucky shirt. That is the same shirt he wore to win both of the Super High Roller Bowl titles.
Whereas by the time I'd made it to the final day and there were only 3 of us left, I was just enjoying the moment, and whatever happens, happens. And I've already made a ton of money. I've already had a career-changing score. So I think at that point I felt pretty relaxed, to be honest with you.
And what about the day before when you went in and there's 9 left?
Really, that was a little bit more stressful, and even the day before that when there's still 36 left and you're playing down to 9, and that was a long day.
To me, that's the day, by the way. That's my favorite day.
Right. That's
of whether it's commentating, and I've been lucky enough to commentate that event, or just watch it. Unfortunately for me, I've never made it that far. But to go from 36 or 27 down to 9, that's
a cool day. And
it's such a cool day.
A high intensity day.
Yeah. It's everything. I mean, you've already locked up a decent score, but the difference between you had a really cool finish and life-changing.
Right, and even just final tabling, you have potentially, if you want to go that direction, gives you sponsorship opportunities. Yeah. It's a huge career accolade, so
it's also
11th and 9th
it's a 7-figure score as opposed to, maybe 200,000.
Big pay jumps start to happen towards the end of that day before the final table, and then they get huge at the final table.
I mean, I don't want to sneeze at a couple 100,000. That's a lot of money, obviously, but, one is potentially life-changing. And
absolutely. Pretty good flop here for Chidwick. Pair, double gutter, backdoor spades. Kempton stabbing.
Did you sleep much the night before? Could you?
Yeah, my sleep was, again, I think going into the day before the final table was maybe the night I slept the worst.
Yeah.
I slept about 5 to 6 hours the nights before the final table.
That's got to be the hardest thing. Yeah. We'll talk about that more after this because we got a hand developing. Chidwick does make this call. 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Wheel for Kempton.
Yeah. He's got the wheel for Kempton.
So interesting to see if I expect Chidwick to check this over to Kempton, and then interesting to see if Kempton bets or checks.
This pot's got a 500,000 chips in it.
Yeah, this is getting big. As a Hold'em player, you'd be inclined to always bet your ace-deuce, but as a PLO player, you are a bit concerned about the 7-6. Getting check raised is a pretty bad result. I wouldn't be shocked if this goes check-check.
Whoa, wait a second.
Chidwick comes with a small lead. Giving himself a good price to improve, and also putting some immediate pressure on things like an overpair or just a naked 8 from Isaac. Don't mind this play. He's got a 7 blocker.
He's got 20% equity. I mean, can Kempton raise this?
It would be a really difficult raise, and that's maybe part of the reasoning behind this bet is that he's going to freeze a lot of Isaac's hands and then just give himself a good price to see a river. And indeed, he does freeze the wheel, which has to be a little bit concerned about the 7-6.
There's the call. $750,000 in the pot right now. Oh.
And there it is, yeah. 8 high straight now for Chidwick. The only silver lining, if there is one, is that I think Kempton will be able to find a fold here if Chidwick bets big anyway.
$745,000 in the pot. While these players are deep, we have not seen a bevy of huge pots that weren't just all in.
Right, and this could, if Chidwick wins this pot, which he will, he'll vault past Kempton in chips, and Kempton will actually be the short stake. This will go check once Chidwick checks.
Are you surprised Chidwick checks?
A little bit, yeah. I would have thought he'd go for a value bet. He does lose to some 9-7 combinations. Perhaps he thinks he can induce a bluff from something like an overpair plus diamonds.
8.
And I don't think people understand that, yeah, not only is it this high-intensity poker for hours upon hours every single day, but, yeah, it's not like you're getting 8 solid hours of sleep.
Right.
You're lucky if you're getting 5, 6.
Yeah, and with the main event, it just compounds because it's such a long tournament.
day after day.
Day after day.
And suddenly, 5 days in, and you're only getting 5-6 hours a night.
3-5.
Exactly. It adds up, and they're long playing days too.
Yeah.
They'll throw an extra half level in sometimes, even to what's scheduled. So you'll end up with. I had a couple of over 13-hour days in 2019.
And then the danger, of course, of hey, it's big bet poker. You make one mistake and it's over.
And I think a lot of it is an endurance competition at that point.
Set of 7s for Bleznick.
Okay.
Well, yesterday you and I talked about how poker players today are in shape. They stay in shape.
Right.
And that certainly helps in that regard.
Maybe a bit of an unusual check from Bleznick. He opened the button. Haxton defended out of the big blind, and Bleznick checked back with bottom set here. You would expect a lot of Haxton's aces combinations to 3-bet pre. But this can function as a trap, trying to get Haxton's weakest hands to put some money in.
Got a $250,000 in the pot right now. Haxton is checked. He's picked up a baby flush draw to go along with his pair of kings. He's also got a straight draw.
Looks like Jared's going to go for some value now. Not loving the 2 diamonds on the board. Haxton's got a tricky hand to play. He's just kind of second best everywhere. He's got second pair, and he's got a weak flush draw with a gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah, he knows he has outs. He just doesn't know which ones they are.
Yeah, I think
he's gonna flick those chips in though and see.
Besides the price is right, very reasonable.
Yeah, pot now 515,000. Here's the river. It is a diamond. So running diamonds, and Haxton has made a baby flush.
I expect Haxton to just check this, though. He's got the smallest possible flush. We've also seen Bleznick run some bluffs in the past. I expect this to be a check call from Haxton rather than leading with just the 5-high flush.
Bleznick's hand too good to bluff, I assume?
I think so, yeah. I expect check, although you never know. Haxton could go for value. This should go check now. Bleznick can still beat some aces up, that sort of thing. I don't see him turning this into a bluff, and definitely not value betting it.
And he does check it back. Haxton's going to win it.
Vicious of this.
Yeah, there's literally there's 2 cards in that Panini 1 box. 2 basketball cards.
Item.
And that box goes for $1,000.
Crazy.
That is... I mean, I feel like I remember when I was a kid, I would go to the sports card store and you go and you a couple dollars. And
yeah.
You get
well, they're making a bit
bubble
of a
gum
boom.
in your thing, right?
Yeah, right. I guess there's just different levels of them. Different editions and that sort of thing.
Right. But
double
first
suited
of all,
Drugel here.
why does a box of cards? Why do we even need a box? There's only 2 cards in there.
I just don't believe you.
105.
He just doesn't believe.
But is there maybe more than 2 cards and only 2 of them are the $1,000
No, there's
cards?
only 2 cards now.
You sure 2 cards total?
2 cards.
Yeah, it's a large box for 2 cards.
I mean, it's like when I order something from Amazon, and they send me a
Right.
big box, and then in that big box is a
Something
small
tiny.
box.
Yeah.
And then there's something tiny.
Yeah.
Why did you use 2 boxes for this?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I know
That's
that feeling.
look at this. No,
Haxton's
I think
got
that
a
big box, by the way, has 10 of those like boxes.
mini boxes.
Right. So basically $10,000 worth of
sports cards.
Sports cards in there.
This would be a huge flop for Haxton if this was PLO high-low.
Yes.
He'd have the nut low draw, or sorry, the made nut low.
Yeah, the made nut low with some backup.
A nice spot to be potentially 3/4ing somebody.
Yeah, enough about basketball cards. Let's move on to back to poker.
Yeah, and Ike decides to lead into Bleznick on this one. Kind of makes sense to me. It's a board that's going to be better for Ike's defending range than it is for Bleznick's opening range, and he also has the nut flush draw and a small gutter. Bleznick in an interesting spot here.
Yeah, he just doesn't know where. I use that word you use all the time. Visibility.
Bad visibility, right? Where his flush draws to the second nuts and his gutter could potentially be already beat.
And he's going to find out where he's at by raising. Those are 25,000 each.
500,000 total.
And I don't think this is going to work against Haxton's exact hand, but I don't mind this play from Bleznick because Haxton is going to lead this flop at a reasonable frequency, just thinking that it's a better board for him than for Bleznick. Bleznick can get some of those hands to fold, and he also has equity against almost everything. And king high, so kind of a neat find from Jared here. Let's see
what does Ike put Jared on at this point?
I think, you know, Jared could have a lot of different things, and that's why Jared's so tough to play against. For value, it would just be straights or combinations, like something like a set with a flush draw. And then there could be some bluffs, hands like this, or some hands with, you know, straight blockers and additional equity. Ike's just getting too good of a price, I think. He's going to call this at least.
I guess the question I was asking you is because if you think that you're up against those straights, then the 4 deuce is kind of worthless. You're basically just playing this as a naked flush draw.
Right, but again, Jared did raise less than pot, so Ike priced in to continue, even if he thinks he's only just drawing to the nut flush.
One of the bigger pots we've seen throughout this tournament, 1.24 million.
A diamond would make things extremely interesting.
Oh, the board pairs. Could Bleznick go one more shot here?
Well, this is an interesting card because with neither player having any sort of board pair in their hand, it could freeze the action a little bit, both being concerned that the other player might have a lot of full houses in range.
I mean, at this point, whoever bets on it, bet's going to win, right?
Could be one of those spots. I think it will be one of those spots. Possible that Haxton goes for the lead here, thinking that Bleznick, if he's representing a straight, is now going to be under a lot of heat.
Check.
Oh, Haxton checks over to Bleznick. Oh, this is fascinating. 2 players. I was kind of hoping nothing came out because I wanted to see what they would do.
Yeah, this could be a card that sort of freezes the action a little bit. Certainly a diamond would have been interesting. A break would have been interesting.
Time.
Here's the deal to say time. That means he's used his 30 seconds, but he's got plenty of time extensions.
Yeah, and a good spot to be thinking long and hard about what he wants to do here. Looks like he's going to come with another bet.
450.
And 450,000 back over to Haxton. This pot's now 1.7 million.
And really tough spot for Haxton now to continue because he could be drawing dead. He's out of position. It's going to be hard to get value from his hand even if he does improve because, again, it's hard to bet into a paired board. And at this point, he probably thinks his 3 is a very murky out.
And he's going to let it go. Wow. Wow. That is a fun poker hand.
For, Duncan. Duncan, that was for you.
Oh, my God.
Is PLO.
And PLO heads up, as you mentioned. This will be also interesting, depending on who gets heads up and how deep we are, to watch that play.
Absolutely, and Jared really does have a reputation of beating almost anyone who's challenged him at a heads-up PLO. So, as I said, when it gets shorter and shorter handed, it really starts to favor Jared Bleznick, who's comfortable playing a wide range of hands. He's going to call this one on the button.
You got about 2 million?
Wow. Jack's full for Blez.
Yeah, it is. It's all going Blez's way right now. Big bluff with the king high flush draw versus the ace high flush draw. Kempton's going to lead out.
Yeah, Kempton, the pre-flop aggressor, just continuing on this board that could miss Jared quite often.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is unlikely to work.
I would say so, but imagine if Kempton now turns something like the king of diamonds where he picks up a lot of draws.
Perceived outs.
Right, exactly. He might continue to barrel off.
He's drawing dead right now, by the way. There's nothing that can, there are no cards that can come out that will give him the win.
He's got no backdoor straight flush draws or anything like that. He's stone dead, so he just has to hope he doesn't hit a run out that he likes.
Well, lucky for him, the turn card does not cooperate with his hand. He picks up a wheel draw. 500,000 in there.
Yeah, and honestly, would not be totally unreasonable to see Kempton go for 2 barrels here. Just continuing to target something like a jack.
Well, I mean, listen, if Bleznick only had here king, jack, 10, whatever, had just a jack here, a double barrel looks real strong, doesn't
Exactly,
it?
and would probably fold out a lot of jack X hands, even against some queens that don't have a lot of backup, stuff like that. He can
Look
put
at
some
this.
pressure on those hands. Here he
Double
goes.
barrel from Kempton. Now, if you're Blez, are you just going to keep calling, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You want to keep the bluffs in.
Because pot's 1.1 million, and Kempton has nothing.
Kempton doesn't know it, but he doesn't want to hit a 5, and he doesn't really want to hit an ace either. Although, maybe the ace saves him in a way, because he might have continued to bluff on some other cards, and now he thinks, well, I've got some showdown value.
If you're Blez, are you ever concerned that Kempton has aces full now?
It's certainly a possible hand, but it's just, you know, they're in a 4-handed game. Kempton opened the cutoff. It's just not a big enough piece of his opening range to be concerned.
Well, pot's got 1.1 million in it. Action on that man, who will be approaching 5 million chips.
And let's say he bets half pot here. Kempton's again going to be in one of those situations where he has to try to figure out what hands Jared could be turning into a bluff. Because he'll be in a spot where he is a pure bluff catcher.
And he goes pot.
I think versus this, Kempton's just going to fold. He's just going to decide there's too many better hands. 3x, jack's full. But he's going to mull it over. This is a huge pot.
Isaac Kempton, the 26-year-old from Delaware, facing an enormous bet. He bluffed the flop. He bluffed the turn. He has hit an ace on the river. And now he is facing a 1.1 million chip bet. Pot is 2.2 million. So he's getting 2 to 1. He only has 1.64 behind.
What does he really beat here, though? He beats something like King Jack 6-5 that would have called 2 streets and now turns itself into a bluff. He could beat some Queen, Queen, Jack, and King, King, Jack. Some of those would just check back the river or fold somewhere. I think it's really tough to make this call.
He's going through those time extensions.
I mean, there are a few other bluffs. Jared could have something like 5-5, 6-6. Again, this just isn't a ton of combinations. He's probably also wondering how wide Jared would value bet. Would Jared go for pot with all of his 3x combos? If he starts to think that Jared wouldn't use a ton of, you know, wouldn't have a ton of combos that can bet this big on the river, then he starts to think, well, maybe he's got a little bit more bluffs in his range, but.
Blez in his sports cards, staring across the table at Isaac Kempton.
Yeah, Blez the one who's just bet, and yet he's staring right at Kempton. Kempton looks like he wants to make a hero call.
It does. He feels like he wants to call this.
Yeah. And this is the Jared Bleznick effect, too, is really...
I think Kempton knows he can't beat anything, but he also just feels like, you know what?
Jared is such a wild card. He could just flip over something that you're never expecting to
Yeah,
see.
like you said, 5-5, 5-5, 6-7 type thing, you know?
Right.
Night has fallen in Las Vegas, but the Super High Roller Bowl Pot Limit Omaha final table continues. 4 players remain with $1.3 million awaiting the champ. And that goes along with the diamond-encrusted championship ring and a whole bunch of points for the PGT leaderboard. Top 40 will qualify for that $1 million free roll. Isaac Kempton can really use those points, but he is the short stack here as we come back from break. Kempton sitting on 17 bigs. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters still alongside me as David Tuckman and Alex Livingston are on the call on PokerGO.com. Here it is, presented by StormX. The chip counts at the final table. Jared Bleznick, 134 big blinds. It is his tournament to lose right now, as he has more than 59% of all the chips left in play. Here it is, cash, the ring, and the payouts, what these guys are playing for. Donnie, Jared Bleznick has been on a tear. His antics have been entertaining us for the last few hours, but can he close this thing out?
Where Chino
mean, if he's the self-proclaimed best PLO player in the world, I would expect him to.
2 days ago.
Still got a long way to go.
I know, it's crazy.
Chidwick going to start this level off with the limp under the gun. King, king, deuce, deuce. Jared Bleznick checks in the big blind.
5-6-4 rainbow on the flop here. Still a pretty fair fight here. The overpair versus the pair with the straight draw. Backdoor diamonds working for Chidwick, even though Bleznick has 3 of those.
Check.
By the way, much love to everyone watching, everyone who is still with us here on all the platforms that we are live on. YouTube, of course, Twitch, Pluto TV, Xumo, Freevee, Fubo TV, Sling TV, Local Now, Sports Tribal, and Plex. We are live everywhere. We're spreading the gospel of Pot Limit Omaha with the highest buy-in event ever organized for this beautiful 4-card game. 8 of hearts hits on the turn. We got a Badoogie board, meaning 1 of each suit showing. Odds have not changed much with that turn card.
50.
Bleznick bets 50K with his pair of 6s. Here's a look at Bleznick's bio sheet. As we mentioned before, founder of Blez Sports, co-owner of Legacy Sports Cards. This man loves his cards. You missed some earlier shenanigans of him breaking some boxes. Pretty good stuff. Look at this beauty of a hand. King, king, queen, jack, double suited. Let us know in the chat. Is this the prettiest hand we've seen today? I think so. I really think so. Of course, a hand is only as useful as the cards your opponents are getting dealt, and they are all quick to fold.
My brother brought me some more boxes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Isaac Haxton looks pained and maybe a bit frustrated at the thought of more boxes being opened on stream. Smash that like button if you want to see more box break action. And look at that, Donnie. It's already on the table there. Topps Chrome baseball cards? Do you see a hockey player? Is this like a bit of everything?
I think that was a catcher.
Oh, a catcher. So I guess we're going baseball. Nine, 8-5 in the small blind for Chidwick. Let's see if he wants to tangle. Ace, Queen, Jack, Rainbow. After Haxton checks his option, holds Ace, King. This flop does not look bad for him.
A 10 on the turn, giving both players a straight, but Chidwick's is no good. He's got the low end of it, and Haxton's got that Ace King for Broadway. Check, check. 6 of clubs on the river. $50,000 is the bet here from Chidwick. That gets quickly called.
King or ace high straight.
Chidwick like, well, just say it to me then. I'll just throw my cards in the muck. Ten Seki in the chat says, I'm watching from the airport, be in Vegas tomorrow, AM, DGen level, godlike. That's how we like to hear it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And there it is, a look at the 2023 PGT leaderboard. Isaac Haxton about to overtake Mr. Main Event, Daniel Weinman. You can see it right here. Haxton only needs 3 points. He's going to get a whole lot more today. Of course, he's not going to touch those winnings, but man, Isaac Haxton already in total across the whole year more than 12.6 million in career earnings, not accounting for today's score. Chidwick here in 4th place, also going to move up on the standings if he books a win tonight.
If you're DGen level, I mean, we got a 5K tomorrow. PLO?
Donnie, I do not have $5,000.
I'm talking about the person coming to Vegas who said he was ready to DGen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I thought you were trying to get me into the game.
No.
Let us know in the chat what's the most DGen thing you've done this year. Maybe you bought some cards, because that seems to be the theme of the night. Donnie, what's have you any DGen stuff this year? I know you used to be a big blackjack guy, or sorry, roulette guy back in the day.
Yeah, I haven't played much roulette lately. I mean, my biggest DGen thing of the year would probably be 25K fantasy draft.
Oh, that went all right.
Yeah,
that went quite all right.
Of course.
I would say that my 2% investment in that was not a DGen thing. It was just a very smart investment.
That's right.
Very smart investment.
Bleznick still very much a commanding chip leader here. 61% of the chips in play. Just absolutely cruising along. Decent hand here for Haxton. Ace, king, 8-7, double suited. Welcome to the rail, Finley. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, Finley, thank you for joining us. By the way, if you want to become a YouTube member of our community for $2.99 a month, you get access to exclusive content. We're constantly adding more stuff to our membership page. Your name is going to be in a cool color. You get more shout-outs. Your questions get asked or get read on stream. Always. Still a few advantages.
Haxton made it 120,000. Play folded over to Stephen Chidwick in the big blind. King, queen, 5-5 for Chidwick. He gives it up, and Haxton takes this one down. Justin just joined the rail. Welcome, Justin.
You guys each have a million.
Appreciate you joining.
Huh?
He has a bit more.
It's literally like within 100. Yeah.
I have 740. I want to say.
Russell, one of our mods. My most degen thing was paying for business class to South Africa.
Wow.
And that's degen.
That's also worth it.
Yeah, it's probably worth it.
I have flown to South Africa, and that is about as far as you can go on the world, on the planet.
Hot.
175.
Bradley asking what the top 4 payouts are. Note that you can find the payouts in the description of the video if you are watching on YouTube. It is $1,292,000 for first, $836,000 for second, $570,000 for third, and then everyone left right now is guaranteed $418,000.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. That'll buy a lot of sports cards, that's for sure.
Wafa says, change the format. It is so stupid for 4 players to play for hours. It's horrendous.
What are we supposed to do?
Wafa, please give us some suggestions. I mean, we can't tell these guys to go all in every hand. By the way, Justin, also welcome to the rail. Did we miss Justin earlier?
No. I called him out.
You called Justin out, and we have Finley as well. Yep. There we go. New members of the community. Oh, we got some action here. Haxton making it at 150 with Queen, Jack, 6-3. Little speculative there. Kempton attacking with Ace, King, 6-5. And Haxton lets it go.
Shake of the head there for Haxton.
Yeah, I would have thought about it. I would have given Jared some time to open a pack. It's lucky for me when he does that. Next time I'm all in, you're opening a pack.
What?
You're opening. You got more, right?
I need a box cutter. Oh.
Give this man a box cutter.
My favorite item.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we call it Backer's Delight. Topps makes this product. It is a very, very good item.
Sounds impressive to me.
Backer's Delight.
Is he allowed to have a weapon at the table? I feel unsafe.
There you go. I mean, they gave Negreanu a selfie stick.
Yeah, you guys thought Negreanu's selfie stick was bad.
Oh, my God.
Just box cutters, just no big.
This is so Topps Chrome.
Tell me about it.
They first made it back in 1996 for just basketball.
96?
What?
96?
Was the first year they made this item.
That's a long time ago.
This is an HTA format. It's
10 seconds.
I know. This is a really good item.
Were you born yet in 96?
No. Check.
What is going on?
Heads up.
Unbelievable stuff. Only here at the PokerGO Studio.
Big hand. What are you doing?
Haxton takes this one down, by the way. Mr. Sports Cards up to almost 7 million chips right now. Here's a look back at that toss. Bleznick just going for a bit of elevation there. Hearts spilling all over the table.
No dinner break, right?
Nope.
Crazy.
You don't need a dinner break. Come on.
We've had 2 hours worth of breaks over the last 6 hours.
If they send us on a dinner break, I'm going home. I'm not sticking around.
It's actually big. Like,
You're telling me, man.
It's 150.
I've had my eye on them from the start.
It's actually bigger than I thought it was 100. 150.
Pop.
175.
Here comes Kempton. Ace, king, 10-8, double suited.
You're the one I wanted to get through. Wow. Monster.
Kempton now has moved ahead of Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick is now the short stack. Not by much, but he is the lowest stack. Chidwick 910,000. Yeah. Kempton's got 990,000. Kempton trying to get his second career 7-figure score on the live tournament scene. Came second place in the 2022 Win Millions. That was his first 7-figure score. Couple of aces here for the Blez. Ace, ace, king, 9.
Pot.
Goes to 175.
Look at Justin gifting 5 memberships to our YouTube community. Love to see it. 5 people added to our list. Christy received one. Matthew A, Teddy, King Merlin, and Jonathan Chang.
940 or something after.
Much appreciated.
Okay, now you guys have the exact same shit. Literally, you're probably within 50K.
Now I'm ahead. I'm ahead now.
By probably like 50K.
I just need to walk. If I can just channel a walk, I'll be comfortably ahead.
Fold.
I love that start. That's a great start to a walk.
You're halfway there.
Oh man, this is the toughest one to get through.
You're all the way there.
Oh my God.
He gets a walk.
You know what's funny? I think that's the first walk of the day for anyone.
It's a beautiful thing.
I don't think anyone's gotten a walk the whole day. I might bet on that. I don't think anyone's gotten a walk the whole day. Have you gotten a walk today? Have you?
I don't know. I'm not
You have.
Not that I remember.
What?
You have.
I've gotten a walk?
Yeah.
You might be right.
I think I walked you.
There might have been one walk the whole day, maybe 2.
I definitely walked you at least once.
No, because you always folded when there was multiple people in.
That's true, but I think I also folded once when they were.
Maybe. It may be one walk the whole day.
This might become a heated debate, Donnie. How many walks have there been?
I'm fucking scared, money.
Did you have a good hand?
When?
Right now.
Just
When you
now?
gave the walk.
Yeah.
Oh, I had like King Jack 7-4 tri-suit. I mean, some people would consider that a good hand, I guess.
That is kind of lame, Justin. I mean, we'll have to talk to YouTube about that one. Sorry.
About the mods getting the...
No, he said you can't add messages when you gift.
Oh,
membership.
That's stupid. Well, Justin, whatever you want to say, we'll read it out loud.
He said, wait, let me try something.
Oh, here we go. He's about to gift 4,500 YouTube subs.
You cannot choose who you gift the subs to. So if you do gift any memberships, first of all, greatly, greatly appreciated. You don't have to do it, but people have in the past, and it is greatly appreciated. It just randomizes it. YouTube does it on its own. It just picks a handful of people, however many you decide to gift. If you gift one, it'll grab one person.
Yep.
If you gift 10, it'll grab 10 random people, and it'll just fire them off.
That's why you should just gift 100 so that, you know, everyone just partakes. But yeah, don't forget to check out our membership content. If you go to our video page, there's a little drop down or a little way of configuring that you see members only videos, and all the old school Poker After Dark stuff is really fun to watch. We got the old WSOPs on there, 2003 and 4. I'm going to add some more over the next few months. By the way, 2,100 likes, closing in on the big number that Brent and Hanks and Len Ashby said on last night's stream. They hit 2,382. So we need to hit at least 2,400 likes on today's video to bust that number wide open. So please smash that like button. Let's get us over 2,380, and then I will tell Brent all about it.
According to Google, which owns YouTube, YouTube distributes the gift memberships to viewers based on how much they interact with your channel.
Oh,
so
that makes sense then.
If you want a shot at getting one, you got to chat more, like the video, subscribe to the channel, drop some emojis in the chat, all that sort of stuff. That nice engagement, that nice interaction gets you a better chance to then be gifted a membership. Shout out Blez Personal Breaks. He just dropped 5 memberships in there.
Wow.
There you go.
So the next 5 who've been added, and we'll get back to this after this hand because Chidwick made it 550K, and I was totally distracted. Kempton could have his tournament life on the line here. He made it 175. Chidwick 3-bet to 550. He's got the double suited aces. Kempton now burning some clock. Kempton really thinking about it here, Donnie. Is the ace, jack, 7 deuce, double suited good enough to go with?
He's sizing it up.
Man, I'm not sure about this one.
It's probably the one person he didn't want to get 3-bet by too. I mean, Chidwick hasn't really stepped out of line really at all that I've seen. I mean, he's had some bluffs here and there, but they've been on the smaller side, kind of well timed. You know, not really risking too much.
All in?
Oh, he does go all in.
Here we
Chidwick
go.
snaps it off, and here it is. Close to 1.8 million in the middle. Kempton at risk. 32% equity.
That's real bad.
That is not good when you're playing Pot Limit Omaha. This is trouble for Isaac Kempton.
You got 2 suits, straights.
Wow.
I mean, I can still get it done. Don't get me wrong.
You could easily.
I can get it done.
You could easily.
I just wish it was fucking kings.
Kempton hoping he was up against kings. I need some serious help here.
Spades are hot. Spades are really hot.
How about you both just make a wheel?
All right, here comes the flop. 10-10-4.
Good.
That is not what
Stevie
Kempton
wins.
was looking for, but if the spades are hot,
5 of spades, actually. 5 of spades.
Give them both a wheel. Give it a 3.
Kempton looking for
Give
a
them
spade.
both a wheel. That'd be
Give
funny.
himself a better chance.
5.
Turn card is the 6 of diamonds. And that's going to seal it on the turn. Isaac Kempton eliminated in 4th place.
835.
I think he's going to have a little bit left.
Oh!
A little bit left. 3 big blinds or something like that.
Wow. So that was for Chidwick's tournament life. I was assuming that Kempton was on the shorter stack, but he has some life left here. Isaac Kempton lives to fight another day.
Sweats in these all-in confrontations.
What'd you say?
Aces are just invulnerable sometimes.
I think everyone that's
As
had
everyone
aces as
knows,
well.
aces always
Unimproved pair
That's
just
the
has them
problem
drawing
with
dead
the-
on the turn every time.
I think aces haven't lost today, like in a big pot. Not once. Every time all in, the aces have held. He won with them twice. He just won with them.
You know that wheel you were rooting for?
What?
The wheel you were rooting for doesn't work.
Why?
He had a 6.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't. I can't comprehend that.
All right, well, play
Oh, you're
continues
saying if
four-handed
he does
here
3, 4,
as
5,
Kempton
you
has
do
3 big
6.
blinds
Yeah.
left.
Okay.
He thought the spades were hot, and oh my God. He just looked into my soul.
What is it?
This is so funny.
Chidwick with a little bit of a smile there.
The most ridiculous thing.
Winning a crucial
What
showdown. Quick shout-outs, by the way.
This is what
Blez,
it
Personal
would've been.
Breaks, gifted 5 subs. Henrique FV, Stephen Jones, Father Brother, and Tommy Jones were the one to receive the memberships, as well as Eric Peterson. So shout-out to all you guys. Wow, Donnie Peters saying, get us to 2,600 likes, and I'll gift 20 memberships.
That's true.
I feel like we're on a bit of a roll right now.
They let me do that because I'm a member and I've been a member for like a couple months. I got like a special chat that I could drop in there. Didn't even have to donate.
Oh, special chat, member for 4 months. Donnie Peters, one of the OGs. We launched our memberships.
One of the OGs.
We launched our memberships during WSOP.
It'll be 2,600 likes. That way we can celebrate beating Brent Hanks and Len Ashby's record from yesterday. That's kind of the goal.
Kempton, by the way, gets out of the way here. Doesn't want to tangle just yet. Oh, look at Russell.
That's true, Russell. The OG of
Another
OGs.
deuce got replaced with another deuce.
Numero
That's
uno.
pretty bad.
Yeah. How bad does that hand have to be for me to fold it there?
Dead deuce certainly helps.
Yeah, dead deuce.
Donnie, I will say this. I've never had more fun on a PLO stream. It's
definitely not.
It's the card breaks. It's the good company that we are in. The chat has been on fire today. It's been a lot of fun to follow. Much love to everyone. And we're far from being done because these guys are battling. And I don't even think that Kempton is out of it just yet. Asian Ball keeps gifting memberships. Or actually, he just joined the rail himself. Welcome, sir. And he just gifted a membership to Chris. Bleznick raising it up. He got 3 clubs going. Kempton.
All
Double
in.
suited jacks. All in.
For my tournament life.
With some vigor, Donnie.
So serious, emphatic.
140. Okay.
Chad Grooms, welcome to the rail.
You got 2 million?
Less. I have
You play yours
1, 5, 4, 5.
You got 25 too much there, right?
All right, crucial hand
You
here
have 25
for
too much on the side.
Kempton. We might be down to 3 players soon. Still some action to be had.
25 should go from the side.
Look at this. Kempton got the flush draw going for him. No one else with spades, which means lots of live spades as well, which is good news for him.
Oh. You know what's funny? I just have like a weird feeling you had aces there.
Do you have something good, Jared?
Like I just have a weird feeling. I have a really good hand.
That's not good. You have spades covered?
I just feel like Chidwick folded aces. I don't know why.
You have 7 open-ended?
But if it wasn't aces, he folded king. I'm a favorite. But you have spades?
You are not a favorite.
Oh, you have spades.
I have jacks.
Oh, you're a huge favorite. Sorry,
Spades.
I apologize. I didn't see spades. If you don't have spades, I'm a favorite. There's 2 aces that are dead or king.
Yeah, the 4 is good for you.
The jack was a queen. Really
Aces are not dead.
Spade right now.
Neither are kings.
Not that it matters, but
in a weird way, I want to lose. I like having you here.
I appreciate that, man.
In a weird way, I kind of want to lose. I love. You're a great player. I love playing with you.
here's the turn.
That is
6 of hearts. All of a sudden, the tables turn. Odds
That's
flip.
one word you could use.
Kempton now 15 outs to survive. He's going to need a spade, a jack, a 5, or a 3. Kempton on the brink of elimination. Can
Give him
he
a 5.
survive?
A red 5. That'd be a fun card. Like, give him a red 5. I'm serious.
Here's a river card. It's the 4 of hearts. That is not the card that Kempton was looking for.
Good game, Isaac.
And he will be our 4th place finisher. 418K is Kempton's share of the prize pool as we are down to the final 3. Thank you, sir. You put on quite the show.
1, 5.
Started out things with that beautiful quote that he is here to effing gamble, and gamble he did. But now, Donnie, Jared Bleznick, 1 step closer to taking this whole thing down.
He is up to 7.4 million now. 65% of the chips in play for the Blez.
Beautiful.
You're big, 50-50.
I'm big. It's
Isaac's small.
Sports card community out there loves it.
Oh,
absolutely
You don't
loves
beat me
it.
on the river, right?
By the way, with everyone watching right now, can we make a pact that you guys all show up again on Friday?
Yeah, let's go.
When we have the launch of our new studio, we're going to be live on YouTube. We're going to be live on Twitch
here, or is it
with the PLO series. Brand new studio. We need you guys out there. So many new members today. So many donations. It's been amazing. Maybe we can convince Jared Bleznick to play on Friday as well.
Maybe.
I fold.
I guess it was in the mix game. Fold it the other.
World Series, I know does the other way, but.
So now
In
you,
PLO in
Ike,
the
you
mixed
assume the
game
button.
series that was just there, they
You
had
assume
it.
the button now?
Yeah.
They had it the other way too.
IG with the $2 donation. Much appreciated.
Doesn't make sense to me. Like
No, I
true
think
prizes.
it's a very
Ike,
silly.
you have 2.5.
Yeah.
And Chidwick, you have what?
1,495, including the big blind.
$125.
Pot.
Wow. There was a snap repot from Bleznick. He's got jacks with ace-9. Haxton.
425.
He's got queens. All right, here's a look at the updated chip counts presented by Storm X. Bleznick, 150 big blinds, cruising along on his way to potentially a career-defining live tournament score. Haxton, second in chips, looking for another super high rollerball title. And Steven Chidwick, the short stack with 28 big blinds, fresh off of his Poker Masters win.
As all you at home watching, these two guys right here, you're looking at probably 2 of the top 5 no-limit hold'em players in the world. Both of you.
I mean, that's kind of a shot. He didn't say PLO.
I know.
I mean, that's kind of a shot.
I love it. I love it.
He's out of control.
Look at this, Chidwick limping in with kings. Haxton raising it up. Can we see a little bit of a pushback here from Chidwick? Who knows?
It's 450.
And like I said, Donnie, Chidwick fighting back, making it 450 to go with kings.
Do I hear the box being opened?
I think so. I think we might get a live break during the next hand, using some more time extension chips. Haxton makes the call in position. This is a real hand. Almost $1 million in the middle. Chidwick can basically move all in on the flop here. If we see low cards, and maybe these are low enough, we might see Chidwick go for it here. Haxton picking up that flush draw.
He's also got a gut shot straight draw as well, so.
Wow, you can see a big one here. There it is, the pot-sized bet from Chidwick. All in on a call. There it is. Steven Chidwick at risk for his tournament life. Isaac Haxton with a chance to bring this tournament down to heads-up play. Haxton looking for a club, a jack, or an ace. 13 outs twice. Mathematical favorite right now.
The chips are flying.
Absolutely flying right now.
Come back from break and it's just clash, clash, all in, let's go.
Absolutely would love to see what comes on this turn and river, because it might be decisive for how this thing plays out. Here comes the turn card. It is the 4 of hearts. That is clean and safe for Steven Chidwick. Haxton picks up no additional outs, still got 13 going to the river. Chidwick now mathematical favorite. River card is the Queen of Hearts, and that is a safe card for Steven Chidwick. And
like
the stacks
995.
flip-flop as Chidwick doubles up, and Haxton now the short stack with less than $1 million. Wow.
What a hold. what a hold. Chidwick now just shy of 3 million in chips. Haxton knocked below 1 million. Feels like it's been forever since Haxton has had below 1 million in chips. You'd have to go back to yesterday's day 2. Haxton came into this final table, 7 players remaining. He was the overwhelming chip leader. Did well to maintain his chip lead in the very early portion of the day, but then it's just kind of been a steady slide ever since that first maybe hour or two. Things just haven't gone Haxton's way. Now he's the shortest stack. 3 players remaining. He's got just about 19 big blinds to work with. You got some cards coming out, Remko. Just in the middle of a hand. Haxton versus Bleznick.
When you said we got cards coming out, I was like, oh, the flop's coming?
No. Yeah, I mean, the flop came out, yes.
Yeah, the flop came out.
So did the Topps Chrome.
Imagine if the dealer just put a baseball card on the flop.
110.
He's just not even paying attention to the action.
Oh, he's actually sweating them right now.
Yeah.
This better be good.
Ohtani.
Ohtani.
He plays baseball.
I got a redemption. Great Backers Delight. It's a legend auto.
Oh, here we go.
Wow. Rivera. Mariano Rivera. Huh. What a great item.
I feel like a big part of this card breaking, as we see that shiny Ohtani card.
How much were all the cards in your 10K box worth?
Not 10K.
Yes?
I think they're ripping you off.
Once they open them, they're worth like it's different. It's sealed. It's like a new car when you start driving it. Sometimes it depends.
You gotta pay for the sweat.
Yeah.
This is amazing. What are we witnessing here, ladies and gentlemen?
How many sports cards do you think Steven Chidwick has bought in his life?
0. Absolutely 0. The only
I can't tell if he's. I mean, Chidwick is just stone faced, so you can't get any sort of reaction. I can't tell if he's asking that question because he's fascinated by the entire practice or absolutely disgusted by the entire practice.
Probably both. I feel as though half of the sports cards game, the way Blez does it, is to be enthusiastic no matter what. You got to just stay upbeat, you know?
Well, yeah, of course.
It's
kind of got to be that way in poker, with the way variance is. You know?
True.
A Farm says Chidwick wants in the industry. I don't know about that. Chidwick here backs himself into the nut flush. Bleznick doesn't really have anything that he's working with here.
10 seconds. 150.
Pot size bet from Chidwick. And Bleznick gives it up. We still haven't passed the like amount that we need to beat Brent and Len from yesterday. So if you guys could please help us out.
That's troublesome.
Hit that like button. Get us there. What? Aaron Katz is delivering pizza.
What?
This is the best tournament ever.
Hey, Aaron.
Enjoy the pizza?
Thank you.
Just walks on set.
Didn't know. How long ago was thinking about that? He just busted.
Just not?
Yeah.
Aaron Katz, of course,
What is
busted earlier in 5th place.
From where?
From a place from Milano's.
Oh, that's what Helen said.
Yeah, we went and got it for you. And I figured I'd get these guys some. They're probably hungry too.
Thank you.
What planet are we on?
Just hours after busting out, strolls back on in with pizza.
Yeah. Just living the dream.
Is it like New York pizza?
Huh?
It's like New York pizza, or what is it?
Cheese pizza.
Oh, this is
Really good.
really. What?
More boxes to break. This time it's a pizza box. Get in there.
Does that look like good pizza to you?
It's kind of hard to tell. Oh!
He's just going in.
Wait, hold on. We need a side-by-side with Phil Hellmuth right now.
Katz, get me a napkin.
This is not one bite. Everybody knows the rules for
I need a
Jared
napkin.
Bleznick, that's for sure.
Get me a damn napkin, dude. I got a hand.
Get this
Give me
man a napkin.
Dude, this is... Yeah, you are an employee right now.
You count toward the 30 total?
What?
Does he count toward the 30 total?
Huh?
Employees.
Oh.
I actually just ate not long ago.
Dude, this pizza is it's great.
It looks good. It's
I
what?
feel like Chidwick doesn't eat bad. I feel like you won't eat that.
This is good pizza, dude. You're not going to eat either. I'll waste my time getting food.
I feel like you don't eat bad food. Do you?
Not often.
Yeah. You strike me. You seem super healthy.
Katz is just standing next to the table.
Yeah, he's his employee, Donnie. You can't just walk away from your boss like that. For sure 6-8 on that pizza, right, Donnie?
That pizza's probably in the 7s.
In the 7s?
Yeah, I feel
Neapolitan in the 7s takes a lot.
Yeah, but that wasn't like true Neapolitan. It looked a little bit stiffer. You know, not as soft, not as cloud-like texture.
Can we get a pizza in here already? I'm getting a little bit frustrated right now.
Looks good.
Haxton, Queens here, sees those crumble as an ace flops. Bleznick, ace king 4-4.
Pot.
At 350.
Just without hesitation, bets pot.
I mean, I saw you one time. I saw you was at Flower Child. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Donkey Donk asking, he's not going to share? Yeah, I really thought this was going to be the type of pizza that you sort of pass around the table. We all get a slice, get to try it out. Looks as though this is just for Mr. Bleznick.
10 seconds. Call. Call.
Jack 8-8-6. Bleznick gets involved for cheap.
You play ace.
What's in there?
Hotsky says, I've never seen someone come back hours after busting a huge tourney and buy the table pizza. Correct. That is definitely a new little bit.
We've had a lot of firsts at this final table.
It's been one heck of a ride here so far. Closing in on 2,300 likes on the video. Our goal of 2,400 is coming into sight here as Haxton has the best of it. Look at this, moves all in. Oh, excuse me, he raises pot, committing himself to the hand. Bleznick lets it go, and this is a big one for Haxton.
It was.
Taking it down without showdown. Getting back up to 1.3 million. I feel like this is the first time I've watched Isaac Haxton in this entire year trying to fight back coming from behind.
Yeah, I feel like he's been in the driver's seat for quite a bit of the play that we've watched. And
I mean, it's on the screen right there. Super high rollable 8 champion for 2.7 million.
yeah, he was cruising in that one. Came into the final table with a big lead, just like he did here. But that tournament was just, it was really Isaac Haxton's tournament to lose. I mean, he played super well. He ran good when he needed to and got the job done.
Riz.
Shout out Las Vegas Aces. WNBA champion. Back-to-back. Vegas Sports Town.
Pot.
It's 475.
Haxton no longer messing around. Just tuning in, we started today with the final 7 players who were all guaranteed a minimum payout of just over the $100,000 buy-in. PokerGO Play, by the way, is your place to play right now. Get in the game with PokerGO Play. Find it on the Apple App Store or in the Google Play Store, or check it out on PokerGoPlay.com and get in the game right now. Going back to those payouts, Chino Rheem finished in 7th place for $152,000. Frank Crivello got 6th for $228. Aaron Katz busted in 5th for $304. And most recently, we lost Isaac Kempton in 4th place for $418,000. Haxton, 10-8, 7 deuce, double suited. Gonna try to see a flop.
Check. Heads up.
Not much to report on for this hand, as the pot stays small. Still 3 players left in the event. Haxton continues to be our short stack with 1.58 million right now after that recent big clash versus Steven Chidwick.
2.8, Steve.
2.8. 7.
2.7, thanks.
Fine. like 1-6 total?
158 to start, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
Three hearts on the flop here. Jack 3-6. No hearts in play for either player though, and usually these hands don't amount to a whole lot. Real big action killer, Donnie.
$85.
Haxton gonna take a stab here. 85,000 is the bet. Chidwick makes the call. To the turn we go. 8 of hearts.
How many hearts are in the deck, Don?
23. Check, check here on the turn, going to a river. King of diamonds completes the board. Chidwick gets that check mark 100% as long as he doesn't fold.
So cool. We added 24 new members to our YouTube community today during the stream. That was awesome. Still about 5,000 people watching on YouTube alone. And about 80 likes away from breaking the number from last night. Things are going pretty well.
$240.
240.
Bleznick maintaining his chip lead comfortably, still sitting on 7 million chips, over 61% of the chips in play. Bleznick just seems comfortably waiting for someone to gift some chips to him. Kempton did just that, which ultimately ended up costing him the tournament. Did not make a comeback after paying off Bleznick in that massive hand where he flopped a full house.
Ace, 150.
150.
Ace-7, 4, 2 clubs on the flop here. Bleznick with the better 7. 375 in the middle after Bleznick made it 150 to go before the flop. Haxton called. Both players check. Turn card brings the 6 of clubs. Now giving Haxton 2 pair.
What's that?
I do my good deed every day. Nobody will.
What's that?
Tough to eat pizza when you're playing three-handed.
Hasn't stopped Bleznick.
Okay.
Straight.
Bleznick, of course, had made that straight. I missed that 7-5 there entirely, and he chips up again. Must be nice.
Good.
Bleznick, 63% of the chips in play. Big favorite to win this tournament today, but he's got a whole lot of work left to be done. Donnie, there's also a lot of prestige that comes along with this event. All 3 players here have not really shown interest in the pay jumps. They all are playing for the win. The title surely means a lot.
Yeah, of course. I mean, want to maximize the opportunity here that is in front of them. We heard Bleznick not too long ago say that, you know, he didn't realize the pay jump was as large as it was, so he clearly had no idea what was going on, was just playing for the win. I think Isaac Haxton, they had a conversation earlier at the start of the day. I mean, he's probably aware of the pay jumps, but mostly just playing for the win as well. Stephen Chidwick's probably just tapped into it all because he's Stephen Chidwick, and that's what he does.
I was basically dead.
Double suited jacks.
That's 1, 5, 6. Yeah, just under 1, 7. 1, 6, 90. $2.4.
Bleznick looks a little bit lost without more boxes to break.
Satellite's been going on all day. Crazy. Pot.
It's 150.
Bleznick coming in here, pot size raise from the small blind, gets it through.
Action has slowed down a little bit in the last 20 minutes, sort of since that big Chidwick double up. We're focused on perhaps the next Isaac Haxton move. Rheem Pies saying this will take another 3 to 4 hours. Let's get some guesses on the finishing time for today's final table. It is 8:30 p.m. in Las Vegas right now. We've been going since 1 p.m. So we got at least 2 more hours to come. Heads up, of course, could take a while. These guys playing for the ring, the pride, the money. There's a lot at stake here. A win like this will definitely be a standout moment on either one of their resumes.
$130.
Chidwick gives it up after Bleznick bets, and Haxton follows suit. Bleznick takes this one.
Lots of people guessing that this will go past midnight. Donnie.
Our time?
Donnie, you and
it's
I.
It's 8:30.
You and I don't.
No shot. No shot. 1, it goes that long. 2, I will be here. Okay, I'm going home.
You and I have not seen the midnight hour much in the last few years. I'm more of a 9:30 p.m. bedtime type guy.
Some good Badoogie hands.
Indeed, a good Badoogie. A 7 Badoogie for Haxton. Can we switch the game to Badoogie? That would actually be a lot of fun.
$150.
Ace, queen, queen, 8 here for Haxton. Good enough to raise. Oh, look at this. We're 20 likes away from eclipsing Brent and Lynn's number from last night. So 20 more likes, and then we've busted last night's total. So that would be a great accomplishment here on the live stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's boost that number just a tad here. By the way, if you're new to our YouTube stream, or our YouTube page for that matter, or if you're not watching on YouTube but you are curious, I would say just become a subscriber. Turn on notifications. We got tons of new content. Daily stuff rolling out on the channel. If you are a poker fan, you should really be a subscriber to our channel. I'm just telling you. Haxton and Chidwick both decided to check on the flop here. Very interesting collection of cards, Donnie. Top set for Chidwick with his jacks. Haxton with ace-queen of diamonds. Also using that queen-8 to already make a straight. This hand could still go either way. Maybe some action as Bleznick maybe considering a little nap tableside. Chidwick bets pot. This is music to the ears of Isaac Haxton. Let's see if he comes over the top here right away. I would almost assume so. Haxton with a big decision here. Has the straight. Has the flush draw to go along with it. Donnie, what about the jack of diamonds on the river? I mean,
Oh. That'd be quite the card. Might be a... Might make for a hand we've never seen before. Quad straight flush, you know?
Why not? River card incoming here. Massive implications for both players. River card is the 8 of clubs. Haxton's straight remains best. Chidwick left with, you know, quote unquote, just a set. Chidwick checks, and Haxton checks behind. Wow, Donnie. For 2 hands this strong, that is a relatively small pot, even though this is massive for Haxton, who now jumps into second place. Chidwick, the short stack.
Yeah, it could have been worse for Chidwick there. But check on the river.
This is why I thought that the turn was going to create some action, but Haxton wanted to not bloat the pot.
Haxton now ahead of Chidwick on the leaderboard. Bleznick still very much out in front. Bleznick just under 7.5 million. Haxton climbs back up over 2 million.
Maybe I'm supposed to just put it in on the turn. I don't know.
There it is. He says it himself. Maybe he should have put it on the turn.
I didn't have to think about that one.
Had that straight with the nut outs to the flush.
Pot. It's 175.
Bleznick sticking to his guns, raising pot every time he feels the desire to enter the pot. 9-8-5-5. Haxton looks troubled behind those glasses. Lets it go.
About 2 point. No, less. That's 1. That's 2. 2.2 and 65.
For those just tuning in, this is pot limit Omaha. You cannot raise more than the size of the
Really
pot
more.
at any point.
I have slightly more.
You have to use 2 cards from your hand, and you have to use 3 cards from the table. So if there's 5 hearts on the board, but no player has hearts, that means nobody has a flush. Chidwick here, jacks with 10-6 to go along with it. Look at this, Donnie. Just folded the jack, 10-6 on the button.
Pot.
It's 150.
Call, pot, fold.
Looks like we're closing in on the end of the level here.
Last hand?
It is the last hand. Okay, well, let's hope for something good then. Haxton, Jack 8-4-5 in the muck.
Chidwick's got a good one. Ace, king, king, deuce.
And he's got the spades covered.
That's right.
Like.
It's 150. Yeah, it's right at this table.
Raised to 150 from Chidwick. Action back on Bleznick. Oh, look at that. Now, spades would, of course, create an immediate situation of interest as Queen 7-4 rolls off the deck. Top
Pot.
2 pair
50.
for Bleznick, and he pots right away. Chidwick with the overpair. Donnie, this is very interesting.
Yeah, we'll see how Chidwick wants to go with this one. Being one spade on the board, maybe he comes with a call here, trying to pick up a second spade on the turn and go from there. He does make the call.
Chidwick with the overpair. Still has outs. King on the turn.
Wow.
Top set for Chidwick. And all of a sudden, Bleznick drawing dead. Going from being the big favorite to being drawing dead. $1 million in the middle. Bleznick has the ability to basically almost put Chidwick at risk here. Chidwick has the nuts. And Bleznick finds a way to check. Very impressive.
Yeah, I think if you're Bleznick, you know, your hand reading ability is very good, of course. I think you can correctly be worried about king-king here. I think you can also be worried about combos of king-queen as well.
1 second.
Yeah, an ace or a king, probably the two of the worst cards to show up on the turn there for Bleznick, given the fact that his 2 pair was fairly disguised. $350 is the bet from Chidwick. Action now back on Bleznick, who, like I said earlier, is drawing dead. No card can save him in this one. Bleznick going over the possible combinations his opponent can have.
10 seconds.
It's crazy how in the game of PLO, one card can have such a dramatic effect on how you feel about your cards. You see that flop come out, Queen 7-4, you're like, oh wow. Top 2, not a very dangerous looking board. Then the king, big card shows up. And like you said, Donnie, that hits quite a lot of Chidwick's preflop raising range. Not the spot that Bleznick wanted to be in. And this is a very impressive fold.
World-class fold.
I mean,
a world-class PLO player.
Self-proclaimed best pot limit Omaha player in the world, Jared Bleznick, maintains his chip lead as we head into our next break of the night. Still 3 players remaining here. Isaac Haxton, Steven Chidwick, and Jared Bleznick battling for the title and the first place prize of nearly $1.3 million. There it is on your screen. The chip counts presented by StormX. We're taking a short little break before we continue to close this thing out, hopefully soon. We'll be right back.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Is PLO.
And PLO heads up, as you mentioned. This will be also interesting, depending on who gets heads up and how deep we are, to watch that play.
Absolutely, and Jared really does have a reputation of beating almost anyone who's challenged him at heads-up PLO. So, as I said, when it gets shorter and shorter handed, it really starts to favor Jared Bleznick, who's comfortable playing a wide range of hands. He's going to call this one on the button.
You got about 2 million?
Wow. Jack's full for Blez.
Yeah, it is. It's all going Blez's way right now. Big bluff with the king high flush draw versus the ace high flush draw. Kempton's going to lead out.
Yeah, Kempton, the pre-flop aggressor, just continuing on this board that could miss Jared quite often.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is unlikely to work.
I would say so, but imagine if Kempton now turns something like the king of diamonds, where he picks up a lot of draws.
Perceived outs.
Right, exactly. He might continue to barrel off.
He's drawing dead right now, by the way. There's nothing that can. There are no cards that can come out that will give him the win.
He's got no backdoor straight flush draws or anything like that. He's stone dead, so he just has to hope he doesn't hit a run out that he likes.
Well, lucky for him, the turn card does not cooperate with his hand. He picks up a wheel draw. 500,000 in there.
Yeah, and honestly, would not be totally unreasonable to see Kempton go for 2 barrels here. Just continuing to target something like a jack.
Well, I mean, listen, if Bleznick only had here king, jack, 10, whatever, had just a jack here, a double barrel looks real strong.
Exactly, and would probably fold out a lot of jack X hands, even against some queens that don't have a lot of backup, stuff like that. He can put some pressure on those hands. Here
double barrel from Kempton. Now, if you're Blez, are you just going to keep calling, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You want to keep the bluffs in.
It's 1.1 million, and Kempton has nothing.
Kempton doesn't know it, but he doesn't want to hit a 5, and he doesn't really want to hit an ace either. Although, maybe the ace saves him in a way, because he might have continued to bluff on some other cards, and now he thinks, well, I've got some showdown value.
If you're Blez, are you ever concerned that Kempton has aces full now?
It's certainly a possible hand, but it's just, you know, they're in a 4-handed game. Kempton opened the cutoff. It's just not a big enough piece of his opening range to be concerned.
Well, pot's got 1.1 million in it. Action on that man, who will be approaching 5 million chips.
And let's say he bets half pot here. Kempton's again going to be in one of those situations where he has to try to figure out what hands Jared could be turning into a bluff. Because he'll be in a spot where he has pure bluff catcher.
And he goes pot.
I think versus this, Kempton's just going to fold. He's just going to decide there's too many better hands. 3x, jack's full. But he's going to mull it over. This is a huge pot.
Isaac Kempton, the 26-year-old from Delaware, facing an enormous bet. He bluffed the flop. He bluffed the turn. He has hit an ace on the river. And now he is facing a 1.1 million chip bet. Pot is 2.2 million, so he's getting 2 to 1. He only has 1.64 behind.
What does he really beat here, though? He beats something like King Jack 6-5 that would have called 2 streets and now turns itself into a bluff. He could beat some Queen, Queen, Jack and King, King, Jack. Some of those would just check back the river or fold somewhere. I think it's really tough to make this call.
He's going through those time extensions.
There are a few other bluffs. Jared could have something like 5-5, 6-6. Again, this just isn't a ton of combinations. He's probably also wondering how wide Jared would value bet. Would Jared go for pot with all of his 3x combos? If he starts to think that Jared wouldn't use a ton of, you know, wouldn't have a ton of combos that can bet this big on the river, then he starts to think, well, maybe he's got a little bit more of a more bluffs in his range, but
Blez in his sports cards, staring across the table at Isaac Kempton.
yeah, Blez the one who's just betting, yet he's staring right at Kempton. Kempton looks like he wants to make a hero call.
It does. He feels like he wants to call this.
Yeah. And this is the Jared Bleznick effect, too, is
Yeah.
really...
I think Kempton knows he can't beat anything, but he also just feels like, you know what?
Jared is such a wild card. He could just flip over something you're never expecting to
Yeah,
see.
like you said, 5-5, 5-5, 6-7 type thing, you know?
Right.
10 seconds.
He makes the call.
Oh, wow.
He makes the call.
And Jared Bleznick just gets paid off, and a lot of that is Jared's image, I think.
Yeah.
What
That
a
is Jared
huge
being
pot.
Jared. I think Kempton just, despite the odds, despite the fact that there aren't that many bluffs there, I think Isaac just decided, I think Bleznick's bluffing. I don't know what he has, but I think he's bluffing. But by the way, I genuinely think he enjoys opening those cards more than playing poker.
Yeah, it would not surprise me.
In the most naive, but really wonderful way, he's just a big kid.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, man. He's fun to watch and a breath of fresh air, in my opinion. From some of the, some of the more just quiet, controlled poker, which is also, it has its beauty in its own way, but
Yeah. I mean, listen, we all fell in love with Phil Ivey many, many years ago, and doesn't say much.
Right.
Just intimidating his own way. I think there's room for every type.
absolutely. Just always
But the
good to get a
Chino
good mix of
Rheems and the
characters.
Bleznicks of the world certainly add a little color.
They add some flavor. They
That's for
certainly
sure.
do. And so does this young man, Isaac Kempton, although he's currently probably not feeling great after making that call.
He's been amazing.
This
He
looks like
is.
he's found his all-in hand.
Yeah, the 26-year-old is absolutely.
I can use. I'm going to open up a box. I think I'm going to use a few time extensions. That's legal, right?
This is unbelievable.
Wait, by the way, he's doing this while Kempton is all in.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell.
He's doing this in the middle of play.
Right. While Kempton, by the way, is all in for
He's not even
460,000.
he's not even posturing that he has a decision. He's just explicitly telling the field that he's opening boxes and using time banks. And Kempton here.
Let's open another box. I'll use the time extension because I play faster than all these guys, so I don't need all these. I'll use them. You know.
You know, he does make a good point. He does play faster than the other guys in most situations.
That's fair, but I think this is. Listen, I like Jared Bleznick. I have no problem. I think this is over the line.
This is a little bit over the top.
Because keep in mind, it's the 26-year-old's tournament life on the line,
Right.
and he's sitting there like, really, guys?
Right. And you see Isaac Haxton with a little bit of look of what are you doing, Jared?
Right.
Oh. LaMelo.
And he's showing this to
This is a
Chidwick,
really
who
big
couldn't
card.
care less.
This is a really big card. LaMelo, and he just signed him too.
How much, Jared? How much is it worth?
This card's worth like at least $2,000. Really.
Wow.
Yeah. This is a really big card. Rookie. All right, how many time extensions do I owe? I fold. 2? I'm not going to need all of them. It's okay.
Thank you.
I have ace high.
You have aces?
Ace high.
Oh, I also have ace high.
Ace King Jack 3 versus Ace Queen 10-8. It is essentially a coin flip for Isaac Kempton's tournament life. And this, by the way, is a really significant pot for Chidwick as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Ike, who's a favorite?
Not me.
In this hand, who's a favorite?
Presumably the guy with Ace King.
I actually think Chidwick's a favorite.
Blez wrong here, but he's not far off.
Well, I'll take the Ace King now for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kempton goes from 51% to 95%. Chidwick needs running cards.
Huh? LaMelo, RPA, yeah.
And that is it. Isaac Kempton will get a full double up. So after paying off Jared Bleznick, he does get the full double up, courtesy of Stevie Chidwick. Talk about poker needing more characters. I think Isaac Kempton is exactly that.
He's absolutely a character. A little more understated than Bleznick in some ways.
Yeah.
But most are.
There's room for everybody, yeah.
Ooh.
So Kempton raising. Double suited here. Ace Jack 7 deuce. Chidwick double suited aces. All the suits are represented here.
I suspect once Chidwick inevitably pots this that Kempton is going to fold this hand. I think if he was a little bit more connected, if that deuce was the 8 of spades, something like that, his hand would just be deemed too good to fold. But
what you have behind?
It's possible he sees a flop here. What he shouldn't do, as we've discussed already, is just go all in. He's better off seeing a flop and folding the absolute worst flops. For instance, if he calls here and it comes
3 diamonds.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5 of diamonds or something, or not 3, 4, 5. That would be a wheel, but 4, 5, 8 of diamonds, something like that. He can just get away. I think he's just going to fold this one though, with the deuce being.
I mean, Chidwick really hasn't gotten out of line. It's hard to imagine that. Yeah, you've got a live suit, obviously. You've got the nut spade draw, but I mean, it's hard to imagine that Chidwick, if he doesn't have aces, you're not up against ace king king.
Right, it's going to be an ace king king, an ace queen queen, a superior version of this hand, like an ace jack 10-9 with a nut suit or 2 suits, something like that. More often than not, the only thing he's really ahead of is something like king queen jack 10 double suited, king queen jack 9 double suited, maybe some double paired double suited hands, but most of those would just call.
I always like to point out, I mean, we're privy, we've been watching every single hand, so we know that Chidwick has not done that, but he's certainly capable of it.
Certainly, he could certainly have something like ace 10-9-7 double suited, but I don't think you're going to see him show up with like a queen jack 10-8 double suited when he would just call that hand out of the big blind.
Right, that's the big point. He could just call out of the big blinds.
Yeah.
Now,
most of Chidwick's hands are either going to be aces or they're going to contain an ace, and when they contain an ace, Kempton's ace jack 7 deuce is likely
there's
to
the all in.
Wow, he does go all in.
Chidwick, very happy to get it in. And Chidwick, a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah.
Kempton has survived twice when he had aces.
Kempton did have a decent portion of his stack in there, maybe what's compelling him to go all in. And he's in worse shape than he would be against a decent amount of Chidwick's hands.
Straight.
But big pot here.
Yeah, 1.7 million.
I mean, I can still get it done. Don't get me wrong.
You could easily.
I can get it done.
Chidwick's the one at risk, but
fucking
Kempton would be on his last legs if he were to lose this one.
Yeah, either Chidwick's out or Kempton is down to 3 big blinds.
Spades are hot.
1.745 million.
How about you both just make a wheel?
They both make a wheel. Let's see. That's not going to happen. Well, I suppose it's still possible.
You know Stevie wins if they both make a wheel.
3 of spades.
Chidwick way ahead right now.
No, 5 of spades, actually. 5 of spades.
5 of spades would be a spicy
Give
card.
them both a wheel. Give it a 3.
Jared calling for both of them to have a wheel, which would actually give Chidwick the
That'd be
win with the
funny.
6 high straight.
5.
I'm dead.
6 of diamonds, and that's it. Kempton is drawing dead.
How much is it?
Kempton is drawing dead. Case ace on the river. Irrelevant, but Chidwick does make aces full. And
Huge
Kempton
pot.
is down to 3 big blinds.
Is PLO.
And PLO heads up, as you mentioned. This will be also interesting, depending on who gets heads up and how deep we are, to watch that play.
Absolutely, and Jared really does have a reputation of beating almost anyone who's challenged him at a heads-up PLO. So, as I said, when it gets shorter and shorter handed, it really starts to favor Jared Bleznick, who's comfortable playing a wide range of hands. He's going to call this one on the button.
You got about 2 million?
Wow. Jack's full for Blez.
Yeah, it is. It's all going Blez's way right now. Big bluff with the king high flush draw versus the ace high flush draw. Kempton's going to lead out.
Yeah, Kempton, the pre-flop aggressor, just continuing on this board that could miss Jared quite often.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is unlikely to work.
I would say so, but imagine if Kempton now turns something like the King of Diamonds, where he picks up a lot of draws.
Perceived outs.
Right, exactly. He might continue to barrel off.
He's drawing dead right now, by the way. There's nothing that can. There are no cards that can come out that will give him the win.
He's got no backdoor straight flush draws or anything like that. He's stone dead, so he just has to hope he doesn't hit a run out that he likes.
Well, lucky for him, the turn card does not cooperate with his hand. He picks up a wheel draw. 500,000 in there.
Yeah, and honestly, would not be totally unreasonable to see Kempton go for 2 barrels here. Just continuing to target something like a jack.
Well, I mean, listen, if Bleznick only had here King, Jack, 10, whatever, had just a jack here, a double barrel looks real strong.
Exactly, and would probably fold out a lot of Jack X hands, even against some queens that don't have a lot of backup, stuff like that. He can put some pressure on those hands. Here
double barrel from Kempton. Now, if you're Blez, are you just going to keep calling, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You want to keep the bluffs in.
Because it's 1.1 million, and Kempton has nothing.
Kempton doesn't know it, but he doesn't want to hit a 5, and he doesn't really want to hit an ace either. Although, maybe the ace saves him in a way, because he might have continued to bluff on some other cards, and now he thinks, well, I've got some showdown value.
If you're Blez, are you ever concerned that Kempton has aces full now?
It's certainly a possible hand, but it's just, you know, they're in a 4-handed game. Kempton opened the cutoff. It's just not a big enough piece of his opening range to be concerned.
Well, pot's got 1.1 million in it. Action on that man, who will be approaching 5 million chips.
And let's say he bets half pot here. Kempton's again going to be in one of those situations where he has to try to figure out what hands Jared could be turning into a bluff. Because he'll be in a spot where he has a pure bluff catcher.
And he goes pot.
I think versus this, Kempton's just going to fold. He's just going to decide there's too many better hands. 3x, Jack's full. But he's going to mull it over. This is a huge pot.
Isaac Kempton, the 26-year-old from Delaware, facing an enormous bet. He bluffed the flop. He bluffed the turn. He has hit an ace on the river. And now he is facing a 1.1 million chip bet. Pot is 2.2 million, so he's getting 2 to 1. He only has 1.64 behind.
What does he really beat here, though? He beats something like King Jack 6-5 that would have called 2 streets and now turns itself into a bluff. He could beat some Queen.
Welcome back once again to the Las Vegas Strip, the PokerGO Studio to be exact, for continued coverage, I should say, of Super High Rollerball Pot Limit Omaha. It is getting late in Las Vegas, but these 3 gentlemen are not going to just, fall over and die. They're going to battle for the ring, the cash, and the prestige of becoming the first ever winner of this event. $1.3 million up top, $570K guaranteed for the remaining 3. And boy, oh boy, has it been an exciting battle so far. The final 3 headlines by Jared Bleznick. He's got a new box to his left. Maybe we'll break some more. Maybe we'll get some more sports cards involved.
Another box?
I mean, it looks like a box next to him that he just opened, but we'll see if there's anything more coming out of it.
I'm all for the boxes.
By the way, Donnie, Chidwick and Haxton, both relatively short in relation to Bleznick. What can you tell me about what sort of the dynamics we're going to see here over the course of the next level?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Chidwick and Haxton are basically trying to outlast each other in a way. I mean, they do have a decent amount of chips to play with each. Haxton is the shortest with 33 big blinds. Chidwick's on 37 big blinds. So there is a lot of playability still within their stacks, but they're certainly going to try and reach heads-up play. That's kind of the short-term goal. Long-term goal, hopefully go on to win the thing, but definitely want to try and do the best you can to make it to heads-up play and maximize this opportunity as best you can. Because, end of the day right now, it looks like it's Bleznick's tournament. I mean, he's got 120 big blinds, 63% of the chips in play. Chidwick here out of the small blind comes in with a raise. Playing 30,000, 60,000. He makes it 180,000 with the ace jack 6-3 double suited, and Haxton calls ace 8 5-3 suited in diamonds to the ace. King, king, queen. Both players whiff on this one, but Chidwick's got Broadway straight draw. He's got 2 backdoor flush draws working.
I fold. This card is. I don't know. It's kind of dented. You have to look at it from just the right angle, and then it flashes off it. But I don't know. I bet they're all kind of dented. I don't know.
Good news, Donnie.
What's that?
We've hit
pizza's coming.
We've hit 2,477 likes on the video, meaning that we've officially busted
right.
Brent Hanks. That's good news.
We are the champions, baby. Let's go.
Reigning, defending, all that stuff.
You will not take us down.
By the way, much love to everyone watching right now, whether you're on YouTube, on Twitch, Pluto TV, Sumo, Freebie, Fubo TV, Sling TV, Local Now, Sports, Tribal, or Plex. Very much appreciate you watching us live right now. And here's a look at our final table chip counts presented by StormX. Jared Bleznick still on top. 119 big blinds. Chidwick and Haxton combined don't even get close to that amount. Still a tough battle ahead for all three of these players. Of course, Pot Limit Omaha, not a game in which you're going to end up all in a few times an hour. We're just waiting for the right moment, the right situation. These guys are so patient, Donnie. They're so cool, calm, and collected.
They really are. They're also extremely highly skilled. Little zoom in on Mr. Bleznick there. Not really sure what he's doing, but you know, that's the Blez in action.
Look at.
I mean, it's like Amazon just came to the studio. I mean, what is going on?
I need one more. I only have 3 cards.
You like 4 cards?
King Jack 10-7 here for Chidwick. Chidwick limps the button. Queen 6, 3-3. With some hearts for Haxton here on the small blind. He's gonna come along, and Bleznick in the big blind, ace 10, 5 deuce. He's got the better hearts. He checks. Family pot.
Require.
King 7 deuce with 2 diamonds here. Top 2 pair for Stephen Chidwick with the King 7. Bleznick is working with a pair of deuces right now. Haxton's got those 3s in his hand still. No one has an immediate flush draw with 2 diamonds in their hand. Chidwick does have clubs that can be used as a backdoor flush draw. Chidwick goes for 60,000 after Haxton and Bleznick checked. Bleznick just quickly fires back with a check raise to the pot.
420.
I mean, he wasted no time.
420?
Yeah, that's right.
420 is the raise. All right, Chidwick, what are you going to do here? Top 2 pair. Facing a large check raise from the chip leader, Jared Bleznick.
10 seconds.
Three-handed? I mean, is Chidwick just going to get this in? Top 2 pair?
Time extend.
All right, Chidwick makes the call. Pot climbs to more than 1 million in the middle. Chidwick's got just under 2 million behind. 6 of clubs on the turn. That's a good card for Chidwick because he's got those backdoor clubs, as was mentioned on the flop.
We've seen Bleznick make clever bluffs and sharp laydowns. How will he assess the fact that Chidwick was comfortable enough to call this big pot check raise, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to take some wizardry from Bleznick if he's able to pull off this bluff. At least that's my feeling. Bleznick does check. Signals to me, at least, that he's took a shot on the flop and just going to shut this one down. Pot size bet from Steven Chidwick.
That should do it.
Bleznick gives it up, and nice pot there for Chidwick as he's back up over 3 million now.
Wow.
When did I use one on the turn?
I don't think he used one on the turn. Jared used one on the turn.
I used one for sure. How many did I use?
Jared used one on the turn.
You had one on the turn?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Getting my rhythm.
No worries.
All right.
Bleznick's still well out in front, but what that pot does is it widens the gap between
Yeah, you used
Chidwick
one to check
and
the turn.
Haxton. So Chidwick feeling a little bit more comfortable with his positioning in second place now. He's got just under 3.1 million, 51 big blinds, and then Haxton's on 1.7 million, 28 big blinds.
You have like 3 now, Stevie?
Three-handed here. First ever super high roller bowl pot limit Omaha. $100,000 was the price to enter. Nearly $1,300,000 up top for the winner. These players are all guaranteed $570,000. Haxton's turn on the button. He limps in. King, queen, 10 deuce. Bleznick calls from the small blind. Jack 8, 5 deuce. And Chidwick's got ace 10, 3 deuce in the big blind. I feel like we're going to start seeing a little bit more of this limping strategy on the button, which will lead to some three-way pots between this trio. Ace, deuce, 3 after Chidwick checks the big blind. Chidwick flopping pretty good here. He's got 3 pairs.
3 pairs is always good.
It's always good. I feel like that should be a hand in Omaha somehow. Like we need to make it a hand.
Like it's like a bonus card.
Yeah, exactly. And if you get 4 pairs, like just get the pot. Like, you know, it's over. You just turn your cards over and you're like, guys, 4 pairs, and you just get it. Like you just get it. That's just how it works.
I just want to say that I'm a huge opponent of limping, especially in pot limit Omaha. We need bigger pots, not smaller pots.
We just need the blinds to go up faster. Bleznick comes out with the lead here, 125,000. Chidwick makes the call. Haxton's hand into the muck. 6 of spades on the turn. I was going to say, if Bleznick's looking for backdoor spades, a little bit more difficult because Haxton folded 2 of them, but backdoor spade comes right in here. So Bleznick's got a flush draw now. He's got a pair of deuces as well. He's got a straight draw as well. Chidwick, though, still the best of it. Bleznick slows down there with a check. Chidwick checks behind. River card is the 6 of hearts. So Chidwick's hand is best. That said, we've seen the creativity of Jared Bleznick on display before. Will he get creative here? No, he won't. He'll check. Chidwick checks, and Chidwick's going to take this one. That deucer is no good.
I feel as though Chidwick is feeling very confident as one of Bleznick's employees is back on the scene.
he's just going to keep on coming up on the stage and checking in. How you doing? It's a bit easier to do so because they don't have the outer like walls,
right?
You know, so you just wander right on up there.
These guys also think that they
not the Katz wouldn't do that anyway.
Right. I was going to say these guys also think like they own the place, you know, which they kind of do.
Hey, listen, if you're going to bring pizza in, I mean, you know, we're going to put you up on a pedestal. Bleznick here, 2 aces, ace, ace, jack, 6. He does have hearts as well. Raises on the button to 120,000. Haven't really seen the min raise much.
You mean the mini raise?
The mini raise. We haven't seen that much. Usually it's just pot, pot, pot. You know.
Please tell me, Donnie. Please tell the audience about the mini raise.
Well, the mini raise. That's what Phil Ivey originally called the min raise.
He's not wrong.
Chidwick calls with the queen, queen, 9-3, and Haxton here with the king, queen, 10-9, and 1 suit in diamond. So this could be a fun one here. All right, Haxton calls as well, so all 3 players involved. Going to the flop, 420,000 in the middle. Queen, Jack, 7.
Oh, wow.
Top set for Stephen Chidwick. The aces for Bleznick.
And look at Haxton's draw.
And Haxton he hits top pair. He's got straight draws working. He's got the backdoor diamonds. I mean, this could be some fun. And look at the percentages, Remko.
Wow.
Bleznick's got the ace. He's got 3%.
And he's the one betting. He is the one betting.
Yep.
150.
Russell in the chat says, aces so dead. Yes,
This is going to be interesting to see how Chidwick plays this one. It went check from Chidwick and Haxton. As you mentioned, Bleznick bet. So kind of a wet board texture here on the flop. So is Chidwick just going to want to raise this one up? And then if he does so, what does that do for Isaac Haxton, and how will Isaac Haxton proceed? Okay, coming with the call.
Opening things up for Haxton, who now has a chance to do some maneuvering of his own. Donnie, nobody with spades. Not a single spade in any of their hands. Someone get me 4 cards. I'm sure there's 3 spades in there. It is funny, Donnie, because there's no spades in any of their hands. That makes it more likely we're going to see a spade on the turn, and that could be a real action killer.
That could be. I think a diamond on the turn will be fun. Uh-oh.
Wow, pot-size re-raise from Isaac Haxton.
Oh,
and
here
there
we
it
go.
is. Chidwick moves all in, and Isaac Haxton makes the call. Ladies and gentlemen, 49% to 50%, 16 outs twice for Isaac Haxton. Wow.
Decent amount of your outs.
This is as Omaha as it gets.
I'll say that a couple of those outs were dead because Bleznick folded 2 aces, so still.
All in.
A lot of
That's all
equity
in.
here for Isaac Haxton. His tournament life is on the line.
Wow. What a massive, massive pot here. We're 2 cards away from being heads up. But, of course, as you can see on the screen, Haxton with a ton of outs. 8 of spades hits on the turn. Now, Chidwick the one looking for help as Haxton makes a straight. Like I said, spades not a factor. That means they're going to come out. Chidwick, 9 outs. Jack, 8 or 7. Or else Haxton will be the one to receive a double up. Aaron Katz sweating the action. Here comes the river. It is the ace of clubs that's not going to help Chidwick. Haxton with a massive double up, and he is back to where he started.
$1,475,000, right?
The battle rages on.
I'm losing every pot. Lost over $1 million. $1,475,000.
Haxton and Chidwick flipping stacks here. Now Chidwick's at the bottom. Haxton in second place with a decent lead over Chidwick. And then, of course, Bleznick still out in front. Bleznick is down a bit from, we saw him get up to, what, 7.5, 7.6 million, something like that. So he's down a little bit from his peak, but still very much out in front. And we continue, 3-handed.
Wow. We do continue 3-handed. Here's a look at the final table chip counts presented by StormX. SHRBPLO still going strong here. 3 of the best PLO players in the world fighting for the first title. Donnie, winning the first of something always is more memorable. So there's a lot more attached to this win than just the money and the ring.
Yeah, because, you know, even if it never happens again, you're the champ.
Right.
I think that no matter who comes out on top among these 3 players, all extremely deserving. Some of the best players in the world at Pot Limit Omaha.
Thanks. A little more. Check. Check.
Heads up action here. Jack 10, 7, 2 diamonds. Once again, flush draw is not a factor. Excuse me, Haxton, of course, with the 2 blue cards there in his hand. Sometimes that 4-color deck confuses me a little bit. Haxton picks up another pot here. Here's a look at the PGT PLO series that is upcoming. I am literally chomping at the bit at our upcoming Omaha series. Buy-ins range from $2,100 to $25,000 here at the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas, October 19th through the 30th. Yes, tomorrow the action kicks off. Donnie and I are streaming event number 1 starting on Friday. The first ever stream from our new studio, Donnie. I could not be more excited.
I can't wait. Maybe we should just call it the PLO Thunderdome or something, you know, because it's PLO. That's what we're doing in there. Keep hitting that like button if you're joining us on YouTube. Looks like we're going to be in for a late one. It's approaching 9:30 here in Las Vegas. Fabulous Las Vegas. Let us know where you're watching from. I don't think we've done a roll call.
We have not. No, we have not.
Let's go.
This is the time of the night.
Yeah,
where
we definitely want to know who's watching and where you're watching from right now, because it's a.
Producer Aiden is rolling out the world map. He is about to mark down every single country that is named on the stream. So it's countries only, or if you're in the U.S., it is the state that you're from, to keep it a little bit exciting. So name your state that you're watching from if you're in the U.S., or otherwise name your country in the chat right now. Do it now. No time to waste. By the way, if you're still with us, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We are here to watch someone be crowned the inaugural champion in this Super High Rollable PLO. Fantastic moment. Could still be anyone.
Chidwick with the raise, or sorry, Bleznick with the raise on the button, 10-9, 8 deuce, and Chidwick's got king, king, jack 8 in the small blind. The countries, the locations are rolling in. Love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
And Chidwick here comes with a pot-sized 3-bet, 690,000. All right, Blez, what are you gonna do? That 2's just kind of dangling there. Can you like pitch that and get a better card?
What do you have behind?
Like, you know, the 7 of hearts.
So far, this level has not been Bleznick's level.
How much?
690.
I mean, here we go. 1.5 million in the middle. Bleznick makes the call. Chidwick has just about 1.1 million behind, so less than pot.
Queen, Jack, Deuce, 2 diamonds on the flop. Beautiful camera work here once again. This studio is just one of a kind.
Could this money go in here with Bleznick having this draw? I know he doesn't have diamonds, but...
Call, you said, right?
Call.
All in a call.
Oh, wow, that was fast. These boys are ready to go for it. Chidwick all in and at risk of being eliminated. Bleznick, 12 outs. He's got to hit something, though.
Thank you.
We're all Katz, all in.
Oh, wow. Aaron Katz comes running.
What? I'm all. I mean, I have 2 something.
Bleznick has the outs. Needs to hit something, or otherwise, Donnie, we're looking at a very, very even match. Turn card, 6 of hearts. That is not going to help Bleznick. He has 12 outs now going to the river. Chidwick 70% to double up and make this a very, very even fight. River card coming up. Chidwick's tournament life on the line. River card is the ace of clubs. Chidwick fades the outs, doubles up, and all of a sudden, Donnie, we are back to square one.
1,090,000.
Here we go once again. This is as even as this 3-handed match has been. Bleznick still out in front, but not by much anymore. You see him there. Can't believe he whiffed on all those outs he had going to the river. Big double up for Stephen Chidwick. He's now back into second on the leaderboard, moving just ahead of Isaac Haxton. But less than 1 million chips separating first and third now. Now it's anyone's game.
Oh,
Felt like it was kind of anyone's game before. Now it's definitely anyone's game. That's for sure. And we'll be able to see how Jared Bleznick reacts now, because he had like 7.6 million at one point. Now he's got 4.2. So is he going to be feeling it a little bit? He's still the chip leader, but
someone bring this man a box of cards to calm him down a little bit. By the way, time for some shout-outs. Everybody in the chat has been playing along very well. We got Nevada in the house. We got Washington. We got South Carolina, Minnesota, Michigan, Serbia, Alaska, Tennessee, Ohio, Sri Lanka, Canada. Damn, there's so many. I can't keep up. We got Toronto, Canada in the house. We got LA, Arizona, Florida, Ireland, Louisiana, Texas. New Zealand in the house, Colorado, Quebec, Brazil, Argentina, California, the Netherlands represent. Love to see it. Hawaii is in the house, Venezuela, Thailand, Bulgaria, Estonia. Jeez, you guys are all over the place tonight. I love it. I love it. We need some kind of app or some kind of thing, Donnie, where the thing keeps track of all the places, and then we can try to collect them all. You know, kind of like
collect them all,
like Pokemon cards. Collect all the locations.
Walk there for Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick out of the small blind raises to 180K, and Isaac Haxton calls in the big blind. Jack 9-6 on the flop. Bottom two pair for Haxton with that 9-6. Chidwick flops a straight draw. He's got those pair of eights. He's got backdoor spades. He's got backdoor clubs as well. Check, check here on the flop. Queen of spades on the turn. Very good card here for Stephen Chidwick. He completes his straight. He's also got ace-high spades working now. Yes, King 10 beats him, but Chidwick's probably feeling pretty decent about his hand right now.
$280.
280,000 is the bet from Chidwick.
Haxton lets it go, and Chidwick takes down another pot. All of a sudden, something that we could not have seen coming even 20 minutes ago, Stephen Chidwick, Donnie, our new chip leader. It's a bit of a shocker, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of out of nowhere. Especially after he lost that big pot, doubling up Isaac Haxton. Chidwick has knocked down the leaderboard, but was able to score a big double up through Jared Bleznick and chipped up since, and now he's up on top. Not by much, but up on top.
It's a little bit of an edge, you know. You got to take your small edges.
Definitely in this game. Press those small edges.
Exactly. By the way, if you want to follow us on Twitter, at Donnie_Peters, sitting right next to me here all day. My handle is at Remko Rinkema. We got a lot of commentary coming up with the PLO series. It's going to be a lot of fun. Planning some giveaways as well. Donnie, do we even have PLO merch? Do we have anything PLO related in the shop?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
We need to make something. Either way, we'll give away some gift shop cards. Oh, sorry, PokerGO shop gift cards. 3 aces here for Haxton. Just looking for that 4th ace. Bleznick with 10, 9, 7 deuce, double suited.
Pot.
5, 10.
Kind of a similar hand here to what we saw Bleznick double up Stephen Chidwick with. I believe he had the 10, 9, 8 deuce in that one. Here he gives it up.
Speaking of merch, Donnie, I did not plan this. I did, I swear, this is coming out of nowhere. Check it out, shop.pokergo.com. All new Super High Roller Bowl merch. Of course, SHRB happened just a few weeks ago, but of course, the PLO version still going on right now. Those hoodies, by the way, super comfortable. I got one myself. Very happy with it. Especially as the nights in Vegas get a little bit colder. When I walk the dogs, it's just perfect. Do you walk the dogs on, or do you just go in the backyard?
Both. Look at a combination. You know, just kind of depending on what's going on.
I love walking the dog.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. As we talked about earlier, you've got one dog, I've got two. One of my dogs, Duke, very good walker, right next to you, does the thing. Daisy, chaos. This is just all over the place, pulling you everywhere. I mean, she's a madness out there on the streets.
So I guess one of the dogs takes after you, and the other one takes after your wife.
Yeah, I don't really know who Daisy takes after. She's out of control. She's absolutely out of control. Barks at everything, like just lunatic. Absolute lunatic.
My dog's insane.
And she's had all the training. She went to a trainer for 2 weeks, like all, everything. She's nuts.
$370.
Chidwick's bet here of 370,000 gets it done. Chidwick now opening up a little bit of a lead here, stretching it out.
I mean, like you said, Donnie, he got an edge, he's taking it, and now he's going for the home run. Wesley says, shout out to the magnificent voices commentating. Thank you for your service. Thank you for watching, my friend. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for making this a fun experience for all of us. We try to keep up with the chat. We try to have some fun with it.
Now Chidwick's got trips in his hand. He's got kings. King, 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 6. Bleznick, jack, jack, 7, 6. To the flop we go. 10, 10, 6. See Aaron Katz there just hanging out basically in front of the cameras. I mean,
it's Aaron Katz's sort of personal show that he's watching.
Oh, that's great. Does he realize that they're probably going to be here for a couple more hours?
I mean,
I feel like he's like hanging around like this is going to end in the next 10 minutes.
He must have a piece big enough for him to not care. Because I know poker players. Unless they have an actual piece, they are not going to watch you play poker. That's just not happening.
Bleznick checked the flop. Chidwick bet 60,000 and Bleznick makes the call.
Producer Aiden sneaking Campbell's soup into the production office here.
3 of spades on the turn.
That was not on my list of things that I would expect to find here. Just a whole thing of soup. I just took my second sweater off because I feel like the recent action has got me a little bit hot.
Oh, Remko's all hot and bothered up here in the booth.
Steven Chidwick is getting me hot and bothered with all his raising. Look at this, 3 kings versus the jacks.
Every time I see Jared Bleznick, speaking of hot and bothered, I feel like he's just sweating profusely under that fleece.
Oh, yeah.
He says he's been wearing it for 5 days.
Oh, I'm sure it smells great. I'm sure it's super fresh and clean.
It looks so, like, obnoxiously warm. I know it's not the warmest here in the studio, especially in the room we're in, but in the studio as well, especially now that there aren't a lot of people out there. It's really just these 3 guys and some staff, but that fleece feels like a bit much.
It is a bit much. It looks like a blanket made out of an actual sheep.
Scott Blaine asked, do they have more PLO high rollers coming up this year? Well, Scott, we have the PGT PLO series starting tomorrow. Buy-ins in that series will range from $2,000 up to $25,000. Tomorrow's event is a $5,000 pot limit Omaha event. I believe there's a $7,500 bounty event on the schedule. There's a $15,000 progressive bounty PLO event on the schedule. The big one is the $25,000 PLO Championship. We're going to be streaming 8 of those tournaments from the upcoming series. That series is going to be running from tomorrow, October 19th, until October 30th. So Lots of PLO action and high-stakes PLO action at that coming up in the next week and a half here from the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas. If you guys are curious, you can head on over to pgt.com. You can check out the tour's leaderboard, the schedule, news, articles, recaps of the events that we've had. All that good stuff is over on pgt.com. Three-way action here. Ace, 10, 7, and that means Stephen Chidwick flopped top set here of aces.
It has been the Chidwick level so far. Five of diamonds hits on the turn after Chidwick called 75,000. Bleznick, 0% chance to win this hand unless he gets Chidwick to fold.
Mike O asking if there's a Big O event. Not directly. Event number 6 on the schedule is, I believe, a first of its kind. Pot Limit Omaha Dealer's Choice.
Oh, baby.
4 games can be selected from Pot Limit Omaha, 5-card Pot Limit Omaha, PLO High-Low, and Big O. So that'll be an interesting one. That one comes with a $10,000 buy-in. Chidwick getting the check mark here. Bleznick is asking how much is in the pot. Does this mean he's gonna be firing away? $225K is the bet. Stephen Chidwick has the best hand with that set of aces. There's the call.
2 pair.
2 pair. No good, sir.
Wow. Stephen Chidwick on a roll. Sees through.
I can see a crease in the ace of clubs, I'm pretty sure.
He sees through the spot that might have cost him. He figured it out.
Is bent, I'm pretty sure.
Bleznick now, the short stack of these 3 players. Chidwick up to $5 million.
Wow, how the tables can turn. Jared Bleznick was in command for several hours straight. But hey, it ain't over till it's over. And Stephen Chidwick, after doubling up Isaac Haxton, found himself his own double up and then continued to rake in the pots. Now, 5 million chips for him. He is our chip leader. Donnie, for the first time since the start of this final table, nobody with more than 100 big blinds. Still lots to play left, though. Here it is. Here, we got a graphic for it even.
On an absolute here. They should have just put fire emojis.
Exactly.
Like LaMarvelous8 asking about that PLO Dealer's Choice event. So every time the button is on you or on someone at the table, they pick a game, one of those 4 games. You'll play that game for a rotation. Then the next person gets the dealer button. They pick a game, play that for a rotation, and so on and so on.
Rubbish for Haxton here. Let's see if he's going to try to see a cheap flop. Donnie, was the pizza unlucky for Bleznick? Ever since the pizza and the napkin incident, we have not seen him drag many pots.
Yeah, I mean, could be some bad luck pizza. His buddy Aaron Katz just jinxed him.
Got it from the wrong spot, maybe.
Small pot here between Haxton and Bleznick. Haxton has the best of it.
Donnie, maybe we should refuse to commentate on limbed hands. Just be like, no, we're not going to do it.
We're not going to do it. We're holding out.
We're holding out.
He's not doing it.
Limping is not in our book.
9.
It's just so comical to me when Katz just strolls up on the stage, just have a little chit chat. It's great. Maybe we need no walls for all of our tournaments. Just have people walk on.
Just have like a whole gathering of people around. It's kind of a shame Isaac Haxton doesn't have a person standing behind him the whole time, discussing strategy as he looks down at 7766.
Well, when he was heads up at Super High Rollerball, Scott Seaver and Dan Smith showed up. So maybe they're just waiting until he gets heads up and they're going to show up again. And in this case, they'll just be able to walk right up behind him. And
yeah, the stakes are too low right now. The stakes are not high enough. By the way, as we've flip-flopped stacks a little bit, who do you guys think is going to win? I'm going to drop a new poll. Of course, it's obvious to vote for the chip leader, but still, this is anyone's game. Jay is asking, who is considered the best poker player in the world currently? Well, I think two of those players in contention for that title are at this table, Chidwick and Haxton. Of course, Bleznick, self-proclaimed best PLO player in the world, doesn't play a whole lot of Hold'em. But I think, you know, Chidwick and Haxton, probably both top 5. Jason Kuhn probably in the mix.
Set of 7s here for Isaac Haxton. Pot up to 450,000.
Pot. 450. 450.
It's 450.
No, 550, I'm sorry.
450,000 is the bet.
Or 390.
450.
390.
450.
That was the weirdest negotiation I've ever seen. There was no budging on either side.
No, they were just firm.
No, sir.
Chidwick lays it down. Isaac Haxton picks up the pot.
Haxton from New York City, graduated from Brown University, obviously. 10th on Poker's all-time money list, charging up the ranks. He's had a stellar year. Already cashed over $12 million this year alone. Looking for that third super high rollable title here tonight. By the way, if we'll go by the numbers of the poll, Donnie, 45% chance for Chidwick to win tonight, 29% for Haxton, and 26% for Bleznick. I think that's those are fairly.
I mean, listen,
fair.
the YouTube poll is never wrong.
Yeah. No.
Okay. So it sounds about right.
Guess
to me.
what? Guess what? If Haxton wins a few pots off Chidwick and I do the poll again, it's probably going to be the same thing, but in Haxton's favor. I'm going to do a new poll, much more important.
Chidwick here limps in from the small blind, 9-9-7-5. Isaac Haxton checks ace 10-6 and a mystery card. Queen 4 deuce.
This poll is very exciting.
Not much happening on this board at all. I mean, unless that other card from Haxton is a 4. Chidwick just got 2 pair, 9s and 4s. Well, that other card is not a 4 because Haxton just puts his hand into the muck and Chidwick takes that one.
What's up?
Shout out to Christian Campana for the $5 donation. Thank you so much, sir. We very much appreciate it.
6 of clubs in case that helps.
I had the 9 of hearts.
My poll about donut, bagel, croissant, or muffin. Of course, the obvious answer is croissant. It's got to be a good one. I know you have a hard time choosing between donut or bagel, but you're probably going to go bagel.
No, it's 100% bagel for me.
I don't mean to confuse.
Not even close.
I'm just being a doofus.
I did a cycling race on Saturday, and the day before you have to carb load on the drive to the race, I ate 6 bagels.
Sounds like a dream.
It was so good.
You won that race, right?
I won the race, yeah.
You know, now you got to eat 6 bagels before every race.
Powered by bagels, and it's true. Actually, I have another race coming up this Saturday, Friday, bagel day. I'm going to go to Einstein's. I'm going to get a half dozen bagels. I'm going to eat all of them.
Sorry. That's really bad hand.
It's a really good bounce, though. That was kind of impressive. I would lay 50 to 1. You couldn't do that again on command.
You would lay what?
50 to 1. You couldn't bounce your hand and get them all face up on the rail.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't take 100 for one.
I wouldn't take $100.
It's pretty hard to do.
Look at this, Donnie. Look at this.
It looks
This
pretty
is
hard to do.
This is some skill.
Forget who it is, but some
Wow.
PLO player is really good at mucking their hand and having all 4 cards like kind of windmill and bounce, but land face down.
What?
You know who I'm talking about?
No. That sounds like a good trick.
Wow.
What'd you have?
Not much.
Turns fast in this game.
Hmm?
So it turns fast.
Yep.
I got 2.8 million. How many chips, when we were all in, how many chips did you have? 1.5 total?
1.8. It was 700 pre and over $1 million.
It was like just under 1.1 behind, and yeah, like just under 7 pre, so like 1.8 total.
Oh, it's on me, I'm sorry.
Bleznick realizing the volatile nature of pot limit Omaha many years after he started playing this game.
150.
Bleznick proclaimed quite a few times today that he's the best Omaha player in the world. He's not said that in quite a while. Perhaps perhaps in connection with the lack of winning of recent time.
150.
Thanks for the donation. Le Arménien. Greetings from Armenia. Armenia, far, far away. Russell is asking whether it's a bagel with peanut butter or cream cheese. Well, in this case, it was a light spreading of cream cheese to keep the calories down a little bit. But if I had it my way, it would be a toasted PB&J bagel. But then, of course, you cut it in half. You have PB&J on both sides and eat them as 2 singles because then you get more toppings. But best case scenario is breakfast bagel, bacon, egg, and cheese. But yeah, that's a good way to fall asleep right after breakfast. Second king hits here on the turn. Neither player with a king. Bleznick with the best of it here. The best of it being a pair of 5s. Action goes check, check. River card brings the deuce.
Check.
Ace 8 high.
Okay.
Ace 8 high, not going to do it. Pair of 5s is. Bleznick is going to win one. And maybe a little bit of run good here in this small pot. Might give him something to smile about. Here's a look at our tournament update. 38 entries, 3 remaining. 1.29 million for first. Average stack, 3.8. 62 big blinds apiece. It's a pretty even divide so far. Haxton is just going to limp in. The pots are getting smaller as the players are getting a bit more conservative. Look at this. Pyrite's Card Castle with a $5 donation saying, traveling to Vegas next month to watch the F1 races and open F1 cards. I guess they make cards for everything right now.
Yeah, wasn't there something announced recently for another round of poker cards?
Really?
I believe so.
Not a big collector of anything, but poker cards sounds kind of funny. I know that in the past they used to have those, you know, back in the heyday of the game, 04, 05, 06.
Yeah, I think Razor.
Razor.
I have an unopened box in my house.
Wow, a box.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Are there signed cards in there?
I have no idea.
You should sell it to Bleznick. He can open them on the stream. How much would you take for it right now?
If he pays me $1,000, he can have it.
Damn, that'd be so fun. That'd be so fun. By the way, thanks everyone for tuning in and sticking with us here tonight as it's getting later and later. We just crossed the 10 p.m. mark here in Las Vegas.
It's past my bedtime.
It's way past my bedtime. And I got up at 5 a.m. this morning, so we're going to get closer and closer to the 24-hour mark if this keeps going. Austin City No Limit says F1 in Austin this weekend. Come on out. Yeah, I visited Austin the week before Formula One a couple of years back. I don't recall exactly what it
Omaha
was,
tournaments.
but it was already chaos the week before the
Omaha
F1.
tournaments are pretty good.
That means a lot coming from you, seriously.
Yeah, and ones where the average stack is 100 big blinds for like the whole tournament.
We should do these more often.
You really mean that?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I guess we're starting a 100K PLO tour. What is Chidwick's other card?
I got 3-1.
Well, probably not a 10 or a queen, because those are basically, we're out of those almost.
All right, well, he is going to come along. Chidwick had limped from the small blind. Haxton made it at 180. Chidwick makes the call. To the flop we go. 9-8-3. Chidwick checks. 2 spades on the flop as well. Haxton, of course, has the ace queen of spades.
Yeah. $280.
280,000 is the bet from Haxton. All right, Chidwick's coming along. I want to know what that 4th card is.
Maybe it's better not to know. Stay in the dark a little bit. Play a little bit of a guessing game here as we arrive on the turn. Haxton still with that strong-looking nut flush draw. Chidwick could have a spade. What about the jack of spades, Donnie?
Yeah, he probably re-raises on the flop, or sorry, check raises on the flop. Just tries to get it in, realize all that equity that he has, maybe.
10 seconds.
I was gonna say you got him in Japan, right? I know.
I'm gonna say he's got the 8 of clubs. That's my guess.
Yeah, it's interesting card.
I just want it. I might play big one.
10 seconds. Okay.
Action goes check, check. River card rolling out here is the 3 of spades. Now the spade conversation heats up as the board also pairs. Haxton with the nut flush. Chidwick with one mystery card, which could be a spade, which would bring him in a whole lot more trouble because he cannot beat Haxton's flush.
Sorry, 6 seconds.
We're basically, if you're rooting for Chidwick, you're hoping that he doesn't have a spade.
Conversation. Check.
Chidwick just has to check.
$740.
740.
Chidwick lets it go. Doesn't show us his 4th mystery card, but I'm going to go and guess that it wasn't a spade.
Oh no, you were trying to
what?
Not show people what you had.
What?
I get. Oh, it was
6
mine?
of diamonds was the other card.
That makes me feel better.
Does everything get shown?
Yep. Yeah, it'll all be on the
everything
screen.
gets shown, but does of all our hands get shown?
The only cards he cannot display on the screen are the ones that he got from those boxes.
Move back. I don't want you to move.
Oh, Bleznick directing traffic here in the studio, telling people to get back, move, get out of the way.
We hit 2,600 likes, so I just dropped the.
Oh wow!
I just dropped the 20.
Oh my God!
Membership gifts.
Donnie Peters.
Let's see who got some winning memberships to our YouTube community. Love to see it.
I mean, you better shout them out because you're the one who gifted them.
All right, let's go. We got CD Pomfret, LaMarvelous 8, Chris Stevens, Alan McReynolds, Eric Peterson. No, Eric Peterson has already had one. Sorry, my fault. But thank you for being part of the rail. Jordan Robinson,
Someone has to
SD,
invent.
Martin Yang,
I'm saying that
Carolyn
someone
Reed,
will-
Ronnie Morris.
Someone has to just invent a way to literally know what your chip stack is
185?
without counting. Like there has to be an electronic way. How do
Ryan
they not
Jack,
have that?
Chris, Chad Exley.
Someone's going
my
to come up
apologies.
with that. in the
Kid,
next 6 months.
Shigi, Queenie,
How do you not? You know
Bob
what I'm
the
saying?
Builder. I think I lost my spot
Have you ever
here.
seen that or no?
I mean, it'd be easy enough to do. Just put
JD
all our
Scott,
fighting chips
Cristobal,
in the
Paulino,
poker chips, but
Ginger, Melancon. Ashul
It's ridiculous that
and
we
Bill
have to,
himself.
It should just, you should have a number that says what you.
Congrats, everyone. Jared Bleznick talking about RFID chips.
Right.
They have those.
Stupid idea.
The problem is that, let's say Arya here wanted to get RFID chips. They would have to replace the entire chipset with new chips, which is not cheap to do.
Or you could say we only use it for final tables or filming.
Yeah, I mean, so it's just a little bit tricky. I mean, chips aren't cheap. RFID chips probably certainly aren't cheap. I'm assuming there's some configuration that has to be built into the table. Remko and I have both seen the table when it doesn't have the felt on top of it, and there's wires and stuff everywhere. So I'm assuming you're going to need more.
I also know that if you put 2 cards on top of each other on the RFID reader, it only reads the bottom card. So how is an RFID reader going to read through a stack of 20 chips? Or 30 or 40 or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tricky.
I think the technology just is not great for that.
$300,000 is the raise on the turn here from Chidwick. Bleznick led for $125,000. Bleznick gives it up.
At Triton, there's someone standing behind every table, putting in everything, every hand into an iPad, and there's an app where you can see everyone's chip stacks in the whole tournament.
I don't care about an app.
I mean, you need to know, find out somehow. You can see everyone's stacks.
We should just, there should be a number like what we have.
Yeah, you just look at the app
We don't
and
have
you know how
we
many
don't have
chips
our
are in it. Well, you have your phone.
How many hands?
2 hands, gentlemen.
He's not happy, Donnie.
No, he's not happy.
He's not getting his way.
I mean, it's just, I think it's ridiculous. In this world, I can't believe they don't have it.
This is the thing that Jared Bleznick has decided to get upset about.
This is a sign of, you know, things haven't been going so hot for you lately.
Yeah.
So you're going to pick a fight with the fact that you don't have a little LED screen that says, you know, 2.8 million to tell you that you have 2.8 million.
That was 48% there against me.
Such a hard life.
Because you haven't been playing poker for 20 years. You can't look across the table and say, Ike, what you got, 3.6 million? What? Okay, got it.
What?
So that checks out.
Oh, God bless.
It's pretty much a flip.
Incredible.
He's gonna like this one when he looks down at it. Ace, King, Queen, 10. He's got spades working in there. Bleznick gonna limp the button. Chidwick's got the Queen, Queen, 7, 4 in the small blind.
Like 3-5, right?
Roughly. Or yeah, 3, 5, 40.
Thank you.
Bleznick betting 100K. He's got the nut flush draw. Haxton comes along, makes the call. Also has a mystery card. Bleznick continues to fire. 200K. Very confident spot here for Bleznick. Top pair, top kicker. Got spades working for him. Haxton, gut shot at the very least to go along with his pair of aces.
10 seconds.
620.
620,000.
Oh wow, look at this, Haxton raising it up, Donnie. Now the question about the mystery card becomes a lot more interesting.
Is it a 5?
I mean, that'd be insane. That would be crazy. Is it an ace?
Understood.
I don't think it's an ace because he checked pre-flop in the big blind, so probably would have potted that, but could certainly see it being a 5.
Time extension.
Bleznick gives it up. Haxton takes this one.
Wow.
Continues to just not work out for Bleznick.
Yeah, 10's fine.
It is not Bleznick's level, and that level is almost ending. So maybe after the break, Bleznick can turn things around a little bit again.
Incredible.
What?
Incredible.
You're proud of it?
You said
5 of hearts,
incredible. I
there it
agreed.
is.
It was incredible.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts.
Probably got
Damn. Isaac Haxton just has it. And by the way, Bleznick, excellent fold.
Yeah, very good fold. He's made a lot of good folds. Discipline.
All right, we are going back on break. This is a short one, just 10 minutes. The players just agreed to a 10-minute break. Blinds are going up after this. We'll be right back for the continuation of Super High Rollerball PLO.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at gtowizard.com.
Yeah, even trip deuces is close. Quads can fold. Trip deuces with a suit, you're in there. You know, maybe the deuce, 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 9 rainbow.
He's getting aces right now. You know that, right? He's 100% getting aces right now.
pot.
And Bleznick has said pot. This is, by the way, this is not a bounty tournament. You don't get extra for knocking somebody out.
No, but look at this immediate pressure. Chidwick's probably going to call this one in position, but, you know, he's playing a lot of pressure to Chidwick's more marginal hands.
Chidwick now on 34 big blinds. Haxton on 50. Bleznick's got 62% of the chips in play. 7 million chips or 140 big blinds.
And Chidwick, you know, he could even be considering 3-betting here, but no, he just comes with call. He is someone who is notoriously doesn't care as much about ICM as some of the other players. Chidwick, he's just he's a killer and he plays to win.
And Chidwick does make the call. Well, I mean,
all in.
Kempton is all in. He's double suited jacks.
Yeah, could be worse to wake up with a blind hand and have double suited jacks.
I feel like it's easier to just play for the win when you got $50 million in lifetime earnings.
You got $2 million.
I think you're right.
I mean, I wouldn't know, but
less. And
1-5.
It also makes you tough to play against if other players know that, because they might be the big chip leader and they might try to prey on your middle stack knowing that you're quote-unquote supposed to fold all these hands. But if Chidwick doesn't care that much, then it's becoming a worse shove for those players. Then they have to actually adjust, and then it actually helps Chidwick. So there's some long-term metagame that goes into these sorts of
Not a great flop for Chidwick. He's out of the way.
I just have like a weird feeling you had aces there.
Pretty good spot for Kempton.
You have something good, Jared?
Like I just have a weird feeling. I have a really good hand.
He has a really good hand, but Kempton's actually a 3-2 favorite.
Spades covered? I just feel like Chidwick folded.
By the way, so Bleznick's going to win the side pot, which is 140,000. The main pot is 390.
He folded king.
Yeah, Bleznick describes his hand as really good. It might be a bit of an overstatement. He does have a pair and an open ender, but no spade in his hand.
Oh, you're a huge favorite. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't see spades. If you don't have spades, I'm a favorite. There's 2 aces that are dead or king.
Yeah, the 4 is good for you.
The jack was a queen. You'd be a really big favorite.
Fucking spade right now.
In a weird way, I want to lose. I like having you here.
I appreciate that, man.
In a weird way, I kind of want to lose.
Well, it's a win-win opportunity then for Bleznick.
And he could mean that from multiple perspectives, both the personalities
And now
from what it does to
Bleznick
the
is
other
ahead.
guys.
Kempton's got 15 outs. They're all on the top of your screen, looking for a 5, a 3, a jack, or a spade.
What do you have? You have a give him a 5, a red 5.
A red 5 works.
That'd be a fun card. Like, give him a red 5. I'm serious.
It is a 4, and that is
I'm
it.
fine with you guys.
Straight on the board. Bleznick with the straight, eliminating Isaac Kempton, the 26-year-old from Delaware.
All you at home watching, these 2 guys right here, you're looking at probably 2 of the top 5 no-limit hold'em players in the world. Both of you.
Bit of a backhanded compliment from Bleznick, perhaps.
I feel like it, especially considering they're playing in a PLO tournament.
Right.
I feel like
he's saying you guys are amazing hold'em players, but I'm the best PLO player around here.
And for those of you at home, you can't see me. I will say that Ike Haxton and Stevie Chidwick are 2 of the best players in the world. Period.
Yeah.
Not just no limit.
Though probably for both, you would say No Limit is their best game. But definitely strong in all the games. And just in the tournament format in general.
Yeah.
A lot of tournament concepts carry over really well from game to game.
So a battle between these 2 legends, Ike Haxton, Stevie Chidwick.
Chidwick goes with limp re-raise here with the single-suited kings. Interesting play. Ike has the sort of hand that was doing well against the weak stuff that Chidwick limps, but not doing great against some of the really strong stuff that Chidwick chooses to limp re-raise. We haven't seen a ton of limp re-raising in the tournament in general.
If you're Chidwick, are you more apt to be a little bit more aggressive? Oh, and look at this. Haxton does make the call. Are you more apt to be a little bit more aggressive against Haxton, the other shorter stack?
Yeah, I think that's definitely reasonable because, you know, yeah, you could just pull into a huge second place if you were to, and Haxton would be very short.
Look at this flop.
Yeah, I think the money's just going to go in here. Chidwick's got an overpair with SPR1, and Haxton can't go anywhere with the nut flush draw and nut gutter.
Chidwick has the king of clubs as well, so.
Yeah, this is just going in, and good luck, Stephen Chidwick. Haxton cannot go anywhere.
No, and Haxton is a favorite, not a big favorite, but a slight favorite. He is technically behind right now.
Another one of these where the draw is favored over the made hand, because remember, Haxton can also hit an ace in addition to the aforementioned straight and flush draws.
Now look at those outs. 13 outs. Feels like it has more than that, but
I think the yeah, no, he just has the 13, but he could also, for instance, a 6 could turn, and then he could hit a 5.
Right.
There's some other backdoor possibilities. He can make some running 2 pairs to win.
by the way, it is Chidwick who's at risk. Chidwick, the last of his chips in there. There's $2.9 million in the pot. Could we be heads up? 4 hearts. Not one of the outs. Haxton now with just 13 outs. 1 card to come. He is a 2-to-1 dog. an ace, a jack, or a club. It's the queen of hearts and the king's hold.
About $1 million.
And a strange day of poker where the overpairs, despite being the equity underdogs, have continued to hold up all day long.
Third or fourth we've seen, like
Fourth
exactly
time.
like that. Yeah.
Oh, Donnie.
How much were all the cards in your 10K box worth?
Not 10K.
Chidwick wondering about the
They're ripping
EV
you
of Bleznick's box.
Once they open them, they're worth like it's different. It's sealed. It's like a new car when you start driving it. Sometimes it depends.
You gotta pay for the sweat.
Yeah.
Bleznick just limping in from the small blinds.
Strong hand in Badoogie, not as strong in PLO.
Yeah, new dynamic now with Chidwick having some chips on Bleznick's left, but not a ton. Haxton, our short stack with just 21 bigs to Bleznick's right. And both players essentially whiff on this one. Alex Livingston alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. You are watching the Super High Rollerball PLO 100K event from inside the friendly confines of the PokerGO Studio. Here at Aria Resort and Casino. 5 of hearts on the turn. A little more interesting now as Bleznick is open-ended. Chidwick has the nut flush draw.
Absolutely, and if a 4, deuce, or 7 were to hit the river, Chidwick could potentially turn his 6s into a bluff as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Chidwick put a bet in here, turning the nut flush draw and some potential bluff outs. Counter argument would be he maybe just wants to keep pots small with Bleznick, with Ike still being so short. But I think we'll lean bet here from Chidwick. Let's see what happens. No, he does check.
He has been on the cautious side throughout.
Right. A measured aggression, I like to call it. He picks his spots.
Yeah. Jinx.
And Chidwick will value bet, but to no avail. Bleznick is not going to do anything with the ace high.
Pot size bet. And a quick fold, I imagine. Yeah. We've got about 228 big blinds in play. Somewhere around there.
See what Ike does with this tri-suited King, Queen, Jack, 7.
You have a name for this?
I don't know.
No name for it, but Haxton is going to limp in from the button.
Bleznick's got junk, but for 25,000 more, I expect he'll flick a call in.
And he does. Chidwick with Padoogie.
Yeah.
4 different suits, ace, king, high, and he's going to say, let's see a flop. And again, to your point, look at the equities.
These equities. It's anybody's game.
Queen, 9, deuce, 2 clubs out there. Chidwick's got the ace of clubs, as well as a gut shot.
What's in there? Pot.
Jared's got the worst of it, but just bets right into these guys.
Yeah. Just going to put a ton of pressure on these players. And what does Haxton do right now?
I think he's going to call and see a turn in position. His hand's too strong to fold. He's got top pair, backdoor diamonds, a nut gut shot.
I mean, he's a huge favor against exactly what Bleznick has.
He could potentially just pot it right here, putting Bleznick on some weaker hands, but I think he's going to call and just see what turn develops. He does pot it.
He goes with it. He has no clubs in his hand.
We'll get rid of Bleznick for sure.
whether that lead out with trash play by Bleznick has worked so often once he got a stack.
It has, and note that he at least does have a jack and 2 8s, which block some of the straight draws. He also has the 8 of clubs, so at least he's got some cards that reduce some of his opponent's continues.
Talk about poker needing more characters. I think Isaac Kempton is exactly that.
He's absolutely a character. A little more understated than Bleznick in some ways.
Yeah.
But most are.
There's room for everybody, yeah.
Ooh.
So Kempton raising. Double suited here. Ace Jack 7 deuce. Chidwick double suited aces. All the suits are represented here.
I suspect once Chidwick inevitably pots this that Kempton is going to fold this hand. I think if he was a little bit more connected, if that deuce was the 8 of spades, something like that, his hand would just be deemed too good to fold. But
what's you behind?
It's possible he sees a flop here. What he shouldn't do, as we've discussed already, is just go all in. He's better off seeing a flop and folding the absolute worst flops. For instance, if he calls here and it comes
3 diamonds.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5 of diamonds or something, or not 3, 4, 5. That would be a wheel, but you know, 4, 5, 8 of diamonds, something like that. He can just get away. I think he's just going to fold this one though, with the deuce being.
I mean, Chidwick really hasn't gotten out of line. It's hard to imagine that. Yeah, you've got a live suit, obviously. You've got the nut and spade draw, but I mean, it's hard to imagine that Chidwick, if he doesn't have aces, you're not up against like, you know, ace, king, king.
Right, it's going to be an ace, king, king, an ace, queen, queen, a superior version of this hand. Like.
Welcome back once again to the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas. Super High Roller Bowl PLO. The final table continues. 3 players remain. All 3 have had the chip lead at some point at this final table. But right now, Stephen Chidwick has the lead. David Tuckman and Alex Livingston are on the call on PokerGo.com. And if you're hearing my voice, my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We are live on a plethora of channels right now. Shout out to everyone catching us all over the world. The remaining 3 guaranteed $570,000, all vying for the top prize of $1.3 million, the diamond-encrusted championship ring, and of course, the honor, the prestige of being the first ever winner of this incredible tournament. Donnie, Chidwick on top, 61 bigs, Haxton 51, Bleznick on 30. It was a disastrous level for the man they call backer, the man they call the Blez.
It was. He went from way up on top of the mountain all the way down to the bottom, trying to get himself back up. But listen, we've seen Isaac Haxton, who was on top, get all the way down, come back. You know, he's now back on $4 million. So certainly not out of the question for Bleznick to be able to run it back.
Little attack there on to Haxton and takes it down. And for the first time in 5 days, he's taken off the sheep's clothing.
I mean, no disrespect by this.
Is there a wolf underneath?
I don't know how you do this for a living.
You're not having fun?
It's not about having fun. I just don't know how you do this for a living. It's not like a bad thing. I just don't know how you know what I'm saying? I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah. It's a lot like this, only all the time.
Because you make a lot of final tables, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I would love to catch Stephen Chidwick bragging about himself, but more than a that's all we're going to get from him when speaking about his own accomplishments. Haxton, pocket aces of the Badoogie variety.
220.
Of all the players that have to make it into the currently flawed Poker Hall of Fame, are Haxton and Chidwick first ballot, Donnie?
I mean, you would think so.
You would hope so. Haxton, 10th on the all-time money list. I love hypothesizing about the Poker Hall of Fame, even though, you know, there's lots of opinions to be had about
do this every day for 2 weeks.
the format.
Mm-hmm.
975 Rainbow on the flop. Sneakily connecting very well with Mr. Chidwick.
You just mean because it's tiring, or what?
What?
You just mean because it's tiring, or?
It's a lot of things. It's a lot, but and then I mean, like you didn't even travel for this. You travel and then just play a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Haxton is laughing. I can hear it.
I'd rather sell sports cards.
Not everyone can do that.
Incredible clash of characters here at this final table. Chidwick is, like, you know, trying to make Bleznick understand his world. Haxton just laughing. Love it.
I raised pot. I raised pot.
320.
I still find it funny after all these years that pot limit Omaha players announce
320?
I raise pot, and then they wait for the dealer to say how much they should put in.
I know. I'm right there with you, man. I don't know what to say.
Like, these are the brightest minds in the world. These guys are successful. These guys have played this game for
Yeah,
decades.
Bleznick earlier was talking about how he's played 10 million hands of PLO.
He just says pot and stares at the dealer. Like, that is every PLO game to me. Now, if we're playing 1-2 or 2-5, then I'm like, yeah, of course. You know, you
until the dealer says the wrong pot amount,
Then
and then they snap correct the dealer.
390? No, 450. No, but seriously, like,
It's
when,
so
you,
great.
when you're playing a local cash game, you might have a few bevies in you. You know, the math gets a little bit sloppy sometimes. You ask the dealers, you give a little glance. We're talking about the best of the world. Pot. Little glance over to the dealer. Okay. 320. Let's do it.
No, 350. just snap corrects the dealer. It's so great. It's just great. Okay. Chidwick here. Flops trip nines. Oh.
Yeah, Bleznick, by the way, after raising pot, checks the flop right away. We've seen it time and time again. Bleznick does not marry himself to prior action. We've seen it before where he let out for pot, then check folded the turn. In this case, he potted before the flop and immediately checks on the flop.
Jack of spades on the turn. Could get spicy here. Chidwick fills up. Bleznick's now got a little bit of a combo draw here.
Chidwick with the goods. Full house, nines full of jacks. Bleznick the one betting.
275.
Donnie, is this a spot where you sort of lean towards call almost always because you're hoping that your opponent makes something? Because at this point in the hand, you have everything.
Yeah, I'd probably be weighted towards just calling here. You just really have a hammerlock on this hand that you're not really too worried about a lot of things. You don't have any spades in your hand as well, so you know maybe that makes the possibility that your opponent has some spades. Backdoor spades can come in and get you paid off even more. And Chidwick is going to make the call.
River is the three of clubs, another blank on this board.
We have seen Bleznick bluff before, so we'll see if he's going to do it here. He did fire the turn. A healthy 1.35 million in the middle. Those look like betting chips to me.
Time extended.
There we go.
375.
Question is how much is Chidwick going to raise?
Well, 2,475,000.
Pot size raise from Chidwick enough to put Bleznick all in. He folds quickly and Chidwick takes this one down. Bleznick now in real trouble, down to just 17 big blinds.
Yeah, Bleznick now a bit on the ropes here. Chidwick stretches his lead out. He's up over 6 million.
Here's a look at the updated standings. Like I said, Bleznick down to 17 bigs. Haxton on 49. Chidwick running away with it for now. 75 big blinds. I think Bleznick needs some energy from the chat because things are not looking good for him. He was chatty. He was a little brash perhaps earlier. But that seemed to work for him. And right now, he's a little bit too quiet and timid. I think it's messing with his mojo.
Pot.
Pot.
I did, yeah.
Pot.
40.
Wow. Quick.
That was the quickest repot I've ever heard.
240, 720. Action back on Chidwick.
Well,
Pretty much. I'm not all in, but
720.
What is it?
720.
Actually, I'm
It's
not.
half a stack.
You're not all in.
No, I'm not.
Let's play 10 million hands of pot limit Omaha.
Sorry, I'm not.
10 million hands done.
Oh, I love
720 total?
Correct.
I actually have 700 behind.
So he has half a stack in the middle. Some tournament pros raise and have one big blind behind and then still have to decide. Bleznick has half a stack remaining and he says, I'm already all in. It's just already in there, you know. Chidwick definitely not looking to tangle with someone who is basically saying that I've committed to this hand, I'm not going anywhere. Bleznick picks this one up.
3.8 behind, I think.
Thank you.
If Chidwick and Haxton end up heads up, we might actually be here all night. We just saw a limped pot. Took us over a minute to go and see the flop. Small pot continues here.
Both players with two very similar holdings, but Chidwick's got that Jack 7 of diamonds in his hand.
Haxton wants to see a turn card. Chidwick happy to catch that 9 of diamonds, as you said, Donnie. That is a real game changer.
Oh yeah. Gives him a lock on this hand.
Chidwick hoping to make a little extra coin out of a bet from Haxton now that his hand has gotten so strong. Chidwick trying to play it coy. So far not working for him.
It's on me. Is it on me?
It's on me, yes.
Yeah, check.
All right, it does go check, check. And Chidwick doesn't make any extra money off of his flush. Would have really expected to see a bet there. Interesting situation. Chidwick does rake this one in. He's now up to 6 million. The biggest stack we've seen so far at the final table was 7 million. That belonged to Jared Bleznick earlier in the night. Bleznick now down to just 1.7 million. 21 big blinds for him. Ten, 6-3, double suited for Chidwick. Limps on the button. Playing 40K, 80K. Still lots of limping here at this final table. Three-way limp pot here. Haxton with the best of it, but kind of hard to see this hand really see more chips fly in. Haxton with 2 pair.
Check.
Action gets checked around as expected. Kind of hard to see this go anywhere. Chidwick bets 105, even though he has 0% behind his name. Bleznick has a straight as well. Both players 6 high straight. Bleznick drawing to a 7 high straight. River is the 9 of diamonds. 3 spades might look a little scary, but it goes check, check quickly, and the pot gets split. Both players with the straight. And if you're just tuning in, or if you've been watching all night, very, very much appreciate it. Please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We got a ton more Pod Limit Omaha action coming up starting on Friday, and I'll promise you, it's not this kind of slow structure. This is only for the Super High Roller Bowl. We're going to see some more gambling, Donnie.
Gamble, gamble.
The PGD PLO series kicks off tomorrow in the studio. Anyone can play. First stream is going to be on Friday. Donnie and I will be on the call. Bleznick limping in with aces. Chidwick happy to see a flop. Craig is asking, do they need to show all 4 cards to win? Yes, at Showdown, you need to show all 4 of your cards. Of course, you can only use 2 of them. You have to use a minimum of 2, and you can use a maximum of 2. Cool Centrist, Donnie, is wondering, do you still think this will end before midnight?
At this point, I don't think it'll end before midnight tomorrow.
It is kind of nuts how this match has just been developing.
I mean, at the time, I had thought Jared Bleznick was going to run away with this thing.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Things have very much shifted in the other direction.
And Bleznick was sort of the wild card with his playing style, made lots of creative moves. On the other hand, same cannot be said for Chidwick and Haxton. They play a bit more conservatively.
full?
3-5 including that, I think. A little over even.
Haxton checks after Chidwick limped in from the small blind. Queen Jack 7. That is good for Mr. Haxton. Pops a set of jacks, but Stephen Chidwick's got a whole bunch of nothing there.
$160.
I know this is going to open up a can of worms, but I got to ask it.
Okay.
I just don't know how Isaac Haxton has a mask on for that long. I couldn't wear a mask for 20 minutes.
I mean, yeah.
Isn't it annoying? Like, doesn't it hurt?
He is just, you know, sticking to his guns. I know that the most recent thing I heard was that, you know, someone in his family that is immunocompromised, so he's doing it for someone else. So, you know, I respect it. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
if you have,
I'm not saying it, I'm against
it.
For sure. I was always just personally bothered by wearing them. You know, like it just bothers my face.
Just uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, and he's just like, but I have heard him say that he thinks that mask in particular is very comfortable.
Yeah.
I also think it's funny when the people come out on social media and he has some fun with it.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. The best part is that the people that are upset at this, those are the actual snowflakes. Like
that it is kind of ironic.
It is super ironic because why would you care what someone else does? Like that is to me the funniest thing. Yeah, Haxton is doing this to protect someone in his family, which I have a lot of respect for. But I do agree with you, Donnie, when I was not a fan of just how it felt.
Not that I would, you know, you'd have to keep it on a lot wherever you'd go and whatever, and like I'd always just be itching it, like moving it around, you know, that sort of stuff. I also feel like Chidwick has way more chips than he has. Not that he doesn't have a lot. He's got 6.2 million, but his stack compared to Haxton's stack, because Haxton's got all the white chips. He's got like a
Haxton is like hoarding those.
He's got like a tower and a half.
He's like
Stephen Chidwick's got, you know, 9 towers of chips over there. The longer that this match goes on, I personally feel like it favors Stephen Chidwick.
Oh, 100%. Yes, 100%.
Like his demeanor has been the same. His posture has been the same. I feel like Blez is ready to go in a way. Just like you look at his mannerisms, he's taking the fleece off. He's kind of hunched over the table as you see him right. You know,
and he commented.
He was just talking about how can you guys do this every single day? You know, how can you do this professionally, etc. You know. When Chidwick he looks like a robot. He's locked in. Look at him. his posture has not changed
Oh.
once.
Like for Stephen Chidwick, this could last for 7 more days. He would not break concentration even once. You know, Bleznick brought out the cards, breaking the boxes. Then he brought out the pizza. Nothing was there to distract Stephen Chidwick. Even refused to open a box because he'd be afraid that he would spend his luck on the box versus spending his luck on the poker tournament. Meanwhile, arrived on the river here, Bleznick with the best of it, makes an 8-high straight. Chidwick with the spade flush blocker, but only 240K in the middle after a whole bunch of checks. These are the kind of hands that we should just sort of cancel and move on.
Next.
If someone
Just
says
press the fast forward
if
button.
someone says check 2 times in one hand, the hand's over. We move on.
Call.
Look at this.
Ace-9.
The emphatic call from Bleznick is going to make him get rewarded here. Rakes in a nice one.
Oh. Aaron Katz is back.
Did he bring more pizza?
I didn't know he was still here.
You see the whole hand?
I had ace-9, 4-2.
Okay, because I show my hand every time.
He actually did put the whole thing up. I saw
Oh,
it.
you did?
Yeah. I saw ace 9 4 2.
I didn't see it.
Best
Okay.
in the world.
What was it, ace 9
4 2.
Okay. Because I've showed my hand every time. You know what I mean?
I don't think you've shown every time.
What?
I don't think you've shown every time.
No,
You show one card a lot, or announce your hand.
That's fine. I mean, I
Chidwick
have
just
shown, like,
loves poking the bear.
almost every time I've shown my hand. You don't have to. So.
You're entitled to see the whole hand. That's fine.
Look
I'd
at
rather
that
none
replay.
of us show
Chidwick
the
did
hand
put all
and
4 of his
just
cards
announce
down.
it.
Wow.
You want to just all agree? Why don't we all agree either one way or another? I don't care.
Yeah.
You guys decide. I don't care.
I
You
don't
want to
care
show all cards? Or you want to show none and just announce?
I'd
I
rather
don't
just
care
show
either.
hands.
So what do you guys want to do?
Let the
Like if we're bluffing
negotiations
or whatever,
begin.
I'm saying. Do you want to announce it or do you want to show the cards? You guys decide.
I am happy to show hands.
Okay, what do you want to do?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so we'll show all hands. It's fine.
Sounds good.
Bleznick created an issue that was not an
It's not
issue,
personal, obviously.
No,
and then
of
got
course.
consensus.
I called you. I just want to see the hand.
Of course.
Here we go.
I'm not getting into any information from anyone. I haven't looked at my phone in 10 hours. My information is playing here.
I like how
complaining.
he gets these resolutions and then he keeps going.
Yeah.
He just keeps on with
They
it.
already agree, yeah, and then he's going to argue it again. I love it. I love it. I love how Chidwick comes with like the subtle needles every now and then. Just very subtle British style.
I haven't looked at my phone in 10 hours. I love it. I love it. Another limp to pot here. This time Chidwick and Haxton going at it. Blind versus blind.
It's funny. I want this tournament to end at some point, but I don't
At
want.
some
But I
point.
don't. But I don't want anyone to bust, because they all bring a kind of flavor that this event needs. Right? How?
He said, "I don't think you've shown either." There was a hand not too long ago where he was like 2 pair.
Right.
And then Chidwick turns his hand over and he just mucked his hand. I've shown every time. Every time. I feel like Ike is just like when Jared starts going on one of those little rants where Ike's just like, what is even happening? Like,
Okay, here, Donnie.
What are you even talking
Donnie,
about? Sure. We'll all just show. Whatever.
Isaac Haxton has a harder time figuring out what Jared Bleznick is talking about than figuring out the entire decision tree of a hand of pot limit Omaha.
Yeah, for sure.
It's costing him more mental energy to deal with the wild card, which is what I think is part of the beauty of the game. And you saw it earlier, you know, when Haxton was losing chips, he was starting to get a little bit frustrated with Bleznick because he was doing the unboxing of the cards. He was turning everything into a show. And you could see sort of a look in Haxton's eyes that we hadn't seen during Super High Rollerball 8 when he won the event. He was totally calm. And I think that Bleznick needs to realize that part of his edge in this event is going after Haxton in a verbal way. I don't think it works on Chidwick. Chidwick just laughs, and he throws him a curveball back. He makes a little snide response. But to Haxton, I think it does have a little bit of an effect. You can throw him off just a little bit.
Well, I mean, Chidwick is like, he's like talking to a solver. I mean, he, you know, he just is.
Yeah,
he's
but
a computer. He's a robot. He's locked in. Like,
he has good quips.
Oh, of course. But I'm saying, like, you can't get to him is what I mean. I feel like you said, I feel like it does kind of hurt Ike's brain when Jared starts talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's great. It's great.
Bamalam says, Blez advantage is being annoying, LOL, question mark. No, not being annoying, being different. These poker players play against each other week after week, month after month, and Bleznick is the wild card. He doesn't talk and act the same way other players do. If we added Jason Kuhn and Seth Davies and Alex Fox into this table, the dynamic would change instantly. Bleznick brings a different flavor, and that's what's exciting to watch, because you never know what's coming. He's unpredictable.
You sure?
That's what makes it fun. And the dealer here, laying down the law on the size of the pot, but Haxton lets it go right away.
Chidwick there going bet, bet, bet. And Haxton quickly giving that one up on the end.
Button's good. Who's the button? Stevie?
Chidwick now up over $6.6 million. 2022 PGT Player of the Year. Man, he could run it back. I know Isaac Haxton is going to be on top of the PGT leaderboard after this event, no matter how this shakes out from here. But Chidwick will be right there. He'll be in the top three, right there with him.
I have like 1-9 total.
1-9?
1-9 total. I think so. I mean, give or take 1-9, pretty much 1-9 total. Okay.
Okay.
You want an exact count?
No.
See, he said 1-9. He said okay. Chidwick said okay, and then he just kept it going. Do you want an exact count? Like, it's so great.
I love it. This has been the most entertaining PLO final table I've ever covered.
Haxton's stack just looks so tiny over there. Like he's only got one stack of white 100Ks. We need to get this man some more colors.
He must have paid off that
Look,
Chidwick double up.
He's got so few chips.
Both of you guys do not give a goddamn thing away. You guys do not give a chip away. That's one thing I could say. I could say honestly, when you guys watch the film, I did the most today with the worst amount of hands. I could promise you that. But you guys don't give a chip away.
Try not to.
I'll tell you that right now. You guys don't give a chip away.
Bleznick with high praise for both of his opponents. And, you know,
you guys are legitimately robots. Both of you. I'm trying to figure out who's more of a robot between the two of you. And I have no damn clue. I'm leaning towards Chidwick, but I don't know. It might be 60-40 Chidwick. I don't know. But you guys are legitimately both robot human beings.
We'll take that as a compliment, I guess.
I mean, it's so good.
You got anything? Stuff? I'd heart. I'm actually learning I'm learning some stuff from you guys, just being three-handed so long. You guys are unbelievable talents, man, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Seriously. And this is the most poker me and you have played ever today. It's crazy. You don't give a damn thing away. I've known you for 20,
honestly, I'm just
20
waiting for the butt. Like, I feel like it's,
Right.
it's coming.
I think he's switching from bad cop to good cop. You know, he's trying to get them on his good side now. Remember when Jared for a long time had this super warm winter hat that he wore everywhere?
Yes.
With the side flaps?
Yes. It would kind of fit his outfit right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, it would.
You should bring it back.
Whenever I saw him in the hat, I always thought, isn't that like boiling your brain? That's like so warm. Bleznick raising it up to 200K. Haxton makes the call from the big blinds. Queen, Jack 4, 2 diamonds on the flop. I love how some people in the chat are saying that we're hating on Bleznick. Well, have you not been watching the last 8 hours? We've been having non-stop fun with the entire show that we've been watching. It's
Who's hating on Bleznick? Us?
Yeah, they're saying that we're hating on Bleznick. Come on.
Come on, we love Bleznick. He's great.
I do miss some late-night Isaac Kempton action. He would have for sure had some good one-liners.
Check.
Bleznick improves to the best hand here on the river with that 8. He's got 2 pair aces and 8s. Aaron Katz back up on set, and Bleznick fires 235K.
Ace is up. Ace 8.
Show them all. Come on.
He did.
Yeah. Bleznick winning a crucial one now. Almost back to tying Haxton. This feels like that moment where SpongeBob comes in and it says 4 hours later, and the stacks are still the same. There's just less big blinds in play. Three-handed action still ongoing here at the PokerGO Studio. Here's a look at the final table chip counts presented by StormX. Chidwick still on top, 6.6 million. It seems as though he is waiting for Haxton and Bleznick to continue clashing so he can just, you know, take one of these guys heads up. Chidwick with 58% of the chips in play right now. He's got to be a favorite to win the whole thing, but this is far from over. I just saw a funny thing in chat, and now I lost where it is. Yeah, I found it. Great British Beast says, God's sake, tune into any feed ever, and Haxton is there. He's on. It's the year of Haxton.
He's crushing.
It was supposed to be the year of Nacho, but Isaac Haxton has since taken the crown.
I feel like the problem is that Nacho kind of claimed it was the year of Nacho.
Yep.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
he did it.
Yep.
I raised pot.
Oh, this could get interesting here.
Hello.
Chidwick on the button. King, queen, jack, jack. Does have spades. He raises to 200K, and Bleznick finds aces with diamonds in the big blind. 3 bets to 640,000.
$1.5 back.
Thank you.
Call.
Chidwick makes the call. 1,400,000 in the middle. Bleznick has just about that amount behind, a little bit more.
Ace, queen, deuce, rainbow flop. Even though this ace, of course, gives Bleznick top set, it also gives Chidwick fewer options to give away his chips for a potential double up, Donnie.
$350,000 is the bet. All right, Chidwick's going to make the call. Pot now up over $2 million.
I owe one of these?
Yes, sir.
Bleznick's got 1.18 million behind. 8 of spades on the turn.
Pot.
Bleznick wastes no time. Moves all in. 1.175. Looks back to see where his employees are.
Honey, I'm all in. Yelling over to his rail. Includes Aaron Katz, who was at this final table and busted in 5th place. I feel like that was 4 days ago, but like 5 hours ago.
175.
It ain't that much. 175? That is,
1,000,000.
I don't have
175.
1.75.
This is 1,000,000.
I do not have 1.75. What?
No,
Where do you see
he said 175.
Yeah, I don't have. I think you said 1.7.
1,170,000.
Yeah, I got 1,175,000. That's it. I'm all in. By the way, before he does anything, I want to give a special shout out to my father. I want to win this tournament for him. It's his birthday today. I love my dad. Regardless of what happens in this hand. And I love the Blez community. I love you guys. Greatest business in the world.
How is Steven Chidwick supposed to feel right now?
It really means everything. Seriously. Thank you.
I really wish he was doing that with like Jack High.
What?
Yeah.
Legitimately, the second real hand I've had in 9 hours. Literally. It's the second real hand I've had. I've bluffed my way to all these chips. The second real hand I've made. I had jacks full, and I had a hand here. Second real hand I've had in 9 hours of play. Literally 9 hours.
He is the film that followed
both of these guys all day long to get all my chips. And the film can watch that. The film can see that. This was the second real hand I've had in 9 hours. It's the first set I've made, the first flush, the first straight.
Donnie, did all that
incredible
that speeching make
I'm
him
dying
look
over
stronger
here.
or
I'm literally
weaker?
dying over here.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I've earned every single chip I have here, or all of it.
Haxton with 2 aces here. I can't
I'm going to assume we're not going to hear a similar speech from Isaac Haxton, but he will
What is it?
go on the offensive here.
Pot.
I've earned every single chip. You get my time extension? Okay. Hold.
Can we follow him with please?
Yeah, please. We need a walking camera.
I had 8.
Chidwick gives it up, and no action there for Haxton and his aces.
Hey. Stop. You're right, but I still don't think it matters. I think these.
I'm just telling him not to speak so much during the all-ins.
Looks like Aaron Katz is over there getting a massage. A little relaxation.
Oh, that was a big pot. What do you have, like? Like 2.5?
A little over, maybe.
What?
A little over. 2.6, including the blind. But I haven't earned them.
Unearned chips in front of Isaac Haxton. Incredible stuff. This is what happens when you approach the midnight hour. It gets better and better.
Bleznick here with the king, queen 3 double suited. 225,000 is the raise.
How much do you have now?
I was trying to count it. 3 million back. Give or
for
take.
you.
Haxton's going to come along here from the big blind. Ace, king, 9, deuce. Jack 7-4, rainbow. $150,000 is the bet from Bleznick, and Haxton quickly folds. I feel like Blez is feeling it again. You know,
he's definitely
got some mojo coming back to him. You know, finally started winning some pots.
And he's now made his way up to second in chips.
Feeling it.
He is feeling it. Donnie, they're feeling it that we're feeling it. Earlier when we said that
I feel like
Chidwick was on a heater, that also appeared on screen right away.
I also feel like those graphics, they've just run out of things to put there, so just put feeling it. Just put feeling it.
The graphics guy is also getting tired, and he's like, let me just entertain myself.
That would be one of those things where you might just write something absolutely outrageous, just to see if everyone's paying attention. You know, just like put a phone number up there. I don't know. Pyrite's Card Castle. The commentators thought this would be well over by midnight, but it's just getting started. If only Blez had some F1 cards there with him to open. Yeah, can somebody please send him some F1 cards? Anything? We need more cards for Bleznick.
Any cards, really.
And thank you for the $5 donation. Straight into the coffee fund.
Oh, yeah.
We might need about 17 more coffees with the way this thing is going. I mean, this is the. I know we heap a lot of praise on PGT Commissioner Tim Duckworth, but good God with the structure, man! What are we doing here? This is way too good.
It's way too good. It's.
I mean, the shortest stack right now is 29 big blinds. They've been playing for 10 hours.
It's crazy.
Deucey.
Is there a limit on how long a YouTube stream can be? Are we gonna make YouTube run out of bandwidth?
Let me ask you a question. Is this one of the longest tournaments you played for like a day 3 or no?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Bleznick is ready to go to bed. $11:30 here in Las Vegas at the PokerGO Studio. The final 3, Super High Roller Bowl PLO, $100,000 buy-in, $1,292,000 up top for the winner. Appreciate everyone who's tuning in. Bleznick makes it 200K on the button with the King Jack 10-7. He's got diamonds. Chidwick's coming along from the small blind with Ace King 9-8, and Haxton in the big blind is going to fold the Queen 7-5-3. Ace 9-3, top 2 for Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick checks and Bleznick comes with 325,000. Bleznick really doesn't have much of anything, but he has certainly not been one to shy away from trying to pick up some pots, and he's doing so right here. Chidwick, though, has flopped pretty well. Chidwick makes the call. Deuce of hearts on the turn. That means the only way Bleznick can win this hand is if he bets Chidwick off of it. Check, check on the turn. 10 of diamonds on the river. Chidwick's aces and nines are still best.
He's 9.
Check, check, and Chidwick's going to take it with the 2 pair.
Good.
$200,000 on the button from Stephen Chidwick, 9876 for him. Haxton folds small blind. Aces, double suited aces for Jared Bleznick in the big blind here. Would expect a re-raise coming.
What?
640.
Pot size re-raise announced, 640,000.
What? 640? You want to count? You want to count or no?
That's fine.
All right, Chidwick does make the call. 1.4 million in the middle. Here we go. Wow. Jack 10-7. Chidwick flopping a jack high straight. Bleznick's aces ain't looking so hot. Does have backdoor spades. Does have a gut shot to Broadway here.
We've seen it before. Bleznick able to lose the minimum in many spots. Very tough one right here. And look at this. Chidwick going for...
Wow. Just quickly gets his hand into the muck. He really is the greatest PLO player in the world. I mean,
honestly,
that was very, very impressive.
Pot Limit Omaha Masterclass from Jared Bleznick. Also, a good reminder for myself and everyone out there who plays Pot Limit Omaha recreationally. When the board sucks, you just fold your hand. Like you literally just are okay with, giving up.
Like 2.2 now, Jared?
What?
We've seen so many more.
Yeah, 2-2.
We've seen so many more decent or big folds versus the amount of big bluffs that we've seen.
It wasn't even a bet fold. It was just check fold.
Check fold, boom. Amazing. Amazing. Tip my hat. Jared Bleznick. Well done, sir.
What is it?
80.
With that last pot, Chidwick now up over 7 million in chips. He's got 62% of the chips in play, and then Haxton and Bleznick are virtually tied. Both right around 26 big blinds. Limped pot here, blind versus blind. Bleznick limping from the small blind. Stephen Chidwick checking in the big blind. Ace 6-3 rainbow. Flop one, check, check. Turn is a jack. Bleznick now has aces and jacks. Chidwick with jacks and threes. Worst two pair. Bleznick bets 240,000. Chidwick's going to make the call. 9 of spades on the river. Check mark goes to Jared Bleznick.
What's in the pot?
720. One second. $550.
Interesting spot here for Chidwick, even though he doesn't have the best of it. He does have the bluff catcher type hand with 2 pair. Does let it go.
Bleznick now back into second in chips. Not by much, but does help that he's not the shortest stack remaining. If he were to clash with Isaac Haxton, it would be Haxton at risk, because Haxton's the shortest stack of these 3. Stephen Chidwick still well out in front. Back below 7 million, but still extremely healthy. 84 big blinds for Chidwick. His final 3 players guaranteed $570,000. First place, $1,292,000.
I'm waking up. Hang on.
Chidwick here limping in queen 10-8-8. Haxton's got 2 kings. King 9-4. Haxton checks. Queen 10-7 rainbow. Top 2 pair for Stephen Chidwick. Haxton still's got those overcards. He's also got a gutter here.
Check.
$145. 145.
Check call from Chidwick, calling the 145,000 bet from Haxton. Chidwick does have the best of it here, but 60-40 are the percentages. King on the turn. That smacks Haxton.
Wow.
Top set now.
Also, maybe a bit of an action killer. The daunting look of the Queen 10 King. I mean, Bleznick surely would know what to do. He doesn't miss. Hasn't missed at all today.
Check, check here on the turn. 6 comes in on the river to complete the board. Haxton has the best of it here with that set of kings.
10 seconds. Check.
Whenever the hand is between Haxton and Chidwick, it just all feels so formal. You know, they're just like, or I guess business-like, very transactional.
Yep.
It feels so calculated. Haxton with the best of it, contemplating what bet size he can get called. In Hold'em, we've seen a lot of players bet very small on the river in certain spots.
265.
265.
I mean, this might be among the smaller river bets we've seen in relation to the pot. Going for value. Haxton betting 265.
Call.
Set of
Wow.
kings.
Chidwick makes the call. Haxton announces a set of kings, and he rakes in a decent-sized pot here.
Now it's Haxton's turn back up into second place on the leaderboard. Just, you know, these guys just keep trading places back and forth. It has been Chidwick up on top for quite some time. You know, we saw Isaac Haxton on top to start the day for quite a lengthy period of time. Then it was Jared Bleznick up on top for quite a bit. Now it's Stephen Chidwick up on top for quite a bit. So each of these three players remaining has spent a bit of time with the chip lead. Aaron Katz coming up to check on his man, Jared Bleznick.
He's got a supervisor looking at his every move.
10 seconds.
Chidwick on the button, Queen 9-5-4.
My mind was sort of wandering and drifting off, and I saw that screen in the back turn to a bright yellowy orange, and I thought the sun was rising. It felt like the sun was rising.
Not yet, but I mean soon at this rate.
Approaching the midnight hour. Donnie, you laughing at those that predicted in the chat that this would go to midnight. You are responsible for this.
I am responsible. I also said I wasn't going to be here if it went to midnight. So, Remko, see you later.
11 minutes. You're just going to walk out. Just toss the headphones to the ground. We should just both leave and have Morias and Donnie do the rest of the night.
Yeah, why not? If you are still tuning in and you haven't hit that like button yet, do us a favor. Press the thumbs up, please.
You asked very kindly, Donnie. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, no need to yell at this hour of the night.
240 or 280?
We have more than 2,700 likes on the video. I would love to get us up over 3,000.
3,000 is a good marker. I think we should be able to get 3,000 likes. That'd be awesome. For the people in the chat, what should my next poll be about? Let's do some funny polls. Distract our minds a little bit from
Last hand, break.
the grind here.
2.52, including the blind.
Thank you.
Pirates Card Castle says, what's your favorite F1 team for the next poll? F1 is such a funny sport. I grew up watching it. I was never a huge fan, but I always found it really weird that it became so popular even though there's like no parity. Like you got the most talented rider, you got the best car, you literally can't lose. Like
You
sure,
got the most money.
you got the most money.
That's it.
They should all be in the same car. Same sort of engine, whatever. That would be so much more fun to watch if Verstappen would then still beat everyone, maybe. But it would be a much closer battle. I feel bad for the guys at the back of the races.
Good break.
Oliver says, watch the first hour, went to sleep for 8 hours, came back to see Jarrett versus the robots three-handed. It's kind of funny how life just moves on, Donnie. In my mind, this final table is the only thing that's happening in the world right now. People had entire work days come and go.
Yeah.
They've probably celebrated birthdays, or they've gone out and done grocery shopping and a whole bunch of other stuff, and we're still here. We should talk to Bleznick and see if he can open some more cards. Be a good distraction. A welcome one. Braden says, I messaged you guys today a few times for no response as I watched during my whole shift. Well, it sounds like your shift is over, so congrats. And did notice you in the chat just now, so there you go.
10 seconds.
I'm trying to figure out what these Omaha outs are, so it's hard to always have an eye on the chat. Board completes here with the deuce of spades. Chidwick with the best of it. Queen deuce for two pair. It's going to be the winner at showdown if we get there. J&D Music is asking how the food is over here. Well, I just had a slice of pizza, I will admit. It was very average. Aria's Pizza used to be better. I'm not sure what they changed, but
Well, they changed the place.
yeah, but couldn't they kept the recipe the same?
Used to be 5-0.
550.
550.
Now it's money line.
Now it's money line.
Yeah, 550 was better.
Queen's up.
Chidwick here gets some value. Queen's up. He shows the queen's up. You got to show both cards, as instituted by Jared Bleznick. Let's stay on the rules.
Oh. Ike just lost the pot, so
All right.
I'm probably sick.
It looks as though we are going back on a short break. Final table action might never end, but at least you are here to watch and listen to Donnie and I melt down completely. Chidwick still in the lead. Bleznick and Haxton fighting for what they're worth. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thanks for watching.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
570,000 for the next player who's eliminated, then 836,000. So pretty big difference between second and third. And first is just under 1.3 million.
$150.
Haxton going 150 on the button.
150.
Quick muck from Bleznick.
think from the big blind, this hand definitely going to be defended from Chidwick.
So as you go play short-handed, are you more okay with having a dangler?
Yeah, I mean, so your ranges should still be similar. If the button opens and you're in the big blind, what I mean is if you're still facing a button open and you're still in the big blind, your range should be the same as if it were a 6-handed game and the button opened and you're in the big blind. The exception being there's some card removal to some of the bad hands. But you're in these button big blind, button small blind, big blind situations, obviously every hand when you're 3-handed. And that's where there's just more play in general. So, you know, everyone's got to widen up their defending range from the big blind compared to a 6-handed game when they're facing, say, an under the gun.
What a turn card.
Yeah, huge turn for Haxton. He turns the second nuts with the flush draw and the nut gutter.
Man, he's got the queen high straight. He's got a redraw. Chidwick's got a set of jacks.
And Chidwick would definitely have been looking to check raise the flop pretty often had he been given the chance, but now his hand is shriveled up.
Yeah, he's losing the straights galore.
And I think his hand makes for a nice check call here on the turn. He doesn't really want to bet and face a raise with no additional equity. And then he can go for a check raise on board pairing rivers.
Although when the board pairs on the river, he's just going to go check, isn't it?
With this exact hand, yes, but
yeah, okay.
He would have plenty of hands that check call the turn, and Haxton could bet inferior full houses or bluffs on the river.
I guess my thought process is, would you ever just on a board pair lead?
You can go check call lead, yeah. That depends on your opponent.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, and he just decides to bet this right out. For pot, this is a little bit surprising to me.
He does not have a king in his hand. Haxton does not have king-queen either, though.
Right, but no king, no queen, no 8, no 7. He doesn't block any of the straights. He doesn't have either of the flush draws. This feels a touch ambitious from Chidwick, which might be a little strange to say if you're coming from a Hold'em background. Now, of course, this does function as a semi-bluff in the sense that potentially he could get some 8-7 combinations to fold. He can get called by some worse draws, so he can occasionally fold out better and get called by worse. And he also does have the 10 outs, but let's see what Haxton
probably
does.
doesn't raise this, right?
It's a really interesting spot for Haxton. If he just had the queen 8 without the ace and without the diamond flush draw, he would certainly just call. With this backup, he could potentially go all in here, thinking that Chidwick has some, you know, combination draws and such worse than his queen 8 is ahead, and even when he's behind, he has this big redraw. But he does end up making the call.
Yeah, pot is 1.125 million, one of the bigger pots we've seen as of late.
But let's say this river to a brick off, and Haxton was to face another bet. I don't see him laying it down.
River's the 8 of clubs.
I think this card's just going to slow the action for both players. Chidwick has to be concerned at this point that he's, well, first of all, he thinks he's beat quite often. And he has to be concerned that Ike has plenty of hands that are going to call if he were to turn his set of jacks into a bluff.
I mean, a set of jacks on this run out.
You still do beat worse sets. You know, yeah. Haxton could have something like a set of 10s or a set of 9s.
By the way, Haxton does have a worse set.
Yeah. He's made a worse set in addition to his queen high straight.
Right.
And certainly when Chidwick checks, Haxton's going to be happy to just knuckle this back.
Chidwick has the deuce of clubs. Is that ever relevant?
It's certainly better than not having the deuce of clubs if you're considering turning. No, I mean, it really, like, it does matter a little bit.
But if Chidwick bets now, he is bluffing, right?
Absolutely. If Chidwick were to shove the river, it would just be a bluff.
Oh, can he shove? Can he do it? No, he gives up. Haxton going to check behind and all like that.
Yeah, I think a pretty quick check coming from Haxton.
Yep.
Straight.
And you see Haxton does act quickly in spots like this where he doesn't need to balance because he's last to act on the final street. So kudos to him there. Quick check back with a hand that he's never going to bet.
And Haxton now ahead of Chidwick. So Chidwick was up to about 2.9 million at one point. He's back down to 1.7. Haxton on 2.1. The Super High Roller Bowl, Pot Limit Omaha 100K event.
Last hand?
Really clean looking table.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
The lights, everything about it. I am a fan. They've done a good job.
The stage, the table, staff's top notch.
We have been three-handed for quite some time. Chidwick with ace, king, king, deuce.
Yep, very strong hand. Likely see him raise pot here against Bleznick's limp. Although he may continue to play small ball.
I
think his hand's just a little too good. He does raise.
It's 150. It's right at the table.
Bleznick's going to call.
That's it.
So we'll see something going on here. Bleznick in the small blind, Chidwick in the big blinds. Queen high flop, Queen 7-4, Bleznick with top 2.
Pot. 350.
And Bleznick just comes out and bets pot.
Pot's right into Stevie, and an uncomfortable spot for Stevie here. He does have the overpair of kings. We've used that word visibility. He does have somewhat bad visibility, although in this case he could turn a spade, which would give him additional outs to the nuts. Really hard to fold an overpair right now on such a disconnected board.
Do you like the lead out from Bleznick?
I think it's reasonable. Really depends how often. I think it's actually specifically decent against Stevie because Stevie plays such a measured game, does a lot of checking back flops. So if you have that read on your opponent, betting makes some decent amount of sense here.
Chidwick makes the call.
And Bleznick has also let out for pot in some of these situations with total air
Oh,
balls.
wow, there's a king.
Wow.
I was going to ask you, too. I go, what card does Chidwick want? And, well, there you go.
Right. Kind of a king, obviously, being the best card, but a 4 potentially would look decent to him, a spade.
And would a 7 look good?
Yeah, that's the thing. A 7 would also look good, but of course, in this case, give Bleznick a boat. Now, Bleznick
10 seconds.
In a really difficult spot here.
And that is a card that he did not want to see.
The SPR is just over 1. I would not fault Bleznick for just betting the pot here, even though, as we can see, he's drawing dead. But he doesn't like this card, and you can see that on his face.
Well, I mean, he got called. So you got to think, okay, what did I get called by?
And
did I get called by King Queen? Did I get called by Kings?
Could be aces, certainly, just as easily as it could be kings. And Tuck, if Blez is able to get away from this somehow, this would just be yet another example of amazing maneuvering from him.
Well, he bet pot when he had the best hand. He was 69% to win on the flop, and now he is 0%. As Chidwick has hit his 2-outer. He had a few more outs than that, but this is the only card that he absolutely knew is good.
Right, and by the way, with the board being rainbow like this, I don't think Chidwick should be going for a pot-sized bet. I would bet something
Would you ever check
smaller
it back?
here. I think checking back is reasonable, but there are still a number of straight draws, pair plus straight draw combinations that you can get to continue. I think you can play this a few different ways, but I wouldn't hate a small bet here from Chidwick.
10 seconds.
He does go with that small bet, 350,000, I believe. I like this a lot from Chidwick, and what a difficult spot for Bleznick. If he's ahead, you know, he knows that Stevie's probably got some outs, and if he's behind in situations like this or up against King Queen or King 7, he can be way behind. He would much rather have some type of straight draw or some sort of backup to go with his queens and 7s.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, if that 9 is a 5 instead.
This could be just a world class if Bleznick's able to somehow sniff this out and get away from this. And
yeah, he was very happy to play for stacks on the flop.
Right. And I really don't think I'd be, you know, some of these cases I've said, you know, good fold when it would have been a correct call against the opponent's actual hand. I really think that Bleznick is properly sniffing this out. This is world class. This is one of the best check folds I've ever seen in poker. And I really don't think I'm being results oriented in saying that. I really think he sensed something there in Stevie.
Yeah, we're finally below 200 big blinds in play total.
And Bleznick with the lion's share of those chips, 63% of the chips in play.
He's just got empty boxes of playing card, sport cards next to him too.
It seems like every break he's added more sports cards to
I
his
think
arsenal.
he needs more. He clearly needs more. I think that's the obvious take out of all of this. I want to thank all of you for spending your Wednesday evening with us. Don't know how much longer we'll be here, but we will be here until we crown a champion. Nearly 1.3 million up top. One of these 3 players will take it home. And all 3 have just been incredibly impressive. Stevie Chidwick, fresh off a purple jacket, the Poker Masters champion, just a few weeks ago. Of course, player on his left, Ike Haxton, just won $2.7 million, defeating Lucky Chewy heads up in the Super High Roller Bowl. And Jared Bleznick might be one of the best PLO heads-up players in the world, has put on a show for us over the last 2 days.
Absolutely. I don't think it's surprising to see any of these three players here in the final stages of this tournament.
King high flop, 2 diamonds out there. Chidwick with kings and sevens, backdoor clubs.
Yeah,
Does have a jack of diamonds.
I expect Chidwick to just bet this and take it down. Neither other player has much going on, and Chidwick's hand certainly worthy of a value bet. Top 2, some extra overs, a diamond blocker, backdoor clubs, lots going on for him.
I raised pot.
Whoa!
I raised pot.
So Chidwick bet 60,000.
Wow, this is unexpected from Bleznick.
I mean, he's got nothing going on except a pair of deuces.
I think just a case of bad timing for him here. He's got the deuce of diamonds, so he interferes with the, pair plus flush draw combos that contain the deuce of diamonds. But this is just, it's certainly not going to work against Chidwick's exact hand, and it feels quite ambitious in general. But Jared trusts his reads, and they're not going to be right every time.
Yeah, I mean, you were full of praise on the last one. It was a great live read, but Bleznick does rely on those, and this is just a misstep. Although, I mean, how comfortable are you if you're Chidwick right now?
Against Jared Bleznick, who, is capable of making some moves, I'm a lot more comfortable than I would be against some players. But, I'd be pretty comfortable here against most players, just given all the things I have going on for me, besides just having the top 2. Having these live overcards, having the backdoor clubs, 1 diamond blocker, which gives my opponents less equity when they do have these diamond combinations.
I mean, Bleznick's got nothing going on here. He has 22% equity, but, I mean, just not much to hang your hat on.
By the way, I think it is interesting whether Chidwick should just call or repot it here. My tendency in position would just be to call, play turns. I would have a lot of worse hands that would also want to continue, so I also continue some of my strong hands. And on a lot of turns, if Bleznick pots it, you can just get all the money in. This being one of them. What a great turn for Chidwick. He now improves to a flush draw to go with his top 2. And
I mean, more often than not, that raised pot just gets the job done. The fact that Chidwick called, does that shut it down for Bleznick now?
You're certainly concerned if you're Jared Bleznick. Because like I said, I think a lot of Chidwick's strong hands should be calling. Just, basically he wants to call most of his continues and not play a ton of bet 3 bets. Given that, I mean, I wouldn't have check raised Bleznick's hand to begin with, but if I found myself here, I think I would have to give up. He doesn't have any clubs, 8s, 9s, 5s. Like, he hasn't turned any additional equity. He has, he's 1-5, but...
He can win with a deuce, by the way, or a non-club ace.
Right, but he's not going to have the opportunity because Chidwick is just going to bet the pot here almost certainly. Chidwick's hand is very strong, but he still wants to charge flush draws. There's a chance he comes with a smaller than pot sizing, just trying to keep some of Bleznick's weaker holdings in, but I expect a large bet here from Chidwick, whether it's, 2/3 pot or pot, and he just does pot it.
And you can see Bleznick shaking his head. Oh, misread.
Yeah.
Sometimes even the best makes a mistake, right?
Absolutely, and just because Jared has great intuition doesn't mean that he's going to be right every time. I mean, he's not a magician.
When did I use one on the time?
I don't think he used one on the turn.
I mean, we talked about it. 25 final tables this year.
Right. Unbelievable. Bleznick with the fairly connected hand here. Suffers from having the lemon in it, but double suited.
Chidwick with kings.
Interesting for Chidwick here. Facing this large open from Bleznick, I think he might just elect to 3-bet pot. Let's see if he does. Which would be basically committing himself, but Bleznick's been opening the button quite wide. Stevie's got above average kings here. Really interesting spot.
And he does say pot.
Does go for it.
So large sizing from Bleznick enables Chidwick to go to 690. Does Bleznick call?
So in a cash game type situation, you would always call. In a tournament, I would probably still call, but there's a little bit more reason for just folding and preserving the stack distribution as it is.
We are behind.
I think we're going to see a call, though, from Bleznick.
I mean, he can call 480.
Again, he's got this.
Doesn't need to commit the rest unless he connects.
He certainly is not going to 4-bet. Again, he'd hate to have this. You hate to have this deuce. Even a 5 would give you a little bit more straightening potential, but he does come with a call.
He's going to make this call.
Call.
And again, you'd rather have a hand like this than the equivalent like king, queen, jack, deuce. And I'm not just saying that because Stevie has kings, but because you interfere a lot more with a lot of Stevie's hands when you have those bigger cards. These low to medium cards do a little bit better.
King, queen, jack, deuce. So this is interesting. He doesn't have diamonds.
No, but he's got a wrap, and the thing is, the pot's just too big at this point to be folding wraps. He's also got the deuce, so I think
Chidwick, by the way, does not have a. He's got 8 of diamonds. There's the all-in.
Call, you said, right?
Call.
All in and a call.
Yeah, and
All in and a call.
Quick call from Bleznick with the wrap, and taking a little time to.
So this is another coin flip. Chidwick lost the last coin flip. If he loses this one, he's out of the tournament. 52-48.
Thank you.
We're all Katz, all in.
And if he wins this one, then everyone's getting kind of close in chips all of a sudden.
Yeah. Aaron Katz running over.
I'm all.
That was our 5th place finisher. So Chidwick lost a flip before. Can he win this one? Bleznick has 12 outs, any king, 10, 9, 8.
Welcome back once again to the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas. We are past the midnight hour, and the action is still going at the final table of Super High Rollerball Pot Limit Omaha. The first of its kind, and it's already an epic showdown. David Tuckman and Alex Livingston are on the call on PokerGO.com. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're going to take it home, I would say tonight, but it might be this morning because we are in it for the long haul. $570K guaranteed for the final 3 players, $8.36 for second, and just shy of $1.3 million for the champion. And that champion is also going to get that diamond-encrusted ring, and of course, the honor of being the inaugural champ.
The hobby that I love. The hobby is alive. Come on. Come on, Backer. You got this.
Can someone explain to me why he calls himself Backer?
The hobby is alive. The hobby is alive. What do we have here? Good hands.
Donnie, the longer this goes, do you think it benefits the, I guess, robots, as Bleznick called them?
I mean, how can it not? Most specifically, Steven Chidwick. You know, I just feel like he's built for the long haul.
There it is, 50K, a 100K with a 100K big blind ante.
Add a couple of zeros.
There it is. Next level, 75, 120, and then 75, 150. Seems highly unnecessary, Tim Duckworth, if you're listening. Which I'm sure you're not, because you're probably asleep
I haven't
by
looked
now.
at my phone in the whole day. Not once. No one's told me any hands. I've just sat here and played. You got to at least give me credit. I play, and I don't get any information. Never looked at a solver. Never studied a day in my life. Never read a book. I just sit here and play. You got to at least respect that. Never learned anything.
I mean, Steven Chidwick is laughing. I mean, did anyone disrespect you?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
He just sat down and was like, "You got to respect me for these reasons."
The solver would
like,
say to raise, but
I mean, you gotta love it.
One of a kind. One of a kind.
Oh man. I mean, he's Phil helping me with the PLO. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. It is literally a thing.
Limped pot here between Chidwick and Haxton. Chidwick comes with 225,000 on the Ace Queen 8 rainbow flop. Chidwick has top pair. Haxton's got a straight draw.
Second.
Bleznick has never learned anything. He just knew it all, like out of the womb, sat down at the table, and looked down at a wrap. He was like, okay, I got this. Pot limit Omaha?
Looked down at a wrap.
Never learned a thing.
Thought you said you never learned anything.
What?
Thought you said you'd never learned anything. But you know about ICM?
I don't even know what it stands for, but I know what it means. How about that? I don't know what it stands for. I know what it means.
Oh, you learned
But I'm
something.
telling you, I don't give two fucks about doing it.
Okay.
And the jump.
In that case, I'll fold.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Next level.
Haxton's going to limp in, Jack 7, 5 deuce. Bleznick's got the Queen 9, 8, 5 in the big blind. The man who claims he has no idea what ICM means.
Donnie, he just doesn't care. He's never learned anything.
All right, chat. What does ICM mean? Wrong answers only.
Oh, I like this. ICM, wrong answers only. God, now I gotta think of something clever.
Ice cream mode. Yeah, Pokerella's right there. She's an ice cream machine. I mean, ice cream man from Christie. I mean, yeah, that's ice cream mode, ice cream man, ice cream machine. I can't miss. Okay, I like it, Weston.
I can't miss.
Jonas said Ike counts money.
Impossible card math. It's almost correct.
Bleznick here. He's got 3 9s on the river. 100%. Haxton checks. 200,000 is the bet from Bleznick. What's up, Ian? How you doing out there? Welcome to the stream. Haxton gives it up. Bleznick takes this one down. Haxton now working with 16 big blinds. Stephen Chidwick, current chip leader, 7.5 million. Bleznick in second, 2.4 million.
I think a little more.
And Isaac Haxton,
2-3 behind.
Thanks.
the shortest stack right now. Ace 5-4 on this flop. Bleznick had limped the small blind. Chidwick checked his option. Both players not really connecting at all here. Chidwick still just with those pair of nines. Derek Rose said, "Dude made it this far and never learned a thing."
Yeah,
it's pretty incredible. You know,
very impressive.
Buy-in for this event was $100,000. Check on the flop, and Bleznick checks the turn. Ten of diamonds on the river. Chidwick's hand is best. He's got 2 pair. But Bleznick's going to fire at it because he's got nothing. That's the only way he can win. 150K, half pot.
That's the thing. Whenever you can't win, you got to do something about it.
I was going to say, I was going to bet before I said wait to deal the river. I was going to bet in the dark. That's what you saw what I did there? I was just going to bet in the dark.
Where'd you learn that?
Same result.
You know who does a lot of dark checking and dark betting and stuff?
Phil
Hellmuth
Jr.
Tiny pot.
Raised to 300,000 from the small blind from Stephen Chidwick. It's going to get it done here. Haxton throws his hand in.
Someone cares about ICM. I got news for you. The way you're playing, it's probably correct. Because my chips are probably going to be in the middle before yours.
Certainly hope so.
I'm telling you right now, because I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to keep folding, go ahead, because I'll probably be all in before you. And I'm telling you that. And anyone that knows me can verify what I'm saying is true. I play to win. I don't care. I don't care about the $250,000 jump.
Okay.
I really don't.
Where did that come from? He just sat down and like went at Ike.
He just wanted to start an argument. Just amazing.
Like that's the type of stuff that if Ike was like, you know, you're not playing correctly.
Right.
You know, or why are you doing that? You need to pay attention to ICM. But no, he just sat back down in the seat and just went on this thing.
Amazing.
Against the most non-confrontational person in the history of poker. Ike's just chilling, man.
Deal.
Deal, he tells the dealer.
Oh, it's so good.
Might he be a little frustrated with himself? I don't know. 13 bigs. Hoping to make a bit of a comeback. Pretty fair fight here as we arrive on the turn.
10 seconds.
Action goes check, check. Nearly 50-50 here. Let's see what the river brings. Board pairs with the ace of spades. Bleznick now best with his pair of tens.
Check. $125.
Bleznick bets 125 with his two-pair combo. Haxton doesn't really have anything other than a pair of fives. Thinking, could Bleznick be bluffing here after checking all the way down to the river? We've seen Bleznick get value here before.
Call. Pair of tens. Pair of tens.
Wow, great value bet there from Jared Bleznick. Haxton gets shorter, now sitting on 11 big blinds. Bleznick comfortable on 28.
What?
Meanwhile, I sit with like no chips.
What?
Pot.
Haxton raises pot with the ace-10, 6-3.
What do you have behind?
Bleznick thinks about it with the queen 10 8-7. Does eventually decide to let it go. Now action on Chidwick with 9-7-6-4. It's kind of a big pair buster, Donnie. 9 high double suited.
All right, here comes Chidwick. Good portion of Haxton's stack is in the middle here. Ace 4-3. Top and bottom pair for Haxton.
Ace 3.
Oh, wow.
Here we go.
Haxton all in for 800K. Announces the ace 3 right away. Chidwick only has 6 outs twice. Worst case scenario for the Brit. He knew that this flop wasn't ideal for him, but after calling 250K before the flop, he thought maybe there's a chance.
I don't think he needs to start the clock. He was reaching for the clock.
All right, turn card. The 10 of spades. Now, spades added. Chidwick, 12 outs to send Haxton to the rail. Haxton in a great spot to double up here as Bleznick just blocks the cameras there. Big river card coming up. The river is the 9 of diamonds. That is not going to do it. Isaac Haxton is going to double up to 2.4 million. All of a sudden, he now virtually tied with Bleznick as Chidwick takes a bit of a hit.
What do you have now, like?
2.45 including the ante.
2.45 total?
Including the ante.
Me and you were right there.
Yep. What do you have?
2-8.
2-8.
Crazy. What a match. Full.
It's a nice hand for Stephen Chidwick. Ace, ace, jack, jack, 1 suit. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, Haxton's got the queen, queen, 10-5 here with 1 suit.
I mean,
could be a.
Donnie, I'm here for
bit
the
of some
action.
fun.
I'm just rooting for the action. Let's just put, you know, ace queen out there with 2 diamonds.
All right, Haxton makes the call.
Oh wow! Queen
I mean,
4-4. Haxton flops a full house. Chidwick has a flush draw, but we both know that that flush draw is dead. Chidwick looking for an ace to make a bigger full house.
Wait, could come king 10 of diamonds.
That is also true. Running royal flush can never.
That's what I want to see.
Sure, let's do that.
175.
175 is the bet from Chidwick. No reason for Haxton to get creative here.
seconds.
Turn. 9 of clubs. Doesn't change a thing.
Check.
Chidwick now slowing down.
Seconds.
$425.
Haxton firing out 425,000, of course, hoping to make the most out of the hand of his opponent, but really charging those draws right now.
Seconds. Call.
Chidwick does make the call, and Haxton correctly charges Chidwick for the draws that he has, but little does Chidwick know, the only card that could really save him would be an ace. The 8 on the river is not the card, and Donnie, all of a sudden, this is trending back in Haxton's direction.
Yep.
Seconds. Time extended.
1.9 million in the middle. What is Haxton going to come with? A shove is possible. Could also see him go very small here, thinking that Chidwick is likely to have a lot of missed draws.
Seconds.
950.
Does go for
950,000.
a little bit of a smaller size, right around half pot.
Seconds. Time extended. Seconds. Time extended.
Chidwick, Donnie, giving it some serious thought.
10 seconds.
Does let it go correctly, and look at the enthusiasm with which Haxton rakes those chips in.
Give me those chips.
Give me those. Are mine. Those are my chips.
10 seconds. 250.
Got some railbirds over there? Is that what These don't look like Aaron Katz's clothes.
Aaron Katz probably
2.7
out shopping for more pizza
grand?
at this point of the night.
2.7? Less?
Less. 255.
Thank you.
Everything. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Deuce 4-6. Deuce 4-6. Jack. Oh, they don't go to. We don't go to 60 120. It's 75 125.
Yeah, the 5 days are gone.
Oh. No.
Nice hand here for Jared Bleznick on the button. Queen Jack 10-9 double suited.
I mean, this is the kind of hand you would love to play for stacks.
350.
Of course, pre-flop, this thing has the most value.
It's not a good hand.
Best looking hand I've seen. Best looking.
Nice looking hand.
Pretty good hand. I haven't had it once since I told it.
I feel like we can hear Ike laughing, but they can't.
Right.
Because of the mask.
Yeah, you're right.
So we know he's laughing at stuff. But Jared probably can't hear, especially with Jared being all the way across the table, you know? it just makes it more funny for me, at least.
I got 2-5 behind.
Thank you.
Pot.
Limp pot.
He is very quick with his actions. You got to give him credit for that.
Haxton gives it up.
It's a fight.
I feel like it's only a matter of time before, boom, like just two hands. They gotta collide, right? It's like it's gotta happen.
You're also just speaking it into existence right now.
I mean, it's just the convergence is coming. The blinds are getting bigger. You know, the stacks are getting shallower. The hands just have to work out and clash.
The players are awarded so much room to play because of the structure, and these guys are so good at the game that they're simply not making big mistakes, and they are fully capable of just sitting and waiting for that perfect opportunity.
Where's Katz?
Call.
Two pair here for Ike Haxton. He had raised on the button to 350,000, and Chidwick defended from the big blind. Chidwick, not much there at all to work with. He's got the king, queen, 8 deuce. Backdoor hearts. Check on the flop, deuce on the turn. Gives Chidwick some possibilities here. He's got a pair of deuces now.
Did you just start sounding like Hoyt Corkins? He's got a pair of deuces now.
I mean, maybe.
I feel like every level, Donnie, you should pick a different accent now. Could you do Southern drawl for a whole level?
No, I'm way too tired for my brain to function like that right now.
Pot.
2.5.
All right, Chidwick leads, 550. Haxton raises the pot, and Chidwick quickly gives it up. Haxton now back up over 4 million. Chidwick dipping below 5 million, so we've got ourselves more of a ball game once again.
I want to know from the people in the chat, what have you been doing while you've been watching the stream? Because we are coming up on a 12-hour stream in just about 10 minutes as we look once again at the final table chip counts. Chino Rheem might have gone to bed and woken back up. He busted many hours ago. Chidwick now in the lead, 4.5 million. Isaac Haxton, this is his level so far. He is trending in the right direction. We're still live in Las Vegas. As
that says it all right there.
Someone is...
is he? They're on the set, on the floor?
Oh my God.
What?
I can't even imagine playing No Limit with these guys.
He's like on the stage. Literally sitting on the floor.
But that's what I'm saying.
What is going
Imagine
on?
playing No Limit with these guys. Huh? I don't think playing with these guys, I'm going to tell them that. Playing with
I can't wait for this.
I cannot wait what's coming from Jared Bleznick right now. Chidwick and Haxton.
Why is Eric Katz sitting on the floor? There are 60 chairs in the studio.
He just wants to get as close as he can.
I mean, with as close as he's gotten already, he could really just pull up a seat at this point, and I don't think anyone would bat an eye.
Yeah, especially if you tell some funny stories, that'd be great.
Can he deal? Put him in the box.
Yeah, put him in the box, exactly. Then he can practice his calculations.
Look at him. He's literally just sitting on the floor.
Oh, my God. It seems so unnecessary.
You want to sit on the floor and do commentary?
I mean, everything hurts from sitting on these chairs, but I feel as though no chair was made for you to sit on for 12 hours straight.
No, definitely not.
Enrique says, this stream will be remembered. It sure will. Kaylin Jeffer says, I did Muay Thai for an hour, showered, cooked dinner, went to the supermarket, and placed 6th in an online PLO tournament. That's quite the day you've had during our live stream. Kevin says, playing online poker, running as hot as Haxton.
Wow, so you're a millionaire.
Ace-7.
Good.
Ace-7 is going to take it here for Chidwick.
You know what today taught me? I'm going to tell you guys. You know what today taught me playing with two of you for this many hours? You will never see me play a high limit, no limit tournament, ever. That's what today taught me, playing with you two. Seriously, you won't see it.
Fair enough.
I can imagine what you guys are. You guys are giving away nothing to PLO, no limit. You have to be like legitimate. I can't even make it up. Honestly.